Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Well, today is the 13th of September 2022, the day when the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, took an oath of office together with his deputy, RIGATHI GACHAGUA at Kasarani. Well, it is now official. Uhuru out, Ruto in. What has transpired so far? Is this a gain or a loss? That is what we want us to talk about tonight, even as we ventilate on various aspects of our political advancement and our political progress as a people. There is a lot that has taken place, but we believe that everything will be all right. So wherever you're joining us from, please stay tuned and help 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse as they listen to different Kenyans giving their different views about what took place today and what the future holds with now the Kenya Kwanza administration in place, led by Dr. William Samoei Ruto. How is the future? We need to look at this in details. Welcome, and let's get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Please let us know where you are getting us from and whether you're able to get us loud and clear. Apologies for having not been able to join us for the past 2 days or so. I'm here now. Let's now get down to business. What does the future entail for this great nation under the Kenya Kwanza administration led by Dr. William Ruto? Let's get talking. Thank you, everyone that is coming in. Judy Rafiambo, Karibu kwa show, Dahir Abdi, Karibu sana, Trufosa, Lai, Karibu sana, Nyambwanzu Fred, anasema Gachagua. It's Gacha. Okay, okay, take it easy. Alafu kuna nani huyu? Mato Makandets, karibu sana. Nani mwingine? Awino Rapemo, you are welcome. Nani mwingine? Unique, karibu sana. Nitafute mwingine wawili watatu kabla tuanze na mazungumzo. Simba Omar Said, karibu sana. Thank you everyone. Makto, you're welcome. Moses kwa Kariuki, karibu sana. Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Kuna Tested Evans, correct. Philip Wawire, karibu kwa show. Miriam M, karibu sana. Isaboke Isma, wherever Isaboke. Stephen, karibu sana. Fatma Lugogo, you're welcome. Hilary Wamwea, you're welcome. Kuna Mwasia Irene, kuna Elvis Ngetich Kipkemoi, karibu sana. Kuna nani mwingine? Pamela Kageni, Eva Wangila, alafu Awino huyu tumemsabai. Kuna Opek kuna Joy Joki, kuna Ibn Yusuf, alafu Pamela Kageni huyo tumekuwa naye. Hesbon Kaunda, Kimtai Eli Kirui, nani mwingine? Flo Makoha, karibu sana kila mmoja. Nashukuru kwa kuwa kila mmoja amejitahidi kujiunga nasi usiku wa leo. Naamini kwamba una mengi mazuri ungependa kushirikisha kila Mkenya, hata tunapo ingia awamu ya tano ya rais wa tano wa nchi hii kulingana na katiba na masuala yote yaliyojiri kuhusu uchaguzi. Karibu kila mmoja. Make use of the link, get in the studio, let's get talking as we get down to business, looking at the future of this great country and the administration of the Kenya Kwanza coalition, or whatever, coalition of parties, alliance of parties. Sister Rhoda, habari ya leo?
Leo sina furahi leo. Kwa sababu it's so sad. Leo nimelia leo, hata macho yangu nasikia. You know, I told you I grown up in Central Province, and where I grown up with a lot of tribes, with the Luya tribes and Luo. So I didn't know about the tribe. So I have been regretted why in Kenya when we have elections days, we're talking about Mlima Kenya, and Mlima Kenya, I don't believe it's only Kikuyu tribe living there. There's a lot of tribes, especially there is a one place called Mwemuto, is in that Mlima. It's only the Luo community, Luo community living there. So I don't believe that Kikuyu, we want tribe. I don't believe that. So I grew up with the Luo. So I don't know. I don't believe a tribe is exist, and I don't believe that central Kenya it's only Kikuyu tribe living. You know, it's so sad. Anyway, it's so sad. People they have that kind of thinking. So sad. So today, I don't know. Let me give other person to talk. Then I'll talk later.
Sawa, asante Rhoda kwa huo utangulizi, tunashukuru na tunaamini kwamba kila mabadiliko inakuja na masuala yake, mengine ya furaha, mengine ya huzuni, lakini kwa vyote vile lazima tuendelee kuwa wazima na tuendelee mbele. Our greatest days are ahead of us. All we need to do is to stay up and keep moving until we get to our predetermined end. We may not always have our way, but we can always depend on the unchanging God to help us navigate through unclear circumstances and be delivered to a predetermined destiny. So I want everybody to stay put and be focused. We may not tell where we are right now, but there is a better place for us to get to, and we will get there if we don't give up and if we don't despair now. So let us keep moving. Leo Evans, umejificha kwa giza, kuna nini? Evans, we can't hear you. Samahani, inaonekana una shida na net yako, naomba urekebishe. Let's listen to Helmick. How are you, Helmick?
Hello, how are you? Hello.
I'm well, how are you?
I'm good, thank you so much.
Karibu endelea.
I hope you can get me clearly.
You are fine, go ahead.
I can see Rhoda and Rotich. How are you, Rhoda? How are you, Rotich? Okay, I want to thank you, Bernard, first, for this channel. I've been following you all along during the period before the election, after the election, and even recently I've been following you up. And actually, you've been a blessing. That's what I can say. And one thing I want to thank God for this platform, because even some people like us, we can even give out our views so that we can express the way we feel concerning what has actually happened in our country. I can say it's a sad moment in this country because there are so many people who are hurt. Even though when you read sometimes in these comments, you find some people commenting things like as if they are the only people who are supposed to win so that everybody celebrates. No, actually, sometimes even you can listen to the voice of people and understand that to some extent, it is not the will of God for actually of what things that actually has happened. And something I've been trying to follow up is about, let me say, dreams. For instance, God talks through dreams, and most laymen people, God has really spoken to them through dreams of what was supposed to happen in our country. And I can say it's very unfortunate for the church because the church has really messed up things up because the churches did not speak the truth. They don't speak the voice of God or to actually what God wanted to be done in our country. The only thing I think we remain with is we just have now to pray for our country, because in real sense, things might not go the way people think, especially today when you could listen to the deputy president speaking. I think those things really hurt so many people, because the way you can see that him talking, the word that he is trying to utter, it's like he's somebody who's very bitter with some other people. He's bitter with our former president, and actually, I don't think it's actually a good sign to show as a leader, because when you are a leader, you must have the heart to embrace people, because somebody can have different views than yours, but you don't need to stand before delegates, people who are respected, other presidents. You're just speaking like as if you are speaking to small children. We actually we really felt so bad. And actually, what I can say to people is that let us just pray for our country, or else we might end up living a country like maybe like Uganda. In fact, something I saw that really disappointed me is that a point whereby in our country we are giving the president of Tanzania a platform to speak, yet we know very well there's somebody who is a dictator in this country. And something I've come to realize, because I've also traveled to some of these countries, you find people have been given that notion, which is not okay. They are being told that Raila Odinga is a man of war, is somebody who likes violence. So they take it that way. Yet they don't know the truth about our country and what we normally face as a country. And one thing I know is that God is still faithful. I'll just tell people who are supporters of Azimio, let us pray, and God is so faithful. We might be crying today, but one thing I know, and I'm certain, that our morning is coming. Time will come for us to rejoice, and actually God will speak in his voice and put us for sure the thing that has been happening, it has not been his will. That's why even when you see the Supreme Court ruling out the judgment, and the terms that they are trying to give out, like whatever balloon, I think it wasn't something good actually, even for some people to hear. And actually, some of the things that these people are doing, and even the evidence that was given before the Supreme Court, everybody saw actually that the things that were given out, the evidence that were given out, were things which were very true. Some of us were here were on these grassroots areas, and we could even sense, we could even see things that were really happening down there. And even another thing that I think I can say is that even some of the Azimio people, I think they really did wrong. People who are put in place so that they may guard the votes, I think they slept, and these things could not have happened, especially the day those people were caught from around this foreign country when they came to Kenya. That was the time that the red flag was being shown up, and I wish the former president and even those people who are in power by then, they could have stood up and say something is wrong with the IBC, and they could have been caught early before these things has happened. But all is not lost. We have our God who is very supreme. We believe in him. He's faithful. And I believe one of these fine days, there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you. God bless you, Bernard, and everybody who is in this platform. God bless you. Let me give somebody a chance so that he may also speak. God bless you. Yes, I'm through. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Helmic Investment. We appreciate that, and it's a really, I'll say, a turning point in this great country. But
True.
We need to own up the situation and be able to navigate to the other side. When you travel, you don't get through your journey only on a straight road. There are corners, and some corners are very dark. But if you keep moving, you soon get to the light at the end of the tunnel. I believe there is something more significant about this than just politics. In my opinion, there is a divine work at work right now, and I trust that every Kenyan will appreciate. And those of you that are hurting, confused, they can't figure out what is going to happen or what has actually happened, because some cannot even make sense of what has happened. And I want you to know that you're not alone in this. Majority of Kenyans are not up to speed with what has happened. They are trying to figure out whether it is God, whether it's Satan, whether it's people, whether it's corruption, whatever it is. I just want you to relax where you are. Take it easy. We don't see everything. We don't know everything. We don't understand everything. But there's a God who knows all things, who understands all things. He sees all things. The good news is that he has our interest at heart. So let's trust him with our lives. Let's trust him with our nation. Let's trust him with our future. And in him alone can we find solace and strength to keep moving. So stop trying to figure out a way out. Let the God that knows all things, sees all things, judges all. The Bible says the judge of all. He sets one up and puts the other one down. Let him bring us through this. Otherwise, if you try to figure out, you may just end up giving up on life. Don't give up yet. The sun will rise, the cloud will move, and life will go on. Thank you. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajiunga nasi katika Mtembei TV. Tunakuomba kama unatupata kwa njia safi, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili tukajumuike pamoja tukiwasikiliza Wakenya wakipeana maoni tofauti kwa yale yaliyojiri leo. Tumeapisha rais wa 5 wa nchi hii. Alafu kuna wengi ambao wamefadhaika na haya masuala, wengine wamefurahia, lakini kwa vyovyote vile Kenya ni nchi yetu na ni jukumu letu kuhakikisha kwamba inasonga mbele. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja, there are things we can't help but accept, okay? We may accept and move on, or we may move on and not accept, but whichever the case, we must move. And let us move. Rotich, Avarela? Rotich, are you there? Okay, inaonekana Rotich hayupo. Mbona wajificha Rotich?
Let's just stay like this. Hello?
That's okay.
Let me stay like this.
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
It's okay with me like this. Okay, my main word is, I want to say that everything that happens for a reason. And as Kenyans, we some of us lost, some of us won, but the Bible says he's the one who installs leadership. So in a great we had some great expectations, and maybe your expectation was not met in one way or another, and then some are happy. What I just want to put across is the world is moving. Tomorrow morning, you have to wake up, go to your hustle, and work. Because if we keep lamenting about leadership and whatever, we have to eat tomorrow. We have to pay rent. There is your landlord doesn't care if you are Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. You have to pay your rent. Again, your student class teacher doesn't want to know if you are Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. It's about Kenya moving. Because where we are now, it's about the economy. It's about the life that we are living. I just want to say that let's wake up and work, because there is nothing that is like that. You have to wake up and work. And let us work with the process of healing. If you are hurt in one way or another, let us accept and move on. I think that is the biggest thing. And above all, let's pray for the incoming administration so that God can guide them and give them that grace to lead. On today's occasion, President was being inaugurated. I want to say that it happened. Some of things should not have happened, but it has happened. So from now, we just have to work our way out and be strong, believe that tomorrow is a better day. Let's not forget that tomorrow you have to pay your bills, you have to go back to work, you have to go and hustle. Nobody will come and help you build your family or build your household. It's just only you. So that is all I want to say.
Okay, asante Rotich, lakini umeficha uso. Tunashukuru kwa ujumbe wako na tunaamini kwamba kila Mkenya anapata kwa njia safi. We will accept, we will move on, but there are questions that must be answered, and those answers must be sought after by everything. We have been in this mountain.
It's okay, it's okay.
There is a need for Kenyans to dialogue and be able to forge a front that is predictable one and reliable for a stable future.
Yes.
It's okay, Rotich, mute your mic.
Okay,
mute your mic. I'm not responding to you. I'm just addressing Kenyans. So, and if you want to respond to what I've said, that's why you must have your mic, your camera on, so that I can see you lifting your hand. Now that you've decided to stay in the dark, we may need to get you off the screen because you're spoiling our video. That's number one. But this is what I'm saying. As a country, we have come a long way. We'll soon be celebrating 60 years of independence. And so we can't be sweeping everything under the carpet and hope that the future will be stable and strong. So those that have questions, we need to seek those answers, but we must seek for them in the right posture and in the right framework. There is nothing that cannot be solved. There is no problem that doesn't have a solution, but we must have a willing people that are willing to go and find the solution to our perpetual persisting problem when it comes to elections and determining who becomes the next CEO of this great country. So as all Kenyans around the world begin to ventilate on this, we already have a new administration in place. You may be for it or against it or disappointed by the same, but we need to pick ourselves up and tell ourselves we are the ones that have been tempted in this temptation, and we are the ones to come out of that temptation, and we need to come out of it stronger and better as a people. Not necessarily for the administration or against the administration, but for the future of this great country. Because if we do nothing, nothing will be done. And when nothing is done, everything remains the same or probably get worse. And so let's take responsibility as great Kenyans. And I know you're well able to go through this and come out better. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Kavita mbio mbio tafadhali. Although tumemruka huyu Evans, tutarudi kwake shortly. Kavita vipi?
Yes, Bernard. Yeah.
Yes, how are you?
I am fine, thank you. You're doing? Yes.
Great.
I have been following for the last, I think 3 days, but I was unable. I don't know why. But we know what has happened in our beloved country, Kenya. But I'm still wondering, when I listen to people saying that, that we have to let people accept what has happened and move on. I think things have happened and we have accepted over and over and over again, and we have moved on. But there's no solution. So after every 5 years, we go back to the same. Either the court, either the IBC, Last 5 years ago, the Supreme Court was so good to us. And speaking, I'm talking about I stand for Azimio. But this time, even with the evidence that we could see, even a fool could say this is wrong, At the beginning, I come to a point that when I think and I say, yes, these learned people, we have always said, my grandfather used to tell me, the learned people always have issue, always have problem. And this is the category where I'm going to see our judges now going forward. They are educated. I understand how the law works because I have done the law, but still the manipulation of the law, is not right. So those who are saying that we need to accept and move on, I disagree with you. We need to move on, and at the same time, we do need to see how can we heal, how can we amend, how can we go back to the right track. Today, I'm not in Kenya, I'm outside anyway, but I was following the swearing in of the President, William Ruto, and his vice, RIGATHI. But my thing is that I was looking, the whole thing was in a mess, I look at the speech of the vice president. It was really out of order because for me, it was trying to undo what President Uhuru Kenyatta has done for the last 10 years. He's undoing all that. If you listen to the speech, and it was full of hunger when I was listening to that. And I could not, and you could even see how the man, how he was, his presentation during the taking of the oath. He could not even follow what is written. And that could tell you the man is full of hunger. And we have known the president we have today is also, they have anger management, But my point is that we have to accept, yes, you're president, but still you have to move on and see how. Because the 7 million, if you want, go to Kenya Kwanza, they have the president. The 6 million, they do not have the president. Laila right now is quiet. We do not know what's the next move. And RIGATHI said, Laila, by not attending the swearing in, is not their concern. And that, for me, is a very immature statement from a statement like being the vice president. Is very mature. You could have used wise words not to hurt the other side, because we do not, I don't have president. I do not have. So, and I've been listening to many people have been calling. Like I have seen one of the posts by David Morade. He said that today was the burial of the country we love called Kenya. And I agree with you, because we have known who Ruto is. He's a student of Moi, and he's a good student. And I can say that we are going back to dark times. And Ruto coming in with his narrative, which is exciting many. For me, it cannot excite me, because I was there during the time of Moi. And I know how Moi operated. It's same thing, just like our President Ruto. But President Kenyatta said 3 days ago, he stand with the Baba. And those who are now excited about William Ruto, in the next 3 months, they will be crying. They are going to look for Baba. So when you have the president who belongs to the 7 million and the other part do not have, then our voice is not being heard, And it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing, because yesterday I was looking the freedom of social media, when Citizen and other stations under that media were told we don't be able to televise the event today. What is that? What does it mean for us as Kenyan? Back to Moi. What does it mean for us? So we do not need to keep quiet, Bernard. We do not. The man thanked the church, he thanked everybody, and then right after he signed, he received the 6 judges whom President Kenyatta rejected. What does it say to you? These are the questions to ask. And we just keep quiet. And this becomes a tradition. It repeats all the time. And finally, it's a big mess. We cannot clean it up. So it's a high moment for us having this president. And I know it's going to be hard for him to lead this country. The other thing, knowing who Ruto is a good friend of Museveni. I was in Uganda for some good 3 years, and I know how it works. The man has a majority, but still he want to buy from the opposition. He buy the MPs. So anything he says, any bill comes to parliament, whether liking it or not, whether it favors the government or the opposition, he don't care. He want the number. So I think it's a high moment for us to stand, let Raila Odinga rest, but we the people, the power of the people, we need to come out. We need to come out. When that call comes on, we need to respond. And it's very foolishness. I'm summarizing now. It's a foolish thing. I listen to our guys here. They're excited, but they have to see the future. Don't be excited by today. You have to see the future of our children, young grandchildren. For us, we are just seeing where we are standing. Many people are just speaking. They are seeing where they are standing. We have to see the future. What does the future hold for our children? What does the future hold for our grandchildren? So those are things we need to ask ourselves. And how can we amend and revive the judiciary, the IEBC, and those big bodies which are said are so-called to be independent, and they are not, end of the day, they are not independent. They are being dictated by somebody in the favor of somebody. So thank you. That is my submission. And at the moment, I would say that let us call our family members who feel hurt, those who have lost, try to talk to them, to accept, and at the same time, let us try to see how we can heal our country, we can heal our hearts. Somebody said yesterday, if there's a way they can go to the register to remove their names from the foreign register, we can't believe how many are going there. So we don't want to go to that extent, but I pity our country, Kenya. And again, Bernard, I don't know what will happen. I don't know how far you're going to go with your channel. I do not know. You do very good for us. We are so happy. But I don't know how far we can go. I don't know.
Let's pray for the best. We pray for the best. Thank you, Kavita.
Thank you.
Asante sana. We appreciate that. And, it's a good time to dialogue. It's a good time to look at Kenya holistically and in the framework of the provisions of our constitution. Withdrawing from IBC register is part of the protest and is legal. It's legal. It's within the framework of the constitution. And hakuna sheria inalazimisha mtu kupiga kura. Kwa hivyo, unless there is a new law that is established to force people to be in the register and force people to vote, we will still have that liberty to choose when and where to vote. Now, kuna huyu anaitwa Eric Avram, unataka kuwa MP na una misbehave kwa hii channel. You keep spamming around that you want to be voted for as a diaspora MP. Well, thank you for the desire to be an MP, but please don't spam the channel. If you want to ask for votes, come to the studio. Then we'll give you an opportunity to talk to our diaspora friends who are already here. And then we'll see. You are promised a docket. I don't think there was an MP provision. If I missed what the president promised today, was a docket for diaspora, like a CS or something like that, not MP. But if there is that aspect, you ask for the vote when the election has been declared. I don't think it's declared yet. But for the rest of Kenyans, I just want you to get to understand that things can go bad, but they only go bad to get better. They only go bad to get better. So relax yourselves, please. Take it easy. Everything will be all right. You did not make yourself, whether you believe in God or not. You did not bring yourself into existence. The factor that brought you into existence must have a plan for you. And that plan may entail some dark days and some bright days. Just know how to navigate through the dark days until the bright day comes and meet you. It is important that we do that. And so gather your pieces, please. Let's get back into the stream of life. Story, accept and move on. We may move on, but we will not accept. That is what I can get from most of the majority of Kenyans. But something has to happen. Something has to happen, and we will need to find a way out of this. Now, naomba turuke kina mabro tusikilize kina dada kwanza because of gender parity, and then we come back. We'll come back to Leo and then Sam. But for now, let's listen to Yufin first and then Lily. Yufin, how are you doing?
Hi everyone. I'm doing
Hi
good.
to
I hope
you.
I'm audible now.
Yes, you're audible enough. Good to see you after a long time. What's cooking?
Good to see you, Bernard. I'm trying to find a way to cope. You know, it's not easy. We had so much hope. We had so much dreams. We saw Canaan, but unfortunately, we never got there. So we just have to find a way to cope. You see my T-shirt. This was my hero. I only recognize him. So I'm not moved. I'm not shaken. But at least now we all know that it's time to every man for himself. You know, we'll all have to strive to survive. You have to work hard to survive, and even if you work hard, you'll have to be careful. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I hope we'll manage. My Bible tells me that whatever happens for a reason, and God makes them happen. So I know whatever we are looking for right now, it will come at the right time. Though it hurts as a human being, but it's, we can say if it's a punishment, then we'll just ask God to put a mark on us the way he did to Cain, so that the current government will not harm us, you know. We pray for the best. We hope for the best, but depending on the history, we can only hope, but we don't know what will happen next. I don't know what to say. Otherwise, I didn't even watch the inauguration. I don't even know what was going on there. I only saw the clip of the of GACHAGUA with this drama. I think that's confusion in the first day. So I hope it continues. That's my prayer. I hope it continues. Let it move. Let it go beyond that. Otherwise, thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Okay, asante sana Yufin. We appreciate that, and we are all coping by the grace of God, and we believe that you know, Bible says that there is no temptation that comes to a man, but such as is common. And says God is faithful, that he will not let us be tempted beyond what we can bear. And he says, with every temptation comes the way out. So one way of God trusting you and me is when he can trust us with an evil experience and see how much we can remain faithful to him even in that evil experience. And so God doesn't just trust you with good things. He should also trust you with bad things. And if you will keep a positive attitude in a negative circumstance, you win. But if you get worked up until you forget God, you curse everything, then you lose. You repeat the class. So nataka Wakenya mahala popote mlipo, tupite umtihani. Tukishaupita tutafurahi. But it is a test. Seriously, a very big one. But I believe God knows that we can handle it. That's why He has allowed it to happen to us. So don't look at it as peculiar. It is common. It's common. But we can move as a country and we can blossom again and have a song. So in the meantime, let's keep our eyes fixed on Him that is able to keep us against that last day. Tusiangalie tu hapa, kuna kusudi kubwa na haya mambo. Hilo kusudi linazidi uchungu wetu, hasira zetu, kuchanganyikiwa kwetu. Likishatimia, kutakuwa na Kenya bora kuliko tulio nayo sasa hivi, regardless of whatever God will use to bring that to pass. So just be part and parcel of the move of God at this point in time. I'm not prophesying. I'm just encouraging you based on the scripture that God is too faithful to allow us to pass through what we cannot handle. He knows we can handle. We are made of the material that can handle. And so for us to be true sons and daughters of God, let's put a smile on His face by passing the test. Thank you very much. Lili, sijui bado upo? Lili, namna gani hapo?
Mzuri.
Karibu, karibu.
Habari zenu?
Tuko poa.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard, for your kind words and encouraging us, because our hearts are we are a bit down. It's one thing after the other. Before you think that you are healing, then another slap come on your face. You don't know where to go to. Be encouraged. You are a young girl, so don't worry. Things will get better. Yes. Yes. Today I watched a little bit of that inauguration, and it was even I neglected. Why did I watch it? Because it was like worse than campaign they were doing. There was no respect. There was no dignity. There was no philosophy in the speech, both the presidential and the deputy. Rigathi should now know that he's a deputy and he's not in a campaign trail now anymore. And the way he tarnished Uhuru, honestly, my God, I wonder how will he be doing with, now he has done that to Uhuru, what will he be doing to the other junior staff in their government? It's like dictatorship already. And all those dignitaries from all over the world, that was below the belt, what I would say. And for President Ruto, he came gun blazing on Uhuru, and they were saying the treasury, we have no money, we have no nothing. They are talking like an outsider, like me, who have just gone inside the government, who doesn't know anything, but they have been in the government. And as I looked at Uhuru, and he was just there, he couldn't say anything, helpless, and just watching. And it was not really a nice picture, even to when you are like a leader of the country, you are trying to portray a good picture, or you control your speech, how to communicate with the other people so they can learn from you. It was not a presidential speech. There was nothing near it. And for him to go and say that he will go and appoint the judges today and tomorrow he will swear them in, even he doesn't know, does he know why they were not appointed by Uhuru? Has he looked what happened before he said that I'm going to appoint? So he's kind of like buying them. And we should not follow on this, because now the Supreme Court or these judges has become as small gods, that they are the final, so that whatever he wants to do, if somebody goes to the court, it will never be passed on. So I think that is wrong. And we are, as Kavita said, if they call people to go and demonstrate, it's within our constitution, so be it. We should be able now to raise our voices because nowhere else to go. We can just take it to the street in a peaceful way, but we should be able to communicate that this is not right. And for another thing I observed is how he said that he's a president of every Kenyan, but he did not acknowledge that half of the country was split, not even half, because it was 200,000 votes as the right to be. That is not even, it's almost half or more than half. And to just to say is his people present for everybody, that's not good enough. He could have said something more about it. I know people are hurting, and with the election was close. It was closer. What do you call it? Competition and everything. And I acknowledge how people are hurting. To console and to encourage people, like a father figure. Don't worry, tomorrow to be better and not this, but I'm encouraged and I will serve you all together and I understand you. Presidential speech, but it's like, yeah, I'll be looking after you all, and that's it, as if nothing happens. So that is my contribution for now. I'll wait and hear everybody else. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. We appreciate that, and this has been our concern all along, even as we've been campaigning. One of the unmaking of an insecure leader is that he competes throughout. Whereby he feels that somebody is taking advantage or he has to prove himself with everything. Like you said, I think it was too, there was no need of picking up war on the day of inauguration. And then when you get into office, you get the office from your predecessor. He hands over the cases that he was dealing with before, so that you have a continuity. You assess. But the assumption that I'm going to swear in the judges, it goes with the same statement. It means he has not changed from his statement of saying that corruption cannot stop a determined leader from performing. And if that is the case, then we are in for a great corruption sprint in this particular administration. Because if somebody sees nothing wrong with corruption, then corruption will just be part of our docket, and probably will budget for it, as he said, and will make provision for this. I feel that there is a need for a rethink. There are those who are talking about handshake. There's no need for handshake right now. But if the new administration is going to survive full term, there must be a rethink, there must be a retreat, there must be a way of carrying everybody along. We are right where we were with Moi in 1992, when he won the election with the minority. Okay, the majority opposition lost against Moi by far, and he won because of the split of many opposition candidates. But when you put together the votes the opposition got in 92 with those of Moi had 1.9. Okay, the next person had 1.4. The other person following had a 1 point something, then 900,000. So put together, there was like 4 million against the 2 million approximately that Moi had. And so when Moi assumed office, he appreciated the fact that he is on the minority side, and so he had to reach out to others. He had humility and wisdom to be able to understand that to navigate through this country, you must not look down on anybody or despise anybody. But this one we are faced with right now, they seem to have a determination to think that they can do without anybody, and they don't owe anybody anything. Now that, to me, doesn't sound good. But I pray that God is going to touch them and be able to call them to their senses. Where they are right now, they are not themselves, in my opinion. Yes, Lily.
Yeah, yeah. Ben, I wanted to say that something else which was very sad in that inauguration, that even they did not acknowledge the history of our own country, where we have come from colonial. No one mentioned about it. And its inauguration to say we have come from this far and now we are here and we hope to go somewhere. That was tragic in this inauguration, that no one bothered to mention those our forefather who has been before us. Like and like you can see in America, they start every presidential, when they go for an election, they acknowledge their history. But in this one, it was full of anger. People were angry, and still they are the president and deputy president. Why are they angry now? It was full of anger and a lot of bile coming from them. Yeah, thank you.
Asante sana Lili, tunashukuru kwa hayo na tunasonga mbele na mjadala wetu. Kama unatupata, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike, tukisikiliza Wakenya wakipeana maoni tofauti kuhusu yote ambayo yamefanyika leo. Tumekuwa na rais wa awamu ya 5 Dr. William Ruto akichukua kiapo cha kukaa kwa ofisi na kutekeleza majukumu yake kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kuna mambo mengi tu yamefanyika ambayo tungependa kuyaangazia, alafu tukitazamia how the future looks by reason of the kind of leadership we have placed in office. So whether we did it by omission or commission or by whatever means, that is the leadership we have, and we need to navigate through life through the same. Naomba tumsikilize Leo Evans kwanza, alafu turudi kwa Sam. Leo Evans vipi?
Asante sana Mr. Bernard, tunashukuru. Na wasalimu nyote panelists kwa siku ya leo. Ilikuwa ni kuwapisha mashabiki wa nchi ambao waliopigwa nje. Aisolo. Bernard, I could say that today it was not a good day as per what we had expected. One, there was a test, or let's say that there are some people who were awarded for doing the job which they were told to do. I could see very clearly that the judiciary was awarded, and there was an agreement prior the election that this is what we want you to do. If you do for us this way, we will do for you this. So I'm absolutely very clear. We have discussed this one here in this platform, and today it was an epitome. It was a moment that we have agreed that these people, they were awarded. You could see the judiciary, no one, let's say no one, no credible leader can do what he did in the inauguration day, that you just go straight away and say, put it on my table, I will sign. That's an agreement of corruption. Secondly, I was perturbed, honestly, to have noticed that also he put the police on that list. Now it just took me the memory, the flashback, and who saw maybe during when the IEBC was declaring Ruto, you could see the police, they took over. So meaning that also these gentlemen, the guys in uniform, hopefully they are not. It seems also they are being awarded, hopefully, of what they had already agreed. There was a prior arrangement on this. And that's what I thought maybe our president, Mr. UHURU, did. Maybe he must have known something, and they realized instead of plunging our country into turmoil, let him do what is necessary so that he leaves. Yes, for sure. He said it a few days ago that he knows for a fact that his leader is a writer. It sends us some shivers. You know, we're supposed to think, yes, we cannot be all of us prophets. We cannot all be scholars, but literal statements make meaning. We are supposed to think why the president, the sitting president, will utter such a kind of words. Those words means a lot, which means that the state was captured long time ago. The same people who are saying the state has been captured, the thief was just shouting, catch the thief, and it was the thief. So we know, for apparent reasons, we know that this was already orchestrated. They did it. It was a mafia kind of operation. So anyway, we thank them. They took the arms of power. Now they are in the helm. We wish them well. But fact is, God did not answer their call. Nobody chokes with the word of God. Nobody just ran away with the name of God and then they go scot-free. Today you saw the confusion. I started from not seeing from the president, now the sitting president, Mr. Ruto. He got confused when he was being guided what he's supposed to do. I don't know anyone who saw when he was being guided by the chief of commander to do something, he got confused completely. He even lost it. Secondly, you saw what GACHAGUA did. GACHAGUA just went astray until my son, who is 5 years, was telling me, do you want to tell me that he cannot follow these simple words? Then even my son asked me, is it okay that you can repeat after this word so that I can repeat? Or is it okay if I can speak on his behalf? I got perturbed, honestly. I just felt embarrassed. I felt like, why should we be in this situation that even a young boy will challenge me? You know, he even told me, you voted. Is this the kind of people voted in? So you mean that when we go to school, this is how we're gonna be? You know, I felt bad, honestly. I felt like it was a challenge. The confusion was there. And now there is a question that I need to ask Mr. Bernard and anyone in this panel or anyone there, a scholar, to tell me, Mr. Bernard, if you went to school, or you did something, or you went for a rally, you did something well, and you achieved, or you succeeded, what comes after? You're supposed to celebrate. You're supposed to be happy. What is happening in this unity, the one they call the Yuda? Why the people, why these guys are so sad? Why are they annoyed? Why they are so grieved, as if they want revenge? What went wrong? Is it that the deal they just gave was too much as what they bargained for? Are we captured by the cartels? So the cartels is it gonna work on them? The cartels are more powerful on Israel side than ever. Can you tell us? Maybe we have a Superman. Mr. Ryder is not still owl. It can help him actually to maneuver. And I believe, take this one from me today. This guy is gonna raise a hand and is gonna call Ryder on his side for help. Otherwise, he's not gonna make it. Because I'm sure 100% the international community does not accept his leadership, neither they are gonna support him as they were supposed to. So what I could suggest is our country.
Sorry bwana, leo inaonekana neti wako imekataa, lakini tunashukuru kwa ujumbe wako. Ushafikisha.
It's been kicked out. I can leave it.
Conclude. It's like your network is a bit weak.
Bernard, wacha niachilie hapo kwa sababu network yangu naona inapigwa. Unajua labda there is somebody after me.
So stay safe. Thank you very much.
Kenyans, can I talk now?
Hold on one moment. I appreciate everyone. Thank you. Those of you are inviting each other. Thank you so much. Please, let's keep it up. Let us keep focused. Everything will be all right. Jesus is on the throne. And mambo itakuwa sawasawa. Tafadhali mahala popote ulipo usisononeke. Mungu hajakuacha. Unaweza kuwa umeachwa na kila mtu, lakini Mungu bado yuko sehemu yako na atakutetea wakati hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye atakusimamia. Mambo mabaya utendeka, lakini Biblia inasema mambo yote yanatendeka kwa wema wetu ambao tunampenda Mungu na tumeitwa kutokana na kusudi lake. So mind God's purpose, mind God's love for you, and you will be able to navigate through any situation. Thank you. Dada Roda, unasemaje?
Niko nasema kuna, I don't know whether I speak the truth. Sometimes the truth is hard. Like the Bible says, "So God loved the world, He gave only forgotten Son." So everybody believe we have eternal life, but you not die. So that's a scripture. The way I saw it today. Even niliona leo kwa hiyo stadium. Those people, they just need mapenzi ya Mungu. Mnasikia ama? Kuna kitu imehack. I don't know, it's my internet hack it.
You're okay. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think those people, I think they need the love of God, kwa sababu Mungu akikuwa na kama mimi before I get saved, I used to have a hatred, I used to have a bitterness, lakini siku ile Mungu alikuja kwa roho yangu nikajua mapenzi ya Mungu. Unajua kama mimi Bernard, kuna watu wengine wanakuanga wananichukia, wananiambia you talk like a foolish. But let me tell you, I don't care because I know God ananipenda. Hakuna mtu ananipenda mkubwa sana kuniliko. So, mtu akiwa na mapenzi ya Mungu, you don't care. Uko na roho ya kuforgive, uko na roho ya uko kind. Unaona kama vile President Uhuru, he is very kind person. Everybody, the whole world, they see. By the way, today I was watching this delegation with one woman, and she's a mzungu. Akaniambia, oh, he looks to be kind, you know. Watu wanajua, dunia zima inajua mtu very kind. Lakini vile walikuwa naongea, those people, bitterness, anger, hatred, without respect, they don't love themselves, they don't have a feeling. I was asking myself, even, can you imagine, he came the president, he need to be happy, because he want to be the president, tonight he will sleep at a state house, he would have a good life, but he still akona hasira. Ni hasira za nini? Huyo mtu he's a bad person, he's not good, he's not kind, he's a bad, he is a bad person. I cannot just try to pretend. Ni mtu mbaya, na mtu mbaya ndio ni mtu mbaya. The way I saw in Kenya, people in Kenya, they will start to lie. Like for example, unaona kuna watu wengine wanadanganyana. People are not in reality. I don't think so. Those guys, everybody, they hate President Uhuru. I don't think they love. You know, even when Jesus was this world, not everybody hate him. You know, even when the Judas sold Jesus, there were some people, they were crying, "Don't kill Jesus. We love you." You know, you cannot. You know, some people, they have feelings, and other people, I don't think they are robot people. They are that stage, but they cannot express because they are under control with the dictatorship, you know. And that's something I'm worried because people, they'll start to pretend they are not. People, they need to live for real. People, they need to be themselves and to be happy and joyful because we have a very nice country, fantastic, beautiful. You know, I was expecting you have another expectation of joy of the Lord is my strength. What opportunity. I'm so grateful that I have this opportunity to serve the people from Kenya. I'll serve you with love. But hasira, ubaya. Unaona huyo ni mtu mbaya. He's a bad person. I cannot say he's a good person. He's bad. Usiache nakaa kukasirika. You know, if it is me, I could be there. I could be very joyful. I could not forget about past, you know. Agiongea present. He could speak positive. You know, I don't like to be negative. Sometimes we need, even if your money, you don't have money in your account, still be positive, you know. It really hurt me the way they were treating another son of God because Uhuru ni mtoto wa Mungu. They treat him bad. They didn't respect him. They didn't show him love. They were not kind. That's not fair. Let us be people of kindness. Hata mtu akikufanya nini, yani unasamehe huyo mtu, unakuwa na roho ya kusamehe. Jana nisema tukuwe na Mungu unajua pastor wetu wa kanisa mimi naenda anakuwa atuambia see people like the way God see them. Have the heart of God. The forgiveness is a gospel. Nilisoma hiyo kanisa. I think our country is a time the missionary need to come back to our country to preach the gospel. because people of Kenya, they can know who is God, they can know what is the Holy Spirit, what the Holy Spirit can. Kwa sababu hiyo hasira, it's not fair. Let us love one another. Because when we love one another, the word will see. When we love one another, the word will see. Biblia inasema tukipendana sisi tunaitwa ni watoto wa Mungu. Wewe ukiwa unapenda mtu mwingine, uko na the love of God. Hata Biblia inatuambia vile we need to stay about love. If you hate your brother, you don't love Jesus, you know. So let us preach the gospel than before, and not kind of things like I'm a pastor because I want to be evangelist, because my church to be famous, or maybe I can invite Wazungu. By the way, Wazungu, you know me, I live in the country of Wazungu. They're the one who the way I'm not. If I could be, I was not like the way I am. They teach me how to live, to be kind, to see the goodness, to be thankful, what you have, what you don't have. And I'm telling you, those politicians, they need to have the way of thinking, you know, because we can move forward as a Kenyan citizen, right? Yeah, so God love you, God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate that. It is in the love of God that we find our love for one another and even our love for ourselves. At the risk of sounding like a preacher, the greatest commandment begins with love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your strength. Then the second is like unto it, love your neighbor as yourself. He said, on these two law hangs all the prophets and all the commandments. So we can't fulfill any commandment until we have fulfilled the commandment of love. And love is strange. The Bible says it covers up multitude of sin. So with love, we can go through anything. Let's ensure that God affects us enough to be able to love the unlovable, care for the careless, and reach the unreachable. Sam Abarela, Sam Kialo.
Wanamtembei.
Yes,
habari zenyu? Kwa salama?
Tuko poa.
Kwanza kitu yenye naweza appreciate sana ni kwa our former president Uhuru Kenyatta. Alimeka hiyo transfer of power ikuwe peaceful. Now kuna vitu kadhaa. Kwanza hata Rhoda atakuambia hivi, we are living in a cruel world, and the moment mtu akishajua hivyo, you able to uko able kujikinga wewe mwenyewe. Yani wewe tu na Mungu wako ndio unaweza jitrust. Now kuongelea mambo ya inauguration ya our President Ruto, tukubali yes, hii ndio leader, na let's see ni nini ako capable of. But kitu ingine pia ilikuwa so sad President former President Uhuru Kenyatta looked dejected. Alikuwa na katu ana rafiki, he was out of place in that event. So another thing is our Vice President GACHAGUA, that guy needs he needs to learn about emotional intelligence, because he lacks that. Na hiyo kitu itamcost hata itacost, hata inaweza cost sana president mwenyewe, because wanaweza go discuss something and then maybe he disagrees with it, then he comes out na alafu analipua kila kitu, you see. So it's also dangerous to him and also to the president. And another thing I noted, President William Ruto appointing Uhuru Kenyatta as envoy to Ethiopia Great Lakes region. Do you think the former President Uhuru Kenyatta is going to accept that offer? I don't think so. That's my opinion though. Because hiyo madharau, hakuna appreciation. These people have been in the same administration, the previous one. where from 2013 to 2022 walikuwa employed under Jubilee administration, na wanajitoa kando. Kwa nini? Wapaswa ku summarize what happened from 2013 ifike mpaka 2022, wakisema hiyo pesa yote ilikopwa, hiyo he said what trillions, like 2 trillion, sizi kumbuka. Wanapaswa kukuja waku accountable of it due because walikokoya administration. So hiyo ndo naweza changia, na let's stay positive. Bernard, usiogope, tutafuatwa. Hii tunataka nini channel isonge, nini tutaenda kwa streets, siogope. Another thing, Gachagua alipromise akasema ati everyone ako anaweza criticize the government. So lakini akinini Kenya, we are crazy, wasione ati tumenyamaza, we are so crazy. So they should not attempt to do anything silly. That's what I can say. And kuna to finish up, kuna hii quote moja ya Malcolm X alisema, I'll just leave. We need more light about each other. Light creates understanding, understanding creates love, love creates patience, and patience creates unity. Thank you, na mkuwe na usiku mwema.
Okay, asante sana Sam Kialo, we appreciate that, and tutasonga mbele hata tukikujiwa hii injini yetu, na the prices that have already been paid by those that have gone ahead of us are much more than what will be required of us to pay. The only way for us to sustain our freedom of speech and the space that we enjoy right now, we say that the best defense is attack. If we fold our hands, I don't see us continuing the way we've been. There has to be a vigilance from our side as a people, and not to play games. There are those of you who are still campaigning on this particular channel. I don't know what's wrong with you. Kuna wale ambao wanasema nini? He said what? I just want to make it clear, okay? The majority of Kenyans did not vote for the current administration. That is why they're disgruntled. And that's why 60% of Kenyans, there was a survey, they are not watching television. 60%. So how do you claim to be the majority when 60% have kept off news, have kept off newspaper, have kept off that? That depicts the picture of the majority of Kenyans were not in support of this. It's even a miracle or a mystery that these people claim to be the majority. They are not. And so don't bring us into the campaign mode because we have facts that we can use against you. We will accept whatever it is that has happened, but not because you lied to us. Your propaganda machine, I know you want to sustain your job and food on your table, but use it elsewhere. We don't need it here. We know what happened. We know what transpired. And as time goes, we are going to get more light. You're going to get more light. You will see people running, others resigning, others going for hiding. This is Kenya now. This is Kenya. We've been here long enough to know what happens. And those of you are celebrating. I don't want to begin to prophesy now. Just relax yourselves. Siku njema uonekana mapema. I read a quote today saying, I don't trust your words, and I don't trust you. He said, and I doubt your actions, but I will always believe in your pattern. Your words can change, your actions can change, but your sustained pattern is all that tells the truth. So people are in office, but their pattern is what is going to manifest not long from now. So don't think that oath of office or assuming office is going to change one's personality. No, one's character remains the same, and that's what defines how that office is going to be run. Just watch this space. And somebody who has no regard for his predecessor, you know that even his number two is not going to have regard for him. Is it not what you saw that you reap? Wait for harvest time. The only problem is that the harvest is always bigger than the seed. So you sow one, you harvest hundreds. Wait and see. Kello, what are you saying? Want to move on?
Another thing, Hustler funds zikikuwa ready, mshikane to apply tutumie hiyo pesa kufanya kazi. Msiogope atuanze kusema sijui nini. No, hiyo ni pesa yetu. So yeah,
Atungoji ku apply kuanzia kesho, tuko Status Road. Pesa ya vijana, pesa ya mama, pesa ya mama mboga, mkokoteni, hizo pesa zote tuliahidiwa tunaendea. Kwani atungoji maneno ya Hustler Fund itengenezwe. Walisema first day as they swear in the judges, they said we queue for our money. So story at the economy is bad, we have inherited debts and all that. That is story. Whatever you promise you deliver. Na tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo inafanyika. Kwa hivyo msitetee mtu yeyote, huku msaidia kuahidi. Kwa hivyo akishaingia ofisi, ameingia leo, kesho asubuhi State House Road, pesa ya vijana tunataka, ya wazee tunataka, ya kina mama tunataka, ya judiciary hiyo amesema anapeana, ya police, kila pesa ambayo aliahidi tunahitaji. And we will not even wait for budgeting because the budget was done in June. Next budget will be in June. Sisi tunataka hela yetu. Aya, naomba tusonge mbele. Let's listen to Respect.
Ndio ndugu, nanisikia?
Ya, unapatikana. Asante sana. Just 1 minute. If you have made your submission, it is good. You can leave space for somebody. There are those fighting me on the comment section. Wanataka kuingia na tumejaa studio. So come make submission and you don't need clarification or you don't need another point to add on. You can leave space for somebody. Thank you. Respect, go ahead.
Asante Bernard, how are you?
I am fine. I'm fine. Thank you. How are you?
Bernard, I can't waste my emotions on these people. At all, siwezi kula, sijui nini na uchungu. They are not worth it. I think I am just happy. I am waiting kwenda State House kula nyama na mchele, because that was the promise that we received. And I am telling my people from Bungoma, salamu ni kwamba msikuwe mnanipigia simu kuniuliza pesa ati sijui tusaidie mtoto aende asome, tusaidie sijui nini hospitali, kwa sababu nyinyi mlikataa 6,000. So kuanzia kesho safari yenu ni kwenda State House mkatafute hiyo pesa ya Hustler Fund ilikuwa mpromisiwa. And so the thing that I wanted to emphasize, Bernard, ni kwamba the great Michelle Obama alisema the office of the presidency does not change you, it reveals who you are. Hawa watu wanakuja na system ya majambazi, as we had the famous song, and they have shown us from the beginning, from the inauguration, that they are bringing in a system that Kenyans are not too familiar with. And hence you see Mr. Museveni taking the center stage and lecturing the media and telling them or telling Kenyans how they are supposed to run their country. And yet he himself is not able to take that advice. It's a very interesting partnership ambayo wameingiana nayo kwa sababu they are not going to succeed. I don't believe Kenyans want to go the Uganda way. Hiyo partnership ambayo wameingiliana nayo, I think it's for themselves and them only. Bernard, I want to ask whether you can remember Ruto's speech in 2013. It was almost the same as Gashagua's, only that Gachagua took it a notch higher. And if you remember all the things that he promised in that inaugural speech, you can see how things turned out. And so what I had questioned when I listened to Gachagua is the same pattern being repeated, in that in 5 years, Ruto is going to be a bad man, and we are going to be prepared for President Gachagua, who is coming in 10 years. So ukisikiza hiyo speech, and maybe to go back to what Leo, the previous panelist, was talking about, is all hot air, to copy a little bit from our magistrate, Chief Justice. It had nothing in it. It's nothing that we haven't seen before. It's nothing that we haven't had before. And that tells you that they have no principle. They are saying things that are more like they just want to appeal to the masses because they really have nothing to govern with. Yao is about looking back. Like everybody has said, if you have actually won something and you know that you've legitimately won it, why are you looking back? Why do you keep going back to chastise the people that you defeated, the system that you have beaten hands down? Your vision should be looking forward and not be wanting to be drawn back or to be dragged back or drag everybody back to the old system. Because I think, Bernard, this is the script going forward. They are going to be trumpeting this, that we got a dilapidated government, there was nothing, and so please give us time. And meanwhile, wanakula pesa ile yote ambayo wamepata hapo. Meanwhile, they are corrupting every institution that is in place. You have seen it. They have started with bribing the judiciary. Wanaambia sasa, we are buying you. We are getting you on our side. 5 years from now, you have to remember what we have done for you from when we came into government. 5 years from now, when we have a case or someone brings a case to you, you know who is on your side. So it's compromising the system. They are compromising the police force. They are trying to endear themselves to these institutions, in that the people who are actually running those institutions, they will feel indebted to them, so that if they want to stand against them, they cannot. If they have a conscience, that conscience is corrupted because there's money that has been poured in those systems so that they can be controlled. So that is something that we really need to look forward to. But in terms of having hope that there's something that is going to change, I don't see it. I don't see any change that is going to happen. So mimi ni kuambia wa Kenya kwamba buckle down. There is going to be a lot of upheaval that is going to happen. But the greatest thing that we have, which we have to credit Baba for, is the local government, counties. This is where development is going to take place. This is where people have to concentrate. because that is the only hope that we have. And once we actually strengthen our counties, then I think the national government will be taken out of place. They can do whatever they want to do, and they will face the brunt. But as long as we have strengthened our local government, I think we will do fine. I want to finish by saying ya kwamba when you hear stories that are out there, Bernard, I am a little bit conflicted, because you see someone who has vilified the former president, the immediate outgoing president, and the first thing that he does is to appoint him as an envoy of some country somewhere, and yet there's so much that they've talked evil about him, and so you kind of wonder what is the game plan, like what is going on here. And then I am looking at Azimio, and I'm seeing a little bit of a conflict also of interest. We are having a former head of state is now the Azimio chairman, and if we have things that need to be changed around, how do we involve the former president? How do we put him at the front to be one of the people who are actually going against their predecessors? I am seeing a little bit of chaff coming out of that, and a lot of chaos that are going to happen. And maybe after a few months, that will straighten out. They will straighten out. But for the moment, I'm seeing a lot of chaos and a lot of things that are not going to be pleasant for Kenyans to watch and hear. Like you have said, stories are going to come out, and you will hear people from one side talking about, maybe we shouldn't have done this, maybe we shouldn't have gone this way, maybe we should have stayed the course. But all those are probably going to be steps to taking that healing step, taking that step that requires people to see and take stock and say, where have we gone wrong and how can we do better next time? Thanks, Bernard, for your time. I'll leave it there for now. Hopefully I'll come back again and contribute. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Respect, we appreciate that. Good way to look at it extensively and widely. It's a confusing state for affairs within the country, but we hope that the new leaders will come around. In my opinion, they are still with the election hangover. They are yet to settle down and come to terms with the reality of the real Kenya that they are placed on their shoulders. This country is a very nice country to lead, but very complicated if you are not wise enough to bring everybody on board. And then, as it is said, the spectators are the best players. They see how one should have scored, how one should have gotten this and all that. So those, wherever bad-mouthing Uhuru Kenyatta, they are yet to get in the field. They may have seen where he was to score, he didn't score, he wasted time with the ball, he did not move in time. Why didn't he score from there? Why didn't he hand over from that corner and all that? But now when they get into the field, it's when they will know that there is the defenders on the other team too. And there is another team you're fighting against, and that team is not as easy as it appears. But all in all, the future must be gotten into, and we must get there wholeheartedly and committedly. Kenyans, we are resilient people. I believe God has brought us this far for a reason. Let's look out for that reason and keep moving. But our counsel to the new administration is that they should slow down and get to the rhythm of the life of Kenyans. They must not play Mr. Know-it-all, because when the rubber meets the road, the highest expectant Kenyans will not respond politely. The slogan Maliza Wende may begin very early in the day than it anticipated. One of the worst leadership style is where you give people promises knowing that you will not fulfill them. And if these people believe you and you don't fulfill those promises, they may not listen to any excuse. And that's why I'm saying right now, no handshake, no support from the other party. Let those who have been bought and let them continue buying so that there will be a free field in operation. So that when things go wrong, nobody will say it is the handshake, it is the opposition, it is this and that. We want them to own up everything and be able to articulate them. The excuse of Uhuru Kenyatta from the mouth of Gachagua and wherever, the deputy president, it's uncalled for. It's uncalled for. Right now, it is how will you get every Kenyan? What they don't understand is that there are 22 million registered voters. A half of the so-called voters did not vote in their favor. Then we have another 7 million that did not vote. So you don't know where they are. And then you assume that with your 7 million, you are safe. There are 14 that will gather against you. How are you going to navigate that? That's what needs to give you a level-headed approach towards rising up with the style of leadership. You don't begin to talk as if you got 18 million votes out of 22 million. If you got 18 million out of 22 million, then you can talk anyhow because you have the majority with you. But if you escaped with the victory that is still questionable, and then there are 7 million that are silent, you don't know whether they are for you or against you, you need to tread carefully. And so the new administration has a lot to put their ear on the ground and begin to understand the rhythm of life within the country. Failure to which they will just overstay their welcome in the shortest time possible. And that doesn't smell any good. So let everybody be advised, especially when you are charged with the responsibility of leading a complicated, diverse group like Kenyans. No joke. Everybody must wake up and appreciate that everything is not as it looks. Naomba tumsikilize Cynthia mbio mbio tukisonga mbio. Cynthia, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. I hope I remember what I wanted to say. But let me play the devil's advocate. I don't know where people sat and decided that Ruto is not the ordained president and that he is bad. I do not know where people sat. I don't know who had a meeting with God and decided that. But having said that, he is the president now. And that means the same Bible that I hear people quoting since I joined, the same Bible also talks about respecting the people in authority and giving them their due respect. And that is what I would expect that we start doing moving forward because he's president. Yeah. So we should not choose which part of the Bible to go with and which one to discard. And I do not also know where it was. People sat down and decided he is not going to make it. He's going to fail, which is very unfortunate because this is our country. Hapa ndio tuko. We are not going anywhere. And if the country fails, if the leadership fails, that means the country will fail and then we all are disadvantaged. So I don't know, somebody is really putting up his hand to, I don't know, say what, but let me just finish. So we are supposed to, it is required of us to support Ruto now that he's in authority. it is not if or it is required of us. The Bible demands of us to do that. And it is unfortunate that we can sit and expect him to fail, thinking that he will fail as Ruto. No, if anything goes wrong, then we all get to suffer. That's what we should, in fact, pray for him to succeed because he's president. Again, having said that, I'll talk about a few things that I found really kudos in his speech today. He talked about the fertilizers bringing down the cost, and I think we should laud that. It's a good thing. I noted that he deliberately shied away from dropping the price of unga, but he brought it a long haul, talking about fertilizer first, because then there'll be a ripple effect, and then at some point, then we would get unga to go down. So I noticed he shied away from that because we also need to be realistic. But if he gives it, we will thank God that the prices of unga will go down. But I suspect what he did is he started with fertilizer, then you grow the crop, then eventually it trickles down to the unga. So that's one thing I liked about his first, they call it the executive orders that he gave today. He also talked about the judges that he's going to appoint, and I think it's a good thing. I'm not going to divulge where it is I work, but I know the process. I'm a lawyer, eventually. By profession, so I know how this works. And if I tell you where I work, then you will probably understand. The process of appointing the lawyers has no reverse gear. It is the Judicial Service Commission finishes its work, and then the president is to appoint. There's no reverse gear. So that means President Uhuru just delayed the process, but we all knew that when the new administration comes in, then they are going to be appointed. And I think it's a good thing that he gets to gazette them and to appoint them tomorrow, if he'll be able to do that. We need more Court of Appeal judges. It's been a strain for a long time, and I think we should laud that. Yeah, we cannot be complaining about everything, even the things that clearly look good to us. We want to turn it to complain and hope that they fail. And the third thing, I can't remember all of them, but there were a few nice things, giving the fund to the policemen so that they're able to manage their fund instead of it passing through the office of the president is also a good thing, because we all know the state of the way the police officers operate, and the state of even their housing and kila kitu, their pay. That's why they have to take bribes. And then now we want to move away from that, and we still think it's a bad thing. Honestly, when they manage their own funds, I think the idea is that eventually we pay them better, we get them better working and living facilities and conditions, so that we move away from the 50 bob on the roads. I think that's a good thing. But being a women's rights advocate, again, the president talked about the 2/3 gender principle and that he's keen to implement it. A good thing. We want to see a cabinet that will be, as he promised when he was campaigning, half women, half men. When we see such kind of things, we should be happy about it. But a word of encouragement to the rest of us. I see nobody has an inclination towards the president. I'm not sure. I've tried to stay on this channel for a while to find out, was this an Azimio channel? I hope not, because a time has come now for us to move on. I know that people, half the country, as you say, rightfully are hurting, which is okay, because there could only be one winner. If we flipped the coin, it is the other half that would be hurting now, and the other half would be celebrating. But unfortunately, the people in this channel find themselves to be the people who have to hurt. It will be a process, understandably
Now,
so. Yeah,
Cynthia, sorry to
you
interrupt
want
you.
to insult me,
I've
so
given
that's
you
fine. I hope I
to
made my
air.
point. I'll let it go. I'll
Hold
let it
on, hold
slide.
on. Your point is made, but before you go, okay?
Mm.
You began by inviting the Bible in. That
Yes.
is my area.
I
The Bible, the Bible says, "Whatsoever a man sows, the same he shall reap."
Cynthia, we want to see your face. Why are you hiding your face?
Oh, sorry. I was putting the phone like this so that I'm able to project my voice, but the face is here. Nico
Yeah, it's
Factory
good.
said,
Yeah, it's good when somebody is giving the submission to be seen, because we are not. We may think you're a hot hair.
or a fool's errand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Alex. Now, Cynthia, you brought in the aspect of the Bible, that the Bible says that we should respect those in authority. Okay,
Yeah.
that respect for those in authority, is it not an outcome of somebody's sowing and reaping, in your understanding of biblical truth? Secondly, our analysis is about the first day. Okay, the first day in terms of let's say acceptance speech or inaugural speech, the tone and the people that have taken the office. How are they building bridges in their speech? How did they treat their predecessor in their speech? That's what we are looking at. And
Yes.
how have they been operating? Because I said the quote I read today, I may doubt, I may not trust your words, I will doubt your actions, but your pattern will remain. And so I will go for patterns. If they have campaigned with this, the deputy president, when the current president, when he was deputy president, how did he treat his boss, especially on the campaign trail? Did he respect? Did he show respect and all that? So how come now that he's in office, and all of a sudden we turn around and say, he should be respected. Nobody should check what he's saying. If you check, you are Azmio, and you are Azmio because you lost and you're hurting. In my opinion, you are not being sincere.
No, Bernard.
Okay. You're not
No.
being sincere. Yes.
Okay, I was about to finish. Yes, I was about
Yes.
to finish. Yes. If you are, I believe you are a man of God, and it is not please, it is not if or what, it is a command that the people who are in power should be respected and due honor given unto them. That's where I started from. But going back to the speeches
You
today,
balance it with whatsoever you sow, you reap.
That's being judgmental. When we go that direction, we are
judgmental, Cynthia. Look here. When David, I'll call you Bible, twende kwa Biblia sasa. When David was ordained king of Israel, Saul was in office. Okay? David respected Saul even when God had rejected Saul. And that is why David's kingdom survived every storm, because he never took an opportunity to get rid of Saul or to badmouth Saul. David killed the people that killed Saul and wept for Saul as if he was his best friend. Now flip that to today. Uhuru is in office. His deputy is William Ruto. What did he do? What he did command respect for him? Even today, just today in his speech, handing him over some portfolio to go and continue chairing some meetings somewhere. I mean...
No, Bernard, let's not take things out of context. What happened about I listened to the full speech. I am very keen and very patriotic. what happened about the appointment that that Ruto is staying on with? If you listened to the president well, he said, and I think it's a piece something, that Uhuru has done very well wherever it is, and he spoke to him, and Uhuru graciously agreed to stay on there. Go back and listen to it. That was the context. But okay, now I'll go back to finish. What I did not like about the event was, in fact, when the deputy president, the current deputy president, took the microphone, I cringed, because I think he went overboard, and we were watching it with my colleagues and saying, gosh, there are some things you do not say when visitors are there. I think he went overboard on that. But if you noticed the president's speech, President Ruto's speech, he extends an olive branch to Ruto, to Uhuru all the time. The names are confusing. He keeps on referring to him, my brother, whom I respect, my brother, we worked well. That was good. We cannot say he did anything bad about that. But for Gachagua, I think he may have he actually overstepped. There are things he shouldn't have said. So it wasn't all good. Gachagua has to, and I think with time he will be pruned to size, but we give them a chance and we hope that it works for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia, for your submission. It's a long debate on your take. I'm not in any way advocating for the disrespecting of the president. I'm only calling out a reality that whatever you make happen for others, God makes happen for you. So if William Ruto treated well his predecessors, that is starting with Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, he will have a good stay in office. But if he in any way took advantage of them, he should expect the same. And when it begins to happen, he should not be surprised. And Kenyans should not be surprised, because whatsoever man sows, the same he shall reap. That's all. I want it to be balanced that way, so that kusikue ati nani ananionea, nani amesema nini. Kama umepanda mahindi itaota. Kama umepanda maharagwe, ni hayo yataota. Hakuna kupanda maembe na kuvuna mananasi.
Na hakuna forgiveness. There's no forgiveness. If he may have been wrong previously, he cannot be forgiven. He is bad eternally.
No, there is forgiveness, but you can't forgive the seed in the ground for it not to germinate. There is forgiveness of sin, and there is consequences of sin. So we can remove we can forgive, but the consequences thereof, some of them are irreversible, just like you talked about the judges. Although I also find that strange, because if you appoint for me a judge and I have information that this judge is wrong, and you tell me I should just swear them in regardless of the new evidence, I don't think that's how law works. If there is new evidence, a matter that new evidence...
Ruto himself does not forgive. Ruto himself does not forgive. How do you forgive a man who doesn't forgive?
I'm a lawyer, so there's there's no reverse gear. The process is mara moja. Otherwise, they would have been on the side.
If I take you to court and my case is dismissed because I didn't have enough evidence, and later on evidence resurfaces that incriminates you, we can revive that case. So if the Judicial Service Commission, fails in doing due diligence, then when the names are submitted to the president, information arises that these people did 1, 2, 3, and 4. The new president needed to get into office, check these files first before he commits to appoint people into office, unless he's putting up a judiciary that he will be working in cooperation in doing ills to Kenya.
On the side, then I'll explain to you. Just look for me on the side, then I'll explain to you. It's constitutional. The process is constitutional. Nitakutafuta on the side, then I explain to you.
The process is what? Constitutional?
The process of the recruitment of judges is constitutional. So there's no reverse gear. So what would happen then is get them into office. If you have such mud on them, bring a petition, take a petition to the Judicial Service Commission to remove them from office. There's no reverse gear. That's how come these judges the names were sent to the president in 2019. It's 3 years later, we got ourselves into that situation. There's no reverse gear. The process is constitutional. Thank you.
The appointment to the Court of Appeal it has no reverse gear.
The appointment of judges, all judges, whether Court of Appeal or any of the other High Court judges.
These were not new judges being appointed. They were being promoted to the Court of Appeal. All the same. Let's not spend too much time on that. Let's move forward, please. We'll discuss that later. Nitafute tutapatana. Jonathan, habari yala?
Salama Bernard. Mko salama?
Karibu.
Habari zenu? What I saw today and what I heard today is about, it's now the vice versa. No surrender, no retreat. It's not now no retreat, no surrender. There's no surrender, no retreat. What I have heard or what I have saw today. So Bernard, yeah, the reality now has hit us. We need to cope up with this reality. Tutafanya nini? Hii ndio maisha sasa yenye tuko sasa. And bado kitu ingine penye nimeona leo ni kweli Mungu, kweli watu wasemanga ati si maombi ni uchawi. I have even come to get tired and piece of this song. Si maombi ni uchawi, every time, every now and then. It's very hectic. And today, Bernard, I was looking somewhere online and someone was live and he was in State House. I can't mention, but imagine that someone said, and I quote, that tuliwaambia hizo vibanda zenyu za masession mtafunga leo. No one is allowed in State House except me. I'm the only one who is live. No one else. What kind of Kenya are we heading to? And Bernard, someone needs to tell some people that we are not in Uganda. Kenya is different than Uganda. So Kenya, we have a democracy and people fought for it. People died for it. People were jailed for it. So we need to be so much normal with our democracy and our constitution. We don't need to go back to some era which we don't want to go back to. And there's a one man who sang like, so far so good, we are living in a crazy world, because you don't know when a black man, when a man with a black coat will come and knock on your door. Oh, it's painful. That's what I can only say for today.
Asante. Siku njema onekana asubuhi. As much as we are being accused for being negative, the starting point tells a lot. Our advice is let everybody realize that you're in a very complicated position.
1 minute, Bernard. 1 minute, nimesahau kitu moja. 1 minute. 1 minute. Yes, Bernard.
Carry on.
Alafu, there's one thing nililopia yenye nimeona Bernard. How can we pour our dirty laundry in public? Now the world has seen us like we are the people who don't respect other people who are in power. When we come to power, now we start to abuse the one who are now coming out of power. Because today was someone just criticizing the same president, and the person who is now criticizing, or the deputy president who is now criticizing the president, is the one who was in power with the president. Now people are now laughing and people are celebrating, but they don't know these other leaders from other countries. Now they're laughing at us. They are now saying, now you see, they don't respect even their former president. And how will people going to respect them?
Sawa, thank you, Jonathan. That's exactly what you are saying. Na kuna wale wanasema Mtembei TV is Azimio TV. There is Azimio TV on YouTube. Tafuta utaipata. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV. Sio Azimio TV. Na our support for Azimio is we are unapologetic about it. There is what we believe, and we trust that you will need to respect that we are not insane to support Azimio with their agenda for this great country, with their leadership. I will still believe in their leadership. Taken to the ballot right now, I will still tell you, between William Ruto and Raila Odinga, I'll vote for Raila Odinga 1,000 times. You just get that. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. About our freedom of speech is going to remain, but we must be vigilant about it. The way things are beginning to unfold, it's a clear indication that somebody wants to control information so that he can use it to control the nation. But that is long gone. You better be in the information age. Be prepared that people are going to get information about you that you don't want them to get, and they may use it for or against you. So if you are introducing crackdown, shutting down TV stations and other wherever, so that you can carry the narrative of the country in a particular direction, you are living in a wrong time. You're living in a wrong time. Free advice. You're living in a wrong time. Just prepare yourself. Prepare yourself if you want to go that direction. But if you want to govern very well, let the people have their liberty, let the people do what they are required to do, and let the law have its free course. But if you want to cartel on people, they should not say anything, they should not do this, they do this, don't do this, do this, don't do this. Uta reduce space. Sio ya kwetu tu, itakuwa space ya kila mtu. Itakuwa space ya kila mtu, including you as the president or as the deputy president. Okay, I wanted to play a video before we... Fiona, nataka tumalize mkururo. Fiona, upo?
Thanks. Let me comment something before I go into my details about Cynthia. Cynthia, huwezi pewa heshima kama we mwenyewe hujajiheshimu ama hujaheshimu wadogo wako. And respect is the key word to everybody in this country. Most of today's speech, it was so irritating. We can't own a country where there's no peace, respect, and honors. Because kitu ya kwanza, speech ndio huleta watu pamoja. Kitu ya pili, matendo. Hizo ndio vitu muhimu zinaweza leta wananchi wakae pamoja. Lakini kama hatuna ile communication kwa watu nzuri, yani yenye nafutia, hatuwezi make. Na nchi yetu ilipoteanga kitambo, leo ni kama tulikuwa tunafanya revision for the last minute, tukiendelea na maisha ingine. This is not a country where you want to say you are free. Free where? Okay, umepea wananchi chakula wamekula, lakini mimi sikuona Maria ameongea juu ya masomo, mambo na health care. Those are the key words to the people of Kenya. Because day in, day out, people die, people fall sick, they have to be treated. Ruto mwenyewe hana heshima kwa wakubwa kama wadogo wake. Na no day mimi naweza sema eti kuna heshima. Nitampa heshima juu ni kiongozi wa Kenya, lakini yeye mwenyewe hana hiyo majukumu ya kuheshimiwa. Matamshi. Leo ndio ilikuwa siku ya Ruto kuongea, hata kama wale wenye tulikuwa tumeumia kiundani tuseme ameongea vizuri, wacha tufumilie tu tuingie naye, lakini hakuleta kitu kama hiyo pamoja wa Kenya. Gachagua ni mwingine, baada ya kuongea yale maneno yenye ako supposed to kuongea, alikuwa na slide ulimi kutoa speech ina maana na akanyoosha ulimi wake. So don't you say it Ruto was a chosen person from where? Some people are using the word of God in vain, and we can't go ahead of it. Whoever who knows what is right for us to do it. You personally, you are not in the same shoes number. I'm the one who know where I am. You are the one who know your life status. Kuanzia kesho kila mtu atasimamia na maisha yake. Kando data joe tu wewe ulikuwa wa UDA, wewe ulikuwa wa Azimio. Lazima ulipe rent, ulipia watu wako school fees, ukule na familia yako. Election imeisha, tung'ang'ana na maisha. Kama ako willing kufanyia wananchi venye alisema, tutashukuru pia. But saying it, you have to respect Ruto. Why? Morning before the show starts, when walikuwa wanakejeli Raila and the Luo Nyanza, we want to say it, you are in one Kenya. You are divided. And no day we can come together if the two peoples or tribes are the one who leading this country. We can't vote. We can't go back. No retreat. No surrender. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. We appreciate that. It's important that we look at our Kenya from both sides so that we understand the situation. It is wrong for you to be a father and segregate against the children. You will end up losing the family. So it's a great lesson that everybody needs to appropriate, not just for William Ruto or for Gachagua, even from where we lead, at family level, at our working place level, at a church level, and all that. There comes a time when you have to call for ceasefire and be able to bring everybody on board and then forge the way forward. But if you say we're going to go forward, whether you're coming with us or not, the truth is we have 7 million that did not vote, and we have 7 million that voted against you. That is 14. Okay? You are with 7. Now, that makes it very difficult.
Freedom is here with us.
Who is that? Oh, sorry.
I want to tell the people of Kenya that finally you are free. Kenya is now a democratic country. You don't have to look back when you do something.
Toa hiyo Bernard, toa hiyo.
Sorry. Yeah, oh, God. Sorry. Asante. I'm using different browsers. So I was downloading and
huyo ni Buzz wacha uroge. Huyo ni Buzz.
all the same, we are in for a great treat with the new administration. It seems to have begun on a drama kind of starting
Bernard,
point.
I've asked for a chance to speak, even to say something. You have refused to give me a chance.
Now, I don't want, you said freedom at last, okay? So I don't want to take on you right now, okay? And I want us to... Now, what happened? This aspect of me have refused to is neither here or there. We're just having a conversation, and this conversation goes one person at a time. Then we move on, just to make our viewers understand, and then we continue with the debate. It has nothing to do who scores or who doesn't score. This is no longer UDA Azimio affair. It's Kenya affair, and we need to look keenly about everything. Tuache hii victim mentality ya kusema unaonewa ama umenyimwa ama umenini. Kuna watu wamekuja hapa. This is the second hour, okay? We are starting the third hour into the conversation. You just came now, you want to take over. It doesn't work that way. Let's respect each other and just flow. Hii story ya kufight mimi sioni ikiendelea vizuri. And that is what we are saying. The new administration needs to embrace people and understand that having a different opinion doesn't make you an enemy. Failure to which they will make more enemies than friends. That's wrong. Okay, naomba nini, I wanted to play a video kwanza ndio nilete huyu Joshua. Nafuata tu hiyo line, eh? Kuna watu wawili waliruka wakaingia, so tuta balance. That is Kenyan na Alex, mlijipata huko juu, but I will bring you in a short while. Let me see if this is playable. Right.
ya kutumwa, si mwenye kutumana hako, si aongee. Alafu sisi tutajibiana. Kwani iko nini? Iko nini? Tutajibiana. Juzi wameleta mambo ya mashamba, tumesema tutaongea. Wameanza kutisha sisi tutashikwa. Kwani hii kushikwa ni nini? Si ni Friday alafu tunatoka Monday? Mambo ya mashamba tutaongea. Shamba ya Maumau tutauliza ilienda wapi na ilienda na nani, na inalindwa na askari na ni kwa nini. Hiyo maswali, hiyo debate iko, tunaitayarisha saa hii. Tunafanya mahesabu, eka ngapi huko Mombasa, eka ngapi Nakuru, eka ngapi Kahawa. Hiyo ndio tunasanya, hiyo debate itaendelea. So wakuwe tayari, na wale wanakasirika hiyo debate iko, waulize mwenye kwanza.
Joshua, no comment.
Thank you very much. That is GACHAGUA man, our deputy president. Now, Cynthia, I just want to say something. When you see many people are defending Raila or in this channel, it doesn't mean that this channel belongs to Azimio. It is that show you that Raila has a big support. So that one can tell you that Raila has a big support. Alinyang'anya victory yake tu. We have people from Muda coming here, but you realize we have so many Azimio guys in this channel. Not that because of this channel belong to Azimio, it's just because Raila had a huge followers. I just want to correct that. Now, let's now come to our business of today. The speech for our fifth president, that is William Samoei Ruto. And he gave us some promises. Whatever he gave today were just promises. Ni kama bado yuko campaign. Because me, I was expecting Ruto to say that bei ya unga kuanzia kesho ni 70 bob. He told us fertilizer next week. Why next week? Why not tomorrow? He ought to have told us fertilizer from tomorrow 2,500, because he said 2,525 last time. Aliongeza 1,000. I don't know why he aliongeza 1,000, because he told us to be 2,500 when he was campaigning. So today he was saying 3,500. So I don't know why ameongeza 1,000. And then he said it next week. The way he did it to wale majudges, because signing executive orders for judges tomorrow, and then he said that it's going to swear them in. That's not important to us. How will it help me directly? Because me mtu chini mamboga swearing judge tomorrow, itamsaidia judge at the end of the month, that judge will receive his salary, atakula na familia yake, they're going to celebrate the family. But now we want something that's going to affect us directly. The way amefanya ya judges, angefanya bei ya unga, angesema kwanza kesho bei ya unga ni 70 bob. Kwanza kesho fertilizer ni 335. Kwanza kesho healthcare itakuwa free. Kwanza kesho education itakuwa free. But now we know even I remember the issue of port, when he was giving promise about issue of port, of taking back port to Mombasa. He said mtapiga kura tarehe 9, tarehe 10 mta sign executive order ya kurudisha port Mombasa. I was expecting him to sema kwanza kesho I'm signing executive order taking back port to Mombasa. But now whatever he was giving us were promises. Ni kama bado anafanya campaign. No, Ruto ni bado yuko kwa ile campaign mood. We expect him now to work, not to promise Kenyans. Hii mambo ya judges tomorrow, hii anasema swearing in them tomorrow, that is not important to us, because at the end of it, familia wale watu wanafurahia kuwa either the husband or the wife has been promoted, now is an appeal court judge, watasherekea. But yule common mwananchi, mama mboga, mtu wa boda boda hajasaidika, because by the time Ruto was campaigning, he was using the issue of narrative, the issue of asla. A judge is not an asla. Asla ni wale watu wa chini. So I was expecting Ruto to touch something directly that will affect the life of a simple Kenyan, mama mboga, directly. But instead, he was giving us long promises that we don't know where they're going to be delivered. It may even take 5 years before we achieve them. So that's the problem that we have with our president, Cynthia. Not that we hate our president, but ni mtu ambaye double speak. You remember, I had him on Sunday. He was crying about the issue of economy. Alilia sana mambo economy, akisema economy ni mbaya. Tumekaa na wale watu ambao wanawashuhudia mambo economy for 10 hours, and then he used a term akasema that when you are digging a hole and you realize that when you go down you are going in danger, you have to stop it, and then uone vile utatengeneza hole, either uizibe. And then he said alipokana wale watu wa economy wakamwambia kuwa they have to dig it, they should continue digging it going down. In short, Ruto is trying to run away. He's trying to give his Kenya signal that don't think that life is going to be easy. We are going to borrow. This borrowing Ruto has been criticized all along. He's saying that Kenya imekuwa over borrowing, and he said that's going to stop it. Secondly, also signal Kenya that I've been saying an issue of taxes. We are going to dig deeper by overtaxing you. So that's the problem with our president. That double speak. He talk leo anaongea hii, kesho akiamuka anaongea hii. I remember Ruto the same before he was sworn in a few days ago. He said that KRA should not force Kenyan to pay tax. Tena baadaye Ruto anasema kuwa we have to pay tax. I'm going to be an example of by paying tax. You see, those are the double speaking that is always say each and every time. Because when you say that KRA should not force Kenyan to pay tax, what do you mean? Because for issue of tax, you must be compelled to pay tax. If you are given freely, many people run away without paying tax. Remember Mama Keroche? Almost almost billions of shillings because he didn't pay, or she was not paying tax. So sometimes KRA must enforce paying tax. So anasema kuwa KRA should not force people to pay tax at the same, because he was trying to defend Mama Keroche. At the same time, anasema kuwa Kenya should pay tax. I am going to be an example of people to pay tax. So that's the challenge that you have, our president. And if you continue like this, all those promises Sara alisema leo, which are promises, he was doing a campaign mood. He was in a campaign mood. We are expecting our president to act as a president. We are expecting now to act and tell us that tomorrow we are expecting our children to go to school free. We are expecting a free medical service from tomorrow. We are expecting bei ya unga ishuke, bei ya sukari ishuke. We are expecting Mumia sugar ifunguliwe tomorrow. But now giving us a long history, a long promises, and whatever he's telling us he's going to do tomorrow won't affect the life of a common mwananchi. That's the problem that we have with President Ruto, because anaongea vizuri sana, and when you listen to him, you can think that he's very sincere, but he's not sincere. The issue that he has been talking all along, hii mambo ya unga, hiyo tunangoja sana, ina hii pesa mfukoni, hii Hustler Fund, tunangoja sana. We want to hear where's the Hustler Fund. Those are things that are going to affect us directly. But appointing judges, how will it affect me? Maybe hata mimi pengine sitafungwa. Maybe I'll not even go to court even a single day. How will it affect me? So we expect our president to act with the promises that he himself promised the time he was doing his campaign. That's what we want that's what we want to hear from him, and we expect that our life ianze kubadilika. Tunataka pesa mfukoni, tunataka kuona watoto wetu wamesoma bure, tunataka kuona hiyo NHIF alikuwa anasema watalipia wale watu hawezi kulipa. Those are things that we want to see, but other things we don't want to hear anything apart from pesa mfukoni. Thank you very much, Ben.
Sawa, asante Joshua, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba turudi kwa 2 to 3 minutes tafadhali. Line inakuwa mrefu alafu wateja wanateta. Na kama unatupata tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili tukajumike pamoja. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV na tunaangazia masuala ya rais wa 5 wa nchi hii na kiapo chake leo, sherehe nzima, alafu where we are headed to by reason of their performance today. Do we have a more stable, united Kenya ahead, or we have reasons to fear? And if we have reasons to fear, what are they? And how do we navigate around it? Thank you very much. Naomba tumpate Kenyan dakika 2-3, Alex 2-3, alafu kwa Mark, alafu then in that line.
Okay.
Kenyan,
Bernard, unanisikia?
Unapatikana, karibu.
Okay, asante. Nashukuru. Thank you for everyone. I appreciate God because of this opportunity tumepatana nayo hapa so that we can be able to discuss and talk about Kenya. Yeah, let me go straight to the point of today. Today, Kenya has inaugurated Mr. Ruto, Doctor. First of all, I want to confirm to people here that from my quick analysis, Mr. Ruto might perform. From my quick analysis, might perform. I'm not saying he will, might perform. Because from my quick analysis, what I see, I see, you know, I've been a supporter of Trump, although I was not very supportive of his methodologies because of lack of consultation and other things. But at least there are some things he did very well. And so, if you analyze Mr. Ruto objectively, because I want us to be objectively here, he will perform, but his government will be very chaotic. Because what he's going to do is that he will try to cut shortcuts. He will want to appease his voting bloc. He also, if you are sure, and he believes he is also a young man, and he believes that he can be able to rule this country for 10 years, and maybe probably if he performs, he thinks maybe Kenyans can also give him even more mandate. So he is a guy who is prepared to deliver very seriously. From my quick, that is just my quick analysis. So let's not just dismiss him like that. I'm not a supporter. I do not support his policies, but he seems as somebody ready to do something. Let's be honest about that. I've analyzed him because he has a target and there is something he wants to do. You know, one good thing is that all the roadblocks have been removed from him. He doesn't have a very fierce opposition, and he wants to appease his voter bloc. That is one thing. By the way, if you are listening to those people, kila saa wakiongea wanaongea tu story ya hasa sijui nini. Bwana Orara, you will make your point. I'm just giving my own observation. So you will also give your own. I'm giving my own observation as per today. My only disagreement with Mr. Ruto ni story ya leo. What I don't like is that he is implementing things without an action plan. Like for example, leo kusema fertilizer inunuliwa at 3,500. He has just confirmed that our economy is a plastic economy. Our economy is not based on any models, because what will make fertilizer to change from 6,000 to 3,500 overnight, just because of change of governance, change of leadership. So, is it the only fertilizer? Does it mean that everything we buy in Kenya is brought in? So you see, that is the discussion now Kenyans need to have. It's not about fertilizer. Ni vitu mingi sana, nguo, nini, everything we buy, but you see, Kenyans have been micromanaged to think that ile vitu iko na bei ghali, they are just specific items. So the discussion which now Mr. Ruto has to answer is it the only fertilizer which ile ambayo ni bei ghali? So it's a question, even us as Azimio, we also need to open that Pandora and we ask ourselves, does it mean that our economy is plastic or it is fixed by people? Because even the other day, even Uhuru himself, he even tried to bring bei ya unga. Personally, these are things which I don't agree with, because why should things change just from a stroke of pen? There is no report which we are being given. There is no action plan. We have not been told. Experts have sat down and they told us that economists, this thing need to roll. So we need market forces to dictate prices. But this idea of prices of things being dictated by people, we have to get away of that. Let the market forces, because we are like trying to exploit Kenyans, which is not fair. The other thing which I also wanted to talk about today is, let me talk about the body language of today, because it is key. There is something which I want to tell people here. There could be a number of reasons which maybe made our campaign not to result into the outcome we wanted. And in the future, I would like to advise us and maybe my Azimio fraternity, even when we are making relationships and other things, let's look beyond. Let's just be magnanimous on our concept, and let's look beyond. Because I'm still not convinced that this election was cast in stone and things couldn't have changed. So that one is for somebody to take. I don't want to go beyond that. But the reality of the matter is that there was a methodological concept to deny Baba this presidency. And whether you want to agree it or you don't want to agree, that is the reality. Our outgoing president can try to look as if he is very sympathetic on it, but the reality of the matter is that there was a methodological concept to deny Baba this presidency. And I'm so ashamed that we had to allow Baba to undergo through this torture at his sunset years, when Baba couldn't repeat. I wish these things were done in 2013. I wish these things were done in 2007, when Baba could repose. You know, I like talking practical politics. I don't want to talk side shows here, because I don't want to mislead Kenyans here. So what I want to tell my Azimio brothers here is that next time we should also not celebrate agony and pain, because us as Azimio, there were certain times when we were celebrating deputy president was. When he was not interacting well with the president, we were celebrating that thing, and we thought that maybe those things could turn things on our table, which was not fair. So next time, let's be pragmatic. When things are evil, let's call them evil. Let's not become part of agony and anguish. And that one could be the reason why things never turned to our side. I know Azimio, we are going, maybe somebody is going to inherit it. I don't know who it is, but we can still do something serious. We can change the politics of Kenya, and we can monitor Ruto. So what there is that now we only need to give Mr. Ruto time, and we see his action plan. We see, is he going to implement his manifesto? But remember, this is Africa, and this is something which I want to tell people here, that when people get elected in leadership, at times it becomes very difficult to get them out of there. So now, we now need a very bigger Azimio force than the one which we were having. If our previous force was unable to give us this presidency, it means now we need even a bigger force. We now have to start becoming strategic. We now have to become a serious people, so that at least by 2027, we can be able to marshal a serious force to get out Mr. William Ruto out. Otherwise, if we joke, one minute, I'm finished.
I hear you, but you're contradicting yourself. If Ruto is going to perform, he should be given more time to perform more. So there's no need of marshalling forces to get rid of him. He should just continue, even if he wants 15 years.
No, I have not said that. No, 1 minute. I have not said that we must show support to get him out. What I'm saying is that politics will always remain competitive. And in 2027, there is no way in which Ruto is going to vie alone. There must be people who will come and oppose him. And for us to oppose Mr. William Ruto, we need to have a good action plan. We have to move beyond ethnicity now. And we have now to make sure that, because, you know, and I want to be, you know, it's good to discuss objective politics. One of the things which is changing our politics now is that one of the challenges is that we are in the politics of identity, whereby we wanted to bring communities together, but that thing is looking difficult. Now we have now to assemble manifestos and assemble ideas and other concepts. Otherwise, in 2027, there must be a very, very clear plan in Kenyan politics. Otherwise, if we joke, things will not be easy. Thank you. I don't know how to talk much.
Okay, thank you. I would leave it to rest there, but I feel okay. My take is one. Let's cross the bridge when we reach the river. It's too early to begin to talk about 2027. The person has just been sworn in less than 24 hours. He has not performed for 48 hours. We are already looking for how to get rid of him. That is not how to go about it, unless we just want to exchange people in State House. Is it clothes that we are exchanging? Secondly, there is a very serious issue about our electoral system, that it doesn't matter how many forces you marshal, as long as the IBC is under capture and the judiciary is under capture, you can bring together your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, and your great-great-grandchildren, all of them together to vote for you. I tell you, there will never be enough. So let's not bury the head in the sand and pretend that everything is all right. Nothing is all right here.
I agree, Bernard. What I was saying is...
What's happening? You can just talk. You've been a moderator here. You should not just talk to us. Just submit and go. Please, you have been a moderator here. You understand the standing orders.
Olara, take it easy, okay? Take it easy. Are you now taking over the moderation?
Oh, you allow a lot of stuff going on. We have some stuff to talk here. And he came late and he just talked about, he talked over us. He talked over us. No, he can just submit and go.
My quarantine is
I don't know, no
I
problem.
was
I have
making
no
a
problem
point.
for you to
Please
unmute.
don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? We
Okay,
respect you.
no,
That does
don't
not
allow him
mean
to do that
that
to
you take
us.
over. You just came. I've been here. This is my 2.5 hours I've been here.
I've been here through the Facebook, but I was not able to get again. I came to YouTube now. That's how I was able to get.
Okay. This is my point. I'm saying until IBC is able to do the work the way NEC is doing our exams, we can go for that election as many times as we want. They will still select for us the president. They will still select for us the governors. They will still select for us the MPs. It doesn't matter what we do. So as Kenyans, we must have a conversation on our electoral system. If we don't, let's forget it. In fact, I will lead the campaign of mass exodus, because if the vote is no longer determining who will be the leader, we don't need it. It's unnecessary, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of money. So let's not bury the head in the sand and begin to pretend and say, oh, it is this that caused Azimio to lose. Okay, let's go. In fact, that's a very good narrative that they will want you to bite and swallow hook and sinker, so that nothing, is caught up. We have had that. 92, the same narrative came up that, oh, the opposition are the majority, but they are hungry for power. That is why they are losing. They carried out that narrative until Moi remained in power up to 2002. So the narrative is always created so that people buy and swallow it, and then the evil continues happening under their nose. Kenyans need to open their eyes and begin to see this thing for what it is. It is not a fault of the electorate. It's not the fault of the campaigners. It is not the fault of the candidates. It's the fault of our failed electoral system. It's no longer performing what it's supposed to perform. Just like we go for NEC exam, unafanya mtihani wako, unapeana karatasi, unangoja majibu. Na hiyo majibu ina reflect yale majibu uliandika. We will not go into a voting scenario where the winner is already determined, and no matter how many votes you get, it will still be overturned and be made somebody to become a winner. That must not be allowed. And so we must not shy from discussing that and looking at it keenly. Alex, take it.
I want to say hi to everybody. I've been missing on the panel for a while. We've been nursing some difficult wounds, Mr. Baz. Baz, even if you are UDA, and you and David Arika are some of the most reasonable people when they come here from the UDA side, that are sober and willing to have a debate. So because of you, I would say congratulations. And I respect you so much because you respect yourself. And I've said this before, we grew up during Jeff Mwangemi's time and Joseph Karani. There used to be a program called RIGATHI. One of the most favorite songs that I used to like was Nasio Fontana, which used to say Black Tuesday. Today was a Black Tuesday in Kenya. I cannot explain how much I felt. Well, I watched, but it was so painful to see Ruto take that oath, for me personally. But still, I had to watch that. There are a few things he said that were good, though. The first thing that made me realize that maybe, as Njiru said, maybe he might work hard for the first term, And second term ya Taribu is when he said the diaspora is going to be a ministry. It has been long overdue. When you find a people, right now Kenya is surviving on the revenues that we are sending to Kenya, because even the money we are sending ndio inaenda kwa hii Eurobond na everything, because Kenya is practically broke. So if he can make and recognize diaspora to a point that he will make us send more money, then I think this manifesto of his might be infected. The other thing I saw is people in Nairobi did not go to the inauguration. They ferried people from Sugoi. They ferried people from Kalenjin land. And at some point, they even got an accident on their way. My question is this, and especially for Baz, when you come to speak, I want you to tell me, Ruto failed to be presidential today. He still spoke like Kenya Kwanza. If I was Ruto, I could have sent a reconciliatory speech and say that whether you voted for me or not, we are all Kenyans. Now I'm your president. I think he failed terribly to unite Kenya today. They spoke in bitterness, and I don't think that is how Ruto wants to rule Kenya. Museveni's speech caught my eye. It looks like all these things were happening from Uganda. Museveni did not fail to show his love for Ruto. And he told him something, make sure now that East Africa community is not a hot air anymore. It is something that can be actualized. Now, my question was, why would he tell Ruto that? Why has he not been able to do it before? Now, today I wore black because I couldn't understand how I can mourn the last time Baba is in politics. So as you people celebrate, you need to know this. You have treated a hero. You have treated a hero in a very wrong way. And if I was Ruto, I could send an olive arm, tell him, Baba, please come, let's work together. For Ruto to rule that country the way he started, without Raila, it's going to be difficult. The reason is this. The country is divided into two halfway. And the way they are speaking, Wakina Gachagua, and I wish people like you, Baz, should talk to Gachagua. You don't talk like that to a hurting people. So I hope Kenya Kwanza will make sure kitu ya kwanza unga imeenda chini, because that is what it promised. Kitu ya pili, make sure that they now start talking without anger. If Ruto will start talking in anger the way he is speaking, I don't think he will be able to rule that country at all, at all, at all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alex. It's time for reflection. Let Kenyan ventilate on this entire scenario, but let's accept it in the sense that whatever you put in is whatever you get out. Leadership position does not give leadership quality. Leadership position only manifests the character of the leader. And so whatever we're expecting from William Ruto, like I said, I may not believe your words. I would doubt your actions. but your patterns are what is true, are what I can bank on. What is the pattern of William Ruto's leadership? That's what is going to be executed. That's what's going to be played. And that's what Kenyans need to appreciate. Kwa sababu maneno yake, kwa sababu vitendo zake, pattern yake ya leadership. How has he ascended to power? How has he sustained himself in power? How does he accumulate support around the country? That is what is going to come into play. Don't be deceived to think that being ascending to the presidency is going to make him perform differently. No, and he has already his pattern by any dissenting voices, so that you will be the only voice. Make sure that your backyard is fully behind you by eliminating anybody that can challenge you. Now, that is his style of leadership. Don't expect anything different. It's going to be so. And so as Kenyans, the earlier you begin to see that and appropriate, the better. Tusianze kudanganyana hapa eti kwa sababu alibeba Biblia, alisema anabeba Biblia, lakini akiweka chini anakwenda kushughulikia hizo cartels. But the cartels are not being eliminated. Cartels are being substituted. I've said my own. Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. You announce that you are next to bus. You can drive.
Yeah, Buzz is a good friend. He's a good friend. Bernard, ni kama amemeza kitu.
Hapana, nacheka hiyo mambo ya Bernard.
Yeah, Bernard, I know you can hear me. Nilianguza simu. I'm sure once we get free bundles and free internet and free airtime, I'll save a lot of money to buy. I'm waiting for the promise of me hata siko pande ya unga. I'm in the pande ya free bundles. Ndio niweze kusave.
And free phone calls.
Yeah, na free phone calls. Hapa tutashinda hapa. Anyway, I want to say hi to the panelists, and I want to also acknowledge that I want to just point out on the things that I saw today, because I also watched through the speech and the inauguration, and I think there were more shortcomings than positivity in those speech. But one of the many shortcomings, I'll talk about shortcomings baadaye, but the only positive thing that I saw, which is one, is that there was peaceful transition of the outgoing president and the incoming president. I think it was shocking to people like Kagame and Museveni, because Museveni also came in the inauguration of Moi in 1997. Akakuja akasalimia Moi, then after that 2002 pia akakuja akasalimia Mwai Kibaki. 2013 ndio huyo tena inauguration, ako hapo akasalimia Uhuru mara mbili. Sasa amesalimia William Samoei Ruto. That is positive to Kenya, because we are showing the world that we can be mature enough. Hello?
Kamau, did you see how the guy came to Kenya with sijui ni military truck? Why were they allowing that?
Armored vehicle.
Armored vehicle. You are coming and parking it Kasarani. What was he trying to show?
We nakwambia Alex, unless you tell me, because hata me I was shocked. I was wondering, how can you allow such a person, as if we do not have armored vehicles and toilets that he can visit? It's very interesting. Anyway, it's a new beginning, and maybe there is a unique relationship they have with Ruto, which we do not know. But with the time, we might know. And therefore, that is positive, that we transited from one government to another one peacefully, without shedding blood, and everything was peaceful. We honor President Uhuru Kenyatta for what he did, peacefully handing over the instruments of power, and also we honor Ruto for receiving peacefully the instruments of power. So now to the shortcomings. Bernard, I want to ask you, because you're a Christian, is all the national days, are they going to be crusades? Are we going to be having, because we are handing over Bibles, we are kneeling down, and we are in a secular country. So sometimes I really wonder, have we made our decisions as the Kenyan people? Because even the songs we sang, almost 90% were Christian. I'm a Christian myself. I believe in God. I go to church, yeah, particularly the Church of Bernard on Sundays. So are we changing the constitution through the back door to Christianize the country? Because I wish that they gave Ruto a Bible and also gave him a Quran, and they gave him that ng'ombe hizi sanamu za Wahindi, to show that we are all in one country. Akampatia hata sanamu mbili. Najua Wahindi wako na Mungu 100. Wangempatia hata mbili tu iko na maua. To know
But
that he
Africa
is a
is not
leader. Hello? So that Kenya is for Bernard, I want you to answer that after I finish the mission. Because
Okay,
I
okay,
really want
finish
us,
already.
we really need to understand, are we in a secular country, or we have religion, we have made whatever national days, because that is a international day. It's actually observed by each and every person in the world. CNN is there, everybody is there. I think we should have given a fair chance to every religion. But having said that, I feel like we need to address it. Maybe we make a decision on what we want to be dealing with, because I think we're going to tutakuwa naimba chini chini kila saa tukienda Kenyatta Day, Moi Day, hizo vitu kama ziko. But that's something we need to continue discussing. The other thing is, I think when Cynthia was speaking here and he said that there are things that in Kenya are not having a reverse gear. And I got a little bit ticklish because I was thinking, do we have laws that are cast in stone? Do we say that because you have made laws that we cannot change them? Because I wonder if that was the reasoning we have. Did we in 2007 could we have had a national accord? Yeah. Could we have even had that constitution itself? Because it was the constitution there could not allow any other amendment of the constitution. So sometimes it's good to understand the reason why the names were taken to the president is because the president had the role or had a role of an appointment. He had to decide, and that is constitutional. And he decided these fellows, according to NIS report, they have integrity issues. Yeah. And therefore, appointing them without proper conversation and consultation, that was starting on the wrong footing. Because I'll tell you for free, Bernard, when you know people have issues and you appoint them arbitrarily in the first day, what you're telling Kenyans is, shut up, I'm in charge. Yeah? And that is not good leadership. Leadership is to ask, actually ask even, did you find out about their background, Because the next thing we're going to hear is that because I gave you a favor, I appointed your people, then you should also favor me in your decisions. That is what is going to happen now. And that is the most unfortunate thing that we know. Cynthia has gone away, but I would have liked her to tell us that legal profession now and the judiciary, what is happening there, because I think even justice is at a price. Everything has now a price tag. Ukitaka kuokoka, toa pesa. Now that is the reason why we are scared of the judiciary now. Because if indeed I patted your back, you should also pat my back. So those are things that are making me scared as an individual. And maybe soon we are going to understand why he did it. Because if we go that trajectory, then I believe what he said one day, that corruption cannot stop you from delivering. Corruption cannot stop you from delivering. appointing corrupt people cannot stop you from delivering. These are things that are coming to pass. I wish he could not have done that. He could have taken time. Ile kitu ya maana sana ilikuwa free airtime. That one he can do it. Ile kitu ingine ilikuwa ya maana sana was unga. That one he can do it. But mambo ya judiciary angekuwa mgumu sana kuyapoint. Mi nitamalizia hapo Bernard, kwa sababu kuna msururu ingine ya next time, but I also want you to ingilia hapo ndio utufunze tujue kama tutakuwa tunaenda mikutano ya kisiasa na crusade zinachanganya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. You are a good history student. You will understand that the church history has a way of when there was a culmination of the Roman Empire with Christianity, that's when there was a deviation, and then we began idolatry by Christianizing it. William Ruto has come as a forefront as a crusader for church, supporter for church, but he's finished. I'm not prophesying, I'm not a prophet. He's going to be the anti-church, the anti-Christ, the fiat, and it's against by Odinga. He's not going to have a good finish with church because I don't think he's sincere about church, and then his clear demonstration that it's Christian and he wants everything Christianized is going to be also a problem in the country because the other faiths are going also to gang up and say they have their liberty within the constitution. And that's an invitation that I don't think he's envisioning, but it's a big issue at this point in time. Should we be having crusades in state functions? No, there is no need for that. That's an abuse of the function. Instead of it being a Kenyan affair, it becomes a Christian affair. But Kenya is not Christian. We are not a religious state. We are a secular state. A secular state means has everybody on board. And as much as we are free to ascribe to different beliefs and different faiths, our coming together as Kenyans requires that our constitution is given an upper hand and it's able to accommodate everybody. So William Ruto is making, as the president, he's making a big blunder. And I've been in the church for long. The moment you begin to endear yourself to church and the church owns you, the moment the church takes ownership of you, you are cooked. I've been a pastor for over 20 years. The hardest church to pastor is a church that owns you. The moment they take you and make you their own, you will not function as a pastor. You won't call anybody to order. They will always be lifting the Bible and pray. Yeah, somebody's accused. He's keeping several issues around. He has duped people in the church money. You can't say anything because they own you. And so what William Ruto is doing is boxing himself into a corner where he will not be able to come out. And since he has come into the presidency on the premise that the church, he made himself the church candidate. He has made himself the product of the prophets, of the prophecies of the church. The church is moving to State House. And when the church moves to the State House, the mosque is going to have a problem with State House. And the other people are going to have a problem with that. And so he should take some time and reassess and separate his personal faith with his leadership position. There is a difference between my personal conviction and my leadership position. I don't mix the two. When it comes to my personal conviction, that's my funeral, that's my own issues. I don't impose them on anybody. But now ukisema mkikuja State House mpaka mpige magoti, mpaka mpitie kwa msalaba, mfanye ishara ya msalaba na hiyo maneno, you're going to force people into Christianity. Christianity is not forced into. Christianity is preached and for the willing to accept. Lakini kiendelea hivi, Christianity itafanyikwa presidential order. I order from today that everybody should be saved. If by tomorrow morning you're not speaking in tongues, evacuate. That is where we are headed, and I fear it is not smelling good. So William Ruto needs to, as the president, he needs to change his approach. He needs to change his approach, and very fast. Watu wachache wanaweza kuwa wamemsaidia, wakamwombea, wakamsupport, lakini lazima awalishe kama my Bible school teacher taught me. He said, if you have to feed your in-laws, they put bread on a long stick and feed them from far. If William Ruto has to feed the church, he should put the bread on a long stick and feed them from far. The closer they are, the worse the situation. I rest my case. Hiyo maswala ingine ya lot tutazungumza baadaye. Yes, Alex, ni time ya buzz.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Mr. K. If you remember a guy called Frederick Chiluba of Zambia, when he came to power, that's how he started. The State House and everybody, even the people that he was choosing to become even the ministers, the cabinet ministers, were pastors. And he ended up putting that country in a bad way. I want you to go and look at that history. By the time he finished his leadership 10 years, Zambia was completely done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. A good reminder, and it's very close here. We need to do that. And then, of course, William Ruto is a leader of, in quotes, handouts. He loves to sustain people by handouts. That works very well in church because church people don't like systems. Unfortunately, they don't like systems. And so the handout is the order. And so they will turn the entire country into handouts. And in the process, the economy will collapse without you knowing. Yani ile ulikuwa nafikiria kila kitu inaendelea vizuri na kila kitu imebomoka. So he needs to get systematic people around himself who will help him think straight, especially on economic policies and governance structure. Thank you. Let's bring in Baz.
Thank you, Bernard. You know, I think today I should speak in tongues, as you have said, because I think it's a good day. It's a good day for this nation. I think we have ended the electoral cycle, and finally we have a government that is coming in place. I did not see anything wrong, particularly with the approach of the president. We could have some issues objectively from what the GACHAGUA said, but what the president said, I think he's stamping his authority. I think we have never known why they differed with Mr. Kenyatta. And I think with some of the things he said today that have gone on to reverse the actions of the second length of Jubilee, that is the second term of Jubilee, where he was not involved. He has started by appointing the judges, which is commendable. The law is very clear. People like Justice Ogunga are judges. If there is any issue with their credibility, they should be removed from being judges currently, not from being promoted. So let them be promoted. Whoever has an issue, let them follow the process of removal of judges as stipulated. I think the guy who spoke before me said that the president has a role in appointment of judges. I don't think so. He must appoint, just like the Chief Justice must swear in the person who has won the presidency. He doesn't have a choice. He cannot say, no, I will not swear him in because he has a case at the magistrate's court. He has to swear him in at whatever scenario there is. So I think today was a good day, and some things that you guys are talking about, the cost of living, the unga, the bundles, and the wholesale of promises that were made by the president. I think he made a very elaborate statement on how the cost of living can be brought down, and he gave an example of the unsustainability of having to subsidize products. And he said the solution is to subsidize the cost of production, which in the long run is going to lower the cost of living. Those are the things, those are now the structural things we need to hear going forward. We don't want to hear what Mr. the Kenya for all, is it Njagi said, at the stroke of a pen, the hunger goes down. At the stroke of a pen, the fuel goes down. We are not that plastic republic. So I think what he said in his statement about bringing the cost of production by subsidizing the fertilizer, by subsidizing other factors of production, that is the way to go. The hunger may not come down tomorrow or next month, but in the long run, we are going to have a sustainable model that will sustain our cost of living. So I think the president has stamped his authority, and we are looking forward to how he formulates his government, the people he appoints. There are some things that he promised of 50% women in the cabinet. We are looking forward to see the caliber of women he's going to appoint and the criteria he's going to use, because he also has to balance the demographic of Kenya. That is, every region must be represented in government. He doesn't have to announce that he's bringing Kenyan together. He only needs to show that he has brought Kenyan together by forming a government that is all inclusive. That's all he needs. Let him not talk. I just wish he would go the Kibaki style and keep quiet, do things correctly, and let the people make noise. As long as he is doing what he is convinced in his heart is the best thing for this country. I think let us watch. At least now we'll not be debating about an election. We will be debating about going forward on whether he is making the right moves and baiting our hook to see if it gives in. I think that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Baz.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that still Mr. Rigathi Gachagua is not qualified as a deputy president? Forget about other things, because I don't know. Can you try to comment to me who are his speech writers? Because I think by now Rigathi should be having a speech writer, should having somebody who is organizing a speech. Why is it that since the time he became a deputy president nominee up to now, his speeches are about state capture? He is like monologue. He talks on one direction. What is the problem with Rigathi Gachagua? Are you proud of him as the deputy president of Kenya, who is supposed to bring people on board? And then the other thing, he talked about, he also talked very badly about Raila Odinga. Can you tell me, do you want to tell me that Mr. Ruto doesn't need legitimacy from Mr. Odinga to govern this country? Okay, can you tell me what do you think is the role of Raila Odinga now in moving our country forward? If you see now, politics is over for now, but are they going to govern with this polarization where they say that they don't need handshakes, they don't need anything, and with a lot of chest thumping? Are they going to make it? Because we still need to know that half of that population still pays taxes.
I think, thank you very much. Let me, Bernard, respond to what the guy has asked. I think what Gachagua said about the state capture was a precursor to the main speech from the president, because some of the elaborate issues that the president elaborated were all about releasing some of the state institutions from the state capture. For example, he has moved the police service totally from his own office, the OP, to its own independent office by making the IG, Inspector General, the accounting officer of the police. That means he is no longer going to be at the mercy of the office of the president. He has technically unlocked the police from the state capture. The police include the DCI and whatever it is. He has gone ahead to unlock the judiciary by institutionalizing by implementing the judiciary fund and saying he's going to top it up annually. That makes the judiciary free from state interference, state manipulation, and staying from state begging.
Okay,
What
but,
Gachagua said was just a precursor.
Okay, 1 minute. I want to ask you, which action plan did the president use to do those things? He was day one. Where did he get the report? Who told him that there is a problem in those places? Can you try to tell me where did he get the information from that this thing there? And he has been saying that he has not been working. He left working long time ago. How did he come to? Is it that, you know, there is one thing? Is it that he wants to manipulate them when they are far distant by now isolating himself? Unajua saa zingine when somebody want to be involved with something, they tend to pull them away from them, so that even if you manipulate them, no one will accuse you. Could it be an academical tactic to take his hand there? That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you might say that they are independent, but don't you think that it could be a new style of creating strong men somewhere who can now be reporting to him directly? Is it a genuine method?
I think you are very correct with your line of thought. This is Kenya. We have politics 101, and that is very, very possible, to be honest. That's very possible. But we have to give benefit of doubt to a man who has started this conversation on his first day in office. Let's give him time. Let's give him the benefit of doubt. If that is his action, this is Kenya. It will be open in the eyes for everybody to see.
Okay. Lastly, the other thing, what will happen to Rigathi Gachagua cases? Is he going to still return our money? Because, you know, there was some money which was freezed. How are they going to handle their own issues and their own cases? I think like Rigathi Gachagua and been mentioned in 13 billion issue. Now that he has become a deputy president, does it mean that now he is out of that? Sasa ni mweupe kama pamba? Can you tell me about that? Is he not going to be investigated for such conducts?
I think I cannot be able to mention on a matter that is facing a person individual, but from what we hear is that the case from the DCI started as 13 billion. But what is in court today is about 200 million. So you tend to wonder which is which. You allege a person stole 13 billion, but you go to court with a 200 million case. So let's see how it works out, because I believe Gachagua is not above the law. He can be prosecuted. He can be removed. So let's give process time. Let's bait the hook and see how it goes.
Thank you, Buzz. When we were growing up like kids, as kids, would go to look after animals across the sea, across the river, sorry. And at times we'll go to the river to swim. We forget, and the animals find their way home without us. And of course, they will branch into the neighbor's maize plantation and cause trouble. So the neighbor will beat them and take them home. When they arrive home, my mom will carefully take care of them, milk those that need to be milked, and then tie them in their various places. But when we come home, we know that it's trouble because the animals arrived home without us. So my mom had a way of dealing with us. And that is, she will cook for us. And then because we are where, if we get in the house, she will beat us. So we refuse to enter the house. She will still bring us food outside near the granary. We eat. Then when we eat, she will be sitting right at the door, and without us noticing, she will be sitting on a kiboko. Then she will watch us eat. Then when we just do the last swallowing, she will come like she wants to remove the plates, then lay hold on you. And that's when you will know that you are not in authority. when the president begins to give goodies, as a police take it, judiciary take it, youth take it. There is something cooking. Let nobody deceive us. Let's wait and see. All the same, thank you, everybody. Let's keep talking. And if you're able to get us, please invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to follow the conversation. Tumsikilize Bwana Olara. Habari ya leo Bwana Olara?
Pole sana, umenitoa saa zile nilikuwa tu imechemka, lakini nimemwelewa tu Kenya na pia nimemwelewa, lakini unajua kama ungetaka uwe rais mzuri wa Kenya ungemwangalia Simba Arati. Nenda chukua oath, washukuru wageni watoke, naibu wako akualike tu, na mshukuru rais wa zamani, asante umefika. Na leo sasa jukumu langu muhimu sana ni kumwalika rais aongee. Wa Kenya mko salama, tulikuwa na uchaguzi mgumu na Bwana Raila nakubali tumeshindana, lakini mimi watu wa Kisumu sina shida na wao. Watu wangu hapo, wasaidizi wangu wameshaniambia kuna shida tatizo fulani pale ya manyasi kumea kwenye mto, kwenye ziwa. This is how you speak as a president. You speak. Na uchaguzi umefanyika na nimegundua kuna tatizo mpinzani wangu alikuwa naye, na hapo tuongea mimi na yeye vipi, changamoto gani kwa hapo, tusaidie vipi, viongozi ambao watakuja nyuma yetu watafanya vipi ndio Kenya ende mbele. Pindi unapoangalia, the moment you see declaration, you see a consequence. A consequence is this: all those 6 judges are going to preside over petitions of electoral disputes, and your judgment is as good as mine. And the other part is, there's a big thing. I think Alex didn't talk about it, but he knows it because IMF is coming from where he is. IMF put 2 good conditions. This is the last loan that we negotiated as a country, including Ruto knew about it. Ruto knew that we are going to take another big loan from IMF. It's in terms of almost a trillion Kenya shilling. And IMF had only 2 issues. Uhuru administration has been fighting that for almost like 1.5 years, but they have problem with subsidies of maize and subsidies of fuel. And if in that declaration, because I understand tonight the president is going to sign 62 declarations tonight. They'll be coming into action maybe eventually as his presidency is going on. But he signed 62 declarations. 4 of them, 2 which is very important to me, is kutoa hiyo fuel levy na kutoa maize levy. Is the same thing in sign. I mean, it is the biggest concerning me. Na Alex anajua hiyo, anataka kuongea kwa sababu anaogopa sijui watamtaja. Alex, you know, the president signed 62 presidential orders. One of them are allowing that money from IMF. The 2 things that which avoided Kenyatta to sign it is lifting of fuel levy and unga levy. Those 2 levies, and if Mr. Ruto can find a way out of that, then reducing our taxes downwards, because saizi ukienda East African community, every community in Kenya is taxed more. Just go to Busia saizi, sigara Kenya una 15 bob, ukivuka tu pande hiyo ni 5 bob. I have my cousin living in Namanga. Spot mwenye imetengenezwa Kenya ikiwa Tanzania is just 7 bob, lakini ukivuka spot mwenye pande hii ni 15 bob. So some people who are living around the borders, they can send a matatu driver, okay, chukula mimi bumba moja hapo nitakulipa 200 ukifika. So the problem is very enormous. I want to trust Ruto that he knew the problem, and I want to trust him, he knew the cartels. Now, if I asked him 10 years ago, did he know the cartels? Did he know especially the maize cartels? Bwana Alex, nimechoka, saidia Bernard aendelea hapo, kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka kuongea mambo Kenyan one huyo wa moderator hapa. What I was trying to stop is, we contribute hapa kama was an original contributor, never pacify anything. Say it as it is. Mimi hapa siku pacify kitu. I question everything that I said. Hakuna mazuri Bernard. Ni mpaka mtu aende kwa msalaba aseme nimetubu dhambi zangu na nimekula pesa wa Kenya, nimewafanyia wa Kenya maovu, na kuanzia leo nafanya mazuri na nilea mazuri. Asante sana Bana Bernard kwa hilo fursa ndogo ilikuwa naomba tu, na nimeachia maswali yangu kwako na kwa Alex. Alex amalizie ile tango moja.
Bernard, katika historia ya Kenya, wakati Kenya ilianza kuharibu ekonomi yake was 1992 when the golden bag scandal happened. Ever since that time, every time a president comes in, he goes and borrows a lot of money, and we don't even know where the money went. When Kibaki came in, unakumbuka ni Anglo leasing. When Uhuru came in, it was Eurobond 1 and Eurobond 2. The appetite that Ruto has inafanya mpaka ninaogopa. Pesa ataomba, huyu jamaa ataenda aombe hata 20 trillion. Unaelewa? So I'm not accusing him in a wrong way. I hope he does not do what Kibaki did, what Moi did, what Uhuru did. When Kibaki came in, he showed us that if you have a way to make sure that taxes are paid, we can raise.
Sorry, Alex, you're missing. I muted it unconsciously.
Yeah, so Bernard, peleka hiyo mazungumzo mbele zaidi, peleka mbele zaidi.
So what we are asking watu kama David Arika, mbiyoro mwana mindo, na Duke mwana mindo, najua mumeshinda, you are celebrating, we are mourning, but it's okay, we still go to the same church, and it's okay, we are still Kenyans. But this is what we are saying. Don't allow Ruto to do another dubious borrowing, because we haven't even started paying Eurobond 1. The last time we defaulted, remember when Uhuru had to say that we need to, if we default, we are going to go into junk status. And once we go to junk status, it becomes difficult for us to interact with other countries. And you know what that means. So what I'm saying is this, Moi did it, Kibaki did it, Uhuru even upped up doing it twice. I hope Ruto will not do it. Because if we do that, we are bankrupting the country.
Because I'm afraid that if Ruto does it, he is not going for small money. Ruto will go for 20 to 30 trillion. He's not going to go for the small money. Wacha niachie hapo.
Thank you, Alex. The more I listen to you, the more I get worried. Because the kind of president we have is one person that wants to prove a point. Wants to prove a point. And in his proving point, he's not putting the interest of the country as a consideration. It is, how do I get back to these people for what they did to me the best way possible? Now, if the big boys borrow bigger money, okay? I don't want to be a small boy in a big office. So it will not be out of economic consideration. It will not be even out of there is a need. If you remember the first Eurobond, it was to avoid to borrow locally. Let's go and borrow what? Internationally. Then when the money came from the overseas, it never landed. So at the same time, we also now began to borrowing where? Locally, for what we're avoiding to do. There is, we are not in a good place. We are not in a good place until there is, I hope Kinama DVD and the other senior Kenya Kwanza people will come in forcefully and take charge of the economic policy. If they do, then we will be safe. But if they say that executive order is executive order, let us follow it. We are all ending in a ditch, not because we can't avoid it, but because we are not embracing the reality of the situation we are in. I don't think this new administration understands the gravity of where the country is and how urgently it needs to be salvaged. They have come in on the premise of, for lack of a better word, it is our turn to eat. And so cooking will cook later. Let's eat what's available first. Now, if that is the mentality of consumers without production, we are headed in a bad place as a country. So to see, it's not just being negative. It's not just not being, I just assess. I look at the mindset. I look at the starting point and look at the whole campaign process and look at the demeanor. We have beaten the system. We have beaten the deep state. We have beaten the tribalists. We have beaten the big boys, the big families, the dynasties. So these are people who are in for conquest. They are not in for service. They are not in for salvaging what is remaining. That doesn't smell good unless there is supernatural intervention. And I disagree. Supernatural intervention, where my DVD with his experience in finance steps in strongly and says, happen kubaya. If we borrow more, we are going to end up there. And so let us salvage what is there and then increase productivity, because they are saying nothing about productivity. They are saying nothing about increasing the cake. They're just talking about sharing it. That's a very sorry state of affairs. But from where I sit, I'm afraid. Olara, dakika moja ni time ya Simba.
As we conclude, Mr. Bernard, in fact, Alex hakumalizia, kuna kitu ingine mbaya zaidi. The rise to be elected, because now Alex ameongea last time hapa, anasema Azimio used almost 500 billion, and I assume that Ruto was campaigning for another 4 years. Maybe he's been using 200 million every week. It will accumulate to almost same. So we have 1 trillion of campaigning, and that one is no excuse. That one is must come back. Vile lienda lipa watu will include my worry is it will include appointing people in a planned positions to like repay themselves. Now kitu mbaya zaidi iko hapa. Kuna hiyo IMF loan ambayo wewe Bernard unaogopa kuongea. No, that loan is a public document. Uhuru amekataa kusign. Kuna NMS wako na 450 billion to Nairobi. Sisi watu tunakaa Nairobi hapa Kibira, kwanza zile wa Kibira atapagi services. Na hiyo tulipanga loan kwa kiosk kwa maboga alipo. Hiyo loan, hiyo bills, kuna kitu president amesema we are going to go to the bills. That bill, unajua is almost 3% of Kenya debt. And if Gachagua said there's nothing left there, there's nothing to be left here, it means we are being in a ditch for longer than we thought. Hiyo 10 ya kwanza ilikuwa na hiyo ditch. Hiyo 10 ya pili, I hope isiwe Gachagua tena 10 ingine. Hata na the worst part is the last part is you are implicated. Wewe na wenzako mko hapo mnatuombea hapa sana, lakini mnakulanga hiyo debt. Sasa uombee wa pastor wengine zaidi kuliko tuombee sisi. Usituombee sisi, uombee wa pastor wengine wote kuliko sisi. Asante sana. Sio kwa ubaya, nilikuwa sema tu changamke zaidi.
I hear you and I understand you. Thank you. But my take is hiyo kukula ama kutokula. It's the interest of the country. Unajua kukuwa na pesa kidogo sio shida. Bora hiyo pesa inalisha kila mmoja wa jamii. Kila mmoja anapata hata kama ni kidogo, everybody gets. So as the head of the family, you divide equally based on what's available. But if you take it and use it on your own and tell others to vent for themselves, eventually the whole thing will collapse, including the one you are eating. That's where my greatest concern lies. Do these new leaders envisage and embrace the reality of the critical state we are in as a country? Because before long, it's going to be, we don't have enough money to sustain devolution. That's going to be the next story. And the next, we don't have enough time to sustain healthcare, then education. Then we are reverted to 24 years of Moi. And it will just go by a stroke of a pen. The person who says there is no money and he doesn't want to think on how to make the money available, I don't see much changes happening. We will just use the money that's available. When it runs out, we begin to wind up one institution after another, and we go now back to central government. Kila mtu angalie Nairobi kama unataka kuona mbele. May God save us. Simpa na tire. Iko nini, Alex?
Just a quick comment, and I don't want to monopolize the debate. In 1997, those who remember, and I think David remembers very well, Gachagua was the Minister for Finance. When he fell out with Moi, he resigned. He was one of the few ministers who had the courage to resign. What happened at that particular time, I will never forget. Those of us who are working in Kenya, this is what happened. We came up in the morning and realized that all cases walikuwa wamevutwa kazi, because there was a handshake between Raila and Moi. And this is what we want to ask Ruto. Ruto should not be vengeful to other communities. I'm afraid that if Simbarati is going to be against him, he's going to be vengeful and he's not going to give us money in some counties. So we are just asking him to be the president of all us. We have agreed he's the president. We are not going anywhere. Kenya is big. But if he wants to be vengeful, then at least be fair to some people. Thank you.
Okay, so a very strange appeal. But we are protected by the Constitution. Let's bank on rule of law. I take that with a lot of caution, because kama mtu aambiliki ni ngumu sana hata kumuomba. Okay, if you know there is how you know somebody. If I beg like this, he will listen. But if it's above that, it is very difficult. Let's just pray that Mungu ndiye anatawala mioyo ya wafalme na anawaongoza vile anavyopenda. Kwa hivyo kwa kuomba na Mungu kuingilia kati, mambo yatanyooka. But I don't want us to liquidate this country. We should keep this country afloat by all means. We may have some constraints here and there, but we need to have leadership that is determined to keep the country afloat and ensure that we don't get liquidated, because where we are almost there. The Chinese will come for us, the IMF will come for us, and we will need to wind up if we don't manage what is available judiciously, wisely. Wana Simba, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, na nawasalimia wenzangu wote. Nafikiria mambo yangu yatakuwa machache. Kwanza naanzia na executive orders za rais mteule wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Bwana William Samoei Ruto, and especially hii executive order ya appointment of Court of Appeal judges. Was it an emergency? Kwa sababu ni jana tumeona Sakaja akitembea Mama Lucy Hospital, madawa hakuna. Sasa appointment ya Court of Appeal judges inaweza enda aje pamoja na ukosefu wa madawa katika hospitali zetu. Jambo la pili, unajua rais ni wetu na lazima tumkosoe, sisi wote ni wa Kenya, ndio aweze kufanya kazi na aone mahali ambapo maybe hawezi ona. Sisi ndio tutaona na tutamwambia. I don't think kama kuna kitu yenye mtu atakuwa amekosea. Swala la pili, pesa za ushuru kwa mwananchi zimetumika kujenga SGR. Mtu atakuwa amekosea. I think saizi wakati huo kulikuwa na sababu ya kujenga hiyo SGR, tunaivasha mahali ambapo iko. Lakini saizi huduma zingine zinarudishwa Mombasa, kwa sababu ni kitu ambacho wakukaa chini waelewane, ni kitu ambacho kilileta issues, na ikawa kama chombo ilitumika kupata kura, so ni kurudisha mkono.
but I think hiyo SGR ingeenda mpaka Busia. Kuna watu ambao wanasumbuka sana, much population inatoka right from Busia to Nairobi, ingekuwa inawasaidia kuliko saizi. Hiyo kitu inaenda kama white elephant. Jambo la tatu ni kuhusu deputy president ambaye yeye bado wako kwa campaign mood na vile wengine wako mpaka saizi, na wanaonekana mahali wako kwa sababu ameongea akisifu rais saizi na msifu akijua kwamba anapishwa, lakini ajenda yao ya mama mboga sikusikia akiitaja hata mara moja. Uchaguzi ikiisha, mama mboga anapotea, unaanza kusifu mtu mwenye tayari amechaguliwa na wananchi na anatakiwa kuwafanyia kazi. Lakini hata hivyo mimi nataka niseme kwamba, na hili ni jambo ambalo hata jana usiku tulijadili, just for remembrance, Kenya is a unique country ambayo iko na rich human resource. Ikiwa tap like Philippines, inaweza turn around the economy ya nchi because of its human resource. I'm youthful, most of them ikitumika vizuri na wale ambao wanafika karibu na kumsifu sana rais, aambiwe kwamba hiyo ni area anatakiwa angalie sana, kwa sababu our human resource ni kitega uchumi sawa vile ilivyo kilimo. Na mambo ya chakula ambayo nasikia watu wengi wanaongelea sana, especially unga, ni kitu ambacho inafaa kuangaliwa very carefully, kwa sababu hatuwezi pata nchi kama Zambia eti ndo tunataka tununue mahindi kutoka Malawi, na sababu unashindwa kwa sababu Kenya is strategically at the middle of equator. The climate condition haiwezi kuwa compared kama the rest of the parts of sub-Saharan countries ambazo hasina hiyo mvua ya kutosha kama vile ilivyo. Tatu, hiyo harvest fund ipewe private sector kama tunataka uchumi wetu uamuke haraka. Na nafikiria kwa kuangalia hayo mambo kwa njia ambayo ni rahisi, uchumi wetu unaweza kuwa stable. Na nafikiria nitawaachia hapo, sijui kama kuna mtu auliza swali ama mwingine aendelee na kuchangia. Asante.
Shukrani sana. Bernard ametoka kidogo. David, you can take over. David Arika, I can't wait to hear what you and Duke are saying, because I know you people are very happy. David, last time tulikosana hapa mpaka tukakutoa kwa sababu tulifikiria sisi ndio tunashinda, lakini mumetushinda. I want to congratulate you and I want to hear your views of what you saw today and the direction you people are taking us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alex, Duke, Bernard, Kenyan. Sijui kama Wekesa ni yule ambaye najua ama ni Wekesa mwingine, lakini Wekesa unajua umefunikwa hapo sasa, sijui kama ni wewe. And Simbane Taya. Let me make my remarks so quick. I want to say personally I'm very happy because today marks the end of our rigorous campaign plus doubt. Let me be honest with you. From where I sit as a UDA supporter, we had a lot of doubt that indeed, can we really get this thing? Because one difference between us, UDA fraternity, and the Azimio, we were not overconfident as you people are. As we were taking every statement very carefully and very keenly. So when you are mentioning like huyu jamaa hatakuwa kwa ballot, huyu jamaa hatakuwa president, hataapishwa, hatapewa. Those were very serious issues to us. Not everybody, but some of us. So even at some point, you mentioned that he only finished as the president-elect. And that is when we had a case in court. And we were like, okay, what does these people know that you don't know? So Alex, today marks the end of all the doubts, all the hurdles, and now we have the president. We no longer have president-elect. The exercise is over. Secondly, I want to thank the outgoing president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. In fact, he has left a legacy to some point that he has been able to hand over power without much ado. I think even the presidents who came there, they applauded that Kenya gave East African community the gift of peace. Because in as much as we may pretend, 6.9 million people are not two people. Those are very many people. They can cause trouble. And you know, the difference was not so big. So by managing that transition to end peacefully with no loss of life, from where I sit, I think Uhuru did a good job. We don't have a perfect human being. Whatever that he might have done, could it be, as the reason is best known to him, we stand to forgive and march forward. Thirdly, as a supporter of UDA, I was somehow disappointed with my deputy president, GACHAGUA. At some point, he could not even follow instructions of taking the oath. At some point, he was spilling beans before the guests. You know, these are the things we know. We know the kind of humiliation UDA suffered. We have mentioned it several times. You don't have to repeat it before guests. Hata kwako nyumbani mkigombana na bibi mgeni akuje, muna pretend kwanza mgeni afanye nini? Aende ndio mtarudi kwa mambo yenu. So to some extent he faltered, but he stand to be forgiven and corrected, because what he showed is that he's a disrespecter of the elders, because Uhuru was there. So if we have been crying of being humiliated by the outgoing first family, then you go and revenge, then now we are equal. Now we are all doing the same thing. Two wrongs can't make a right. Slightly there, I will differ with him. Thirdly, number 4, Ruto started very well. In fact, he gave us what we requested him. You know, sometimes we make very simple requests in a very simple group, but it turns out to be a big thing. The UDA fraternity, the UDA fraternity in diaspora pushed the agenda to the desk of the president to have the diaspora desk. And if that one, as he has pronounced, is a reality, then some point we have gained. Because as you are aware, diaspora, we are not going to look for jobs in Kenya. We just want facilitation. We further said we need a consular in Minnesota, because we realize that apart from Texas, most Kenyans also live in Minnesota and other Virginia. There are a few, North Carolina, there are a few, but Texas is number 1, followed by Minnesota, if our statistics show well.
So you're wrong on that. You're wrong on that. You know, when you count diaspora, people forget that Somalis, a lot of them come from Kenya. If you put the population of the Somalis, who even were part of the people who contributed to Samoei William Ruto Foundation, Minnesota comes number 1. If you put the Somalis and the others, Minnesota comes number 1. But because we forget the Somalis, sometimes we think that Texas is number 1. Minnesota is number 1.
Thank you for the interjection. According to how we looked at it, we thought we were number 2, and we saw it that it's better, instead of us traveling to Washington, D.C., let's have a consular at Minnesota. We have requested that, and we are following it up. If it comes to light, then we will be happy. Services will be much closer, because we have people whose passports expire and they have to travel all the way to Washington, D.C. we had requested on that. Politics is over. It's now time to work. Time to celebrate is not necessary now because we don't have anybody to blame. Even when you listen to Gachagua, he said when he was given time to work, he did wonders. But now there's no such explanation. It is now you and you. So we expect Ruto to work and work for everybody. The honeymoon should be over as quickly as possible. I appreciate that most of you here in Mutembe are healing. That is a good gesture. A few days ago, this debate could be really hot and bad. But thank God we are healing because these things we go there with expectations, and sometimes when we're disappointed, we get annoyed and angry. So let's keep on. Let's have a discussion that is not pushing us back to where we have come from. We also want to apologize if we celebrated in a wrong way and hurt you. You can forgive us. We are brothers and we are one people. I also saw some level of kind of a protest was judiciary protesting against UHURU. That's what I'm thinking loudly, because I saw Martha Koome raise the hand of the president. I've never seen that. I've watched a few inaugurations. I've never seen where the Chief Justice is taking center stage so much. I don't know what that could be. Maybe you can tell us. And then immediately we have a pronouncement of the judges' appointments. And then there is a statement that this has been pending for 3 years. I don't know whether, Alex, you can guide me on that. Was judicially protesting against the outgoing president? It's a question to be answered in a few days to come. I foresee a smooth political journey for William Ruto. Reason, wale vigogo wa kusumbua wameenda nyumbani. Akina Orengo, they are now busy. They have to deliver in Siaya. They are not in the house anymore. So the new legislatures that have been elected, they need to up their game because vigogo wameenda nyumbani. In as much as we are celebrating newcomers, they need to pull up their socks, make sure they pass pieces of legislation which help mwananchi and translate lives rather than just sitting there and earning salaries. So thank you for the chance. The win is behind us. Alex, we made so many enemies. I want to apologize to anybody I offended. I know I lost friends. I made some, but I lost very many because my support on UDA, and I was not able to pretend. I just like this guy, and his manifesto was good to me as a person, and I felt I should be with him. I know there are people, when I used to talk, they really get irritated, but I have nothing. I'm not even a minister. I'm just here. Let's hustle, let's work hard and help our Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. We appreciate that. Let's quickly have Duke first before Wekesa. Duke, how are you?
I'm fine.
Karibu.
Good morning, good evening. What I can say is that today we successfully made change in Kenya because of many notable events. First of all, we proved that we are an economic powerhouse in East and Central Africa by the fact that almost all heads of states from East and Central Africa were there, from Ethiopia, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi, for the first time in history. That speaks volume of the recognition of the kind of change which Kenya attained today. And from today's occasion, what I can describe the presidency of William Ruto and GACHAGUA as the presidency which is prepared to work from the first day. The presidency which is not scared of anybody, where they can tell the outgoing president that you made a mistake here and we are going to do the other way, where we can tell him that you have actually destroyed the Kenyan economy and we want to take it back to where Kibaki left it. That's the kind of presidency we want in Kenya. I once said that for you to govern, first of all, you must have confidence. You must be courageous and you must be assertive. We don't want a scenario where we were having President Kenyatta being the president of the Republic of Kenya and what he can tell us that he can't handle corruption. He can actually inform us how corrupt his government is. But he has all the instruments of power and he is the president. So I also see a government where a truthful government, where they have to say as it is. Most of you are against the GACHAGUA about washing the dirty rain in public, but it's about being honest. And we are not going to forgive anybody. We are not going to forgive cartels. We are not. Most of you are trying to say that President Ruto should not revenge. But we are not talking about revenge. We are talking about recovering the resources and putting the country in the right track. For instance, if we don't have money in the treasury, and we find that individual A, B, C, D walked away with 200 billions. So what do? We should trace those resources, recover them, and then they can be used to change the nation. So we don't want a scenario where individuals are involved in criminal activities, and when they are held accountable, we start talking about revenge. It is the right thing to be done. So for me, I'm very hopeful about the presidency of William Ruto, and I wish him all the best. Those are my brief remarks today.
Thank you very much, Bwana Duke. From Alex's information about you is that you're yet to start running a family. And for that, I excuse you. But when you become a family man, you realize that you have all the power to shoot, fire, and demolish all the rats from the house. But the equipment in the house and the people that live in that house cannot allow you to do the explosives because of the rats. And so, at times, you need to look for what is the best way to deal with these rats without causing havoc to the house. Revenge, not acceptable. Payback, not acceptable. Any war that will be supported by Kenyans is war against graft for Kenya. But if it's payback, getting even, or stamping authority, I heard somebody talking about stamping authority. If that is all that there is, then it is the Kenyans that will rise up against that to answer. I believe that there is a better way to navigate from where we are to where we ought to be. The president in office needs to be very wise right now. He needs to surround himself with very strong, experienced elderly councils. Like I saw Reverend Jackson. Is he Jackson or whoever? The other Reverend, he needs to go and get Franklin Bate. He needs to get the people that run State House successfully for many years to know how to go about this. Because William Ruto's President William Ruto's condition right now is not different from Moi 1992. It should not, and I'm sure he knows that. I'm sure he knows that. And if he doesn't navigate carefully, it may backfire against him. And not by the opposition, no. What will backfire against him is the people themselves. That slogan at Pangwingwi, it has not gone. And when it begins to be directed towards State House, it will be very disastrous. So he needs to tread very carefully, and he must not have time for revenge. If he does, it makes provision for that. Huyo na asubuhi na mapema atakuwa ameisha. It should avoid it like you avoid cancer, like you avoid leprosy, because that is wasted energy. That energy is not going to translate into political momentum or progress for the country. If he wants to get the money back, use correct means, systems. Not that we must get these things from the dynasties and give them to the hustlers. Hiyo itakuwa ngori. Alex, unasemaje? Tuende kwa yes.
Yeah, I congratulated the UDA people for their win. But I don't know why Arika and Duko Mariba are being economical in congratulating Simbarati for the win and the good job that he's doing in Kisii. Why are you being economical in that?
Bernard, can you interject? We are not economical. I'm not economical personally. You know, I supported Simbarati even if he was in Azmio. That one you can go social media and just track my posts. In as much as he was in a different camp, we supported him, ideally, of course, by just saying he's a good man. But today's topic does not touch on Simbarati, Alex. Why are you dragging us there?
Yeah, but somehow we have to balance this thing. We must celebrate in one way or the other. Hata sisi we can celebrate Simbarati.
Thank you, Alex. And we celebrate Simbarati. I remember when we were pushing for him to go to Kisii, and you guys said he belonged to Dagoretti. I defended him vehemently. I say if he can do in Dagoretti, he can do in Kisii. One thing I love about Simbarati is he's rising in ranks. Remember, he began as a nominated MCA, not even elected, nominated. And then Baba noticed something in him and see where he is right now. And that's what leadership is all about. Seeing leadership in, we say that seeing a king in the kid and raising the king in the kid until the kid becomes a king. I'm sure that Simbarati is going to provide good leadership for Kisii people, Kisii County. And I think he has a slot at the top of the helm of the affairs of this country if he continues in the same spirit and in the same focus. All we need to do is clean up IEBC, then we get a good president for this country. Nimalizie hapo, naomba Bernard Wekesa, vipi?
Fit baba, fit Reverend.
Karibu.
Yes, I'm
Ninyi
happy
watu wa Bungoma mlimalizia mama mboga kioski, mkamaliza nyanya zake mkatupa kwa barabara. Yaani Lusaka hawezi tulia tu kwa nyumba kitoko tu, tukae kitoko tu.
Habari ya Mariba, Kenyan all the time. Alex, Simba, Nekaya one, David Arika. I'm happy to see all of you here pamoja na Reverend wetu. Mimi I'm very happy for you guys kwa sababu nimekuja late. But of course, when I listen to people talk in this forum, I get to know a lot of things. Kama Alex ametoa historia ya mambo ya kashfa za pesa in this country, and it has really taken me aback just to remember those things. So this is a very informative forum. Thank you so much, Ben, for having it. I don't know what things you have mentioned here from the time you started, but I think let me begin with what the admin has asked me. Bungoma, mimi nazaliwa huko, lakini mimi nilitoroka nikaenda Kitale. Sasa mimi Kitale kwangu huko, mazee tulivurutiwa chini, but of course we thank God. We thank God, akina Duko Mariba walitufanya mambo. Yeah, but we thank God. Basically, wacha niseme kwamba from my own observation, the attendance at the Kasarani was so overwhelming, mpaka nikawa nashangaa na nikawa najiuliza ya kwamba is there something I need to change as a person, as a voter, as a leader, as a citizen in this country? Because we have been talking a lot of politics, but I think time has come when we also need to come down to talk about issues the way they are. And from the high and the mighty to the medium class to the very low, the bottom people, I think in equal measure, everybody has learned a lesson. That attendance was not small, and it has kept me thinking about what it meant, what it will continue to mean, and whether that attendance is a statement to the effect that the promises that the president gave was something that these guys came to confirm. That's a very serious statement. So the attendance at the Kasarani has turned my mind a lot. But number two, my mind and attention also goes to the handing over of the baton. It was done well. There were a few misses here and there, but I think it came as a surprise. Like the way wakina Duke wamesema, it was not something that they were expecting. So I really want to congratulate, to thank our former president and President Ruto for having taken the baton. Now he's our president. He's my president. I have been an Azimio person from the very time Raila started contesting for the presidency. But now he's gone. I actually don't know what next for him, but here I am. So I think it went well. But number three, and most importantly, I have a problem trying to understand how this UDA government is going to please all its partners, all its members, all its followers, because it's about the promise that they gave against the reality of the economy. Because today, when the DP was given an opportunity to introduce the president, his words were very, very categorical. He said that hatutakikani kudanganya wa Kenya. We are inheriting a country, a nation whose debt is so high. And that means he's saying that in practice, they will not be able to honor all the pledges they gave to the people. So Duke and the other guy in Missouri, I think as much as we are working on the shock and the surprises we got from the loss, I think you should also be prepared to begin to prepare for the worst. Because we are in the same environment, we are in this country, we have inherited, all of us have inherited the same debt. We will pay the same debt. So I think the question here, and na kama kutakuwa na shida in this government, itatokana na members wa UDA, not from us the Azimio people. It's not even the opposition. Shida itatokea kule. Let me finish quickly by saying that there's another thing ambayo nilinotice, and maybe if I'm repeating myself, you just forgive me, but allow me to be a student to learn from you. The other thing that I've observed is the tones at the inauguration. The DP is still in the campaign mood, bado ako kwa campaign mood, bado ako na ule umachachari. Yeye bado hajaingia kwa administration, hajaingia kwa ofisi. He still has his guns blazing, bado hako na guns zake blazing, and I think he needs to, actually he is the only latecomer. Yeye peke yake ndiye mtu ambaye amechelewa. The rest of us have moved, we have accepted and moved on, lakini DP bado amekwama pale. And when you look at him, when you assess his body language and the words, he has a lot of bitterness with Uhuru Kenyatta. That is the only person this guy has a problem with. Because even for somebody to introduce him as Kijana wa Mau Mau, I think that was unfortunate on the part of the MCA. So the tone at the inauguration, especially from the person of the DP, that charisma was not fitting for the function of that nature. He was too trivial, there was no need of him turning such a big meeting into another tail end, campaign trail. So Bernard, those are the things I observed, but I think moving forward, I want to wish him well and wish every Kenyan well, because at the end of the day, we are the people. We are just the people. The Kenyan debt is so big, and the intention coming from the promises that were given by our President Ruto and his team, they were so big. But I think, as I see it, because of the debt and because of the intention for the leadership of Ruto to improve on our lives and the kind of problems they are going to incur, this is going to really lower the development. Development itakuwa inaenda kwa certain regions. If I'm wrong, Bernard, you know these things well, utani correct. But the way I see it, because of the big debt, wewe unaona uko na deni kubwa na uko na watoto wengi na umewambia you are going to improve on their livelihood. What will you do? For the small money that you have, utaipeleka to some choice places, utapeleka mahali ambapo, as a human being unatoka. So hapa ndio kutatokea shida, because when everybody will demand, when everybody will want the development that was promised, 30% kutoka Western, Waluya watauliza wapi mkate yetu, because tulikupigia overwhelmingly. Hapa mahali pa development pataleta shida. So mimi ningependa kusema ya kwamba according to me, middle income earners labda ndio watafaidika. Watu wa juu sana, kwa sababu unaona amesema he is going to deal with middlemen. Wanaenda kudeal na wanaitwa namna gani? Hao ambao wanaitwa sijui, there's a word used. So those who are very rich, they are not going to benefit from this government. Those who are medium earners, hawa watu wa katikati hapa, because they are safe. Hao ni watu wamesoma, hao ni watu wana bidii, watu wa IT. Watu matajiri wa huko juu na hawa mahustlers wanaenda kung'ang'ana sana. If there is anything I will praise this government for the 10 years that President Ruto is going to be in power, there is only one thing that I want to say here, and somebody will remind me after 10 years. Kwa maana huyu mtu ataenda 10 years, hata hakuna haja uchaguzi. There is no need of me going to vote, by the way. Kwa maana hii ni straight 10. Kwa maana kama ameshinda deep state, ameshinda the sitting president, ameshinda mpaka judges, wewe utaenda kupiga kura nini? Hii ni 10 years ipite. So if there is one thing that I know this government will be known for ni kudiscover talent and nothing else. Wakina Toto wa 23 years wamekuwa discovered, they have come to parliament. Watu wengine who are nobodies, hiyo wave ya UDA imeleta kwa parliament. That is the only thing that me kama Wekesa ninaona as the only gain, as the only strong point kwa UDA. Duke Mariba kama mimi nakosea niambie, lakini mimi najua this government the only role ni ya kudiscover watu ambao walikuwa wamelala mashinani, wala ambao wanaandika majina yao kwa mawe, alafu wanakuwa wanachaguliwa, wale wanafanya kampeni kwa punda kwa mkokoteni. Otherwise there is nothing else. Mimi sitatarajia mambo mengi. I will do what I'm doing and perfect it. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay. Asante bwana Wekesa. Inaonekana wewe umehama tayari, kwa sababu umeona numbers. Wewe hujui siasa Nairobi sisi tunapanga. If I want to look big, I go and buy big clothes, then add me more vests inside. I'll look big. But will that increase my size? No,
It can't.
Added stuff. So umeambiwa Nairobi haikukuwa Kasarani. Kasarani ililetwa buses nyingi za yellow zikaleta watu. The majority of Nairobi was in the house and majority of them did not even watch the TV.
Sikuwa nimesikia hiyo, sasa nimejua. You are right.
So, but all in all, from the behavior of the president since the day he was declared president-elect, he went on a spree to buy support. Do you buy support if you have it? You don't. So as much as there is a lot of public PR in terms of showing political might, he has a lot of work to do in convincing the rest of Kenyans that he really means well and he really wants them on board. But from the look of things, he feels like he can buy anybody or anything he wants, and therefore he has no time persuading anybody to join him. Now that doesn't sound very good. I want to appreciate you. Julia amekuja, naona Kenya nako hapa, Duke wako hapa, au wote ni walimu wa usiku. So mimi naweza kungatuka anytime I want to. But I really want to appreciate us for continuing to follow Mtembei TV, and your continued support keeps this work running. Let's please keep up. And then more than that, let's be here to provide some substantial contribution to the debate in enhancing the progress of the country, not just to pull and push who is stronger, who is not stronger. We must hold this government to account if it's going to help this country move forward. From all indication, we are in a very bad place. We need critical care, not bulldozing, not just thumping. We need critical care. Hakuna mtu anafanyanga kelele kwa wakati surgery inaendelea kwa theater. Kenya iko kwa theater saa hii. Lakini tukienda huko kushout ati mimi ndio nilifanya hivi, nitachukua hii na nifanye hii, mgonjwa atakufia kwa kitanda wakati madaktari wanazozana nani mwenye ubabe nani hana. I pray that information gets to rightful people. There is no time for us vita za paanzi furaha. Waswahili zimenisaidie inakuanga
kunguru, vita vya panzi, furaha ya kunguru.
Yes, furaha ya kunguru. Yes, the more they will be fighting, kunguru naye anawala tu polepole kwa sababu they are busy fighting each other. This is not the time to fight. If I was the president right now, I'll be reaching out both publicly and privately. That's how our kingdom is built. That's how our kingdom is built. Unatuma wazee usiku, unaongea mchana. You must solidify the country together. That's what made Moi reign for 24 years. He knew how to reach to people at night, even when they are quarreling during the day. That wisdom needs to come in play. But also let it not be in taking advantage of. At sindikulipa, ulitaka milioni ngapi, sindikupatia. No, let's put priority to putting the country together, causing healing and restoration. Because Wakenya wakizuzia kwenda job, hata hii economy mna promise you bottom up ama nini. Kama kila mtu ako discouraged, ako demotivated, haendi job, no, the productivity of the country drops. It will be very difficult to recover the economy. So anything that can help Kenyans go back to the office and work full time and make the country be productive needs to be embraced now. Hii story ingine tunaanza kuchezana hapa tu, tutaenda kurudisha nini maziwa sijui tungoe kwa nani tupeleke kwa nani. There's no need of reinventing a wheel when it's already there. Let's look for how to streamline. How do we increase the production of milk so that the price of milk drops? The issue is not monopoly. Hakuna mtu amekataa mwingine nini kuweka ng'ombe ya maziwa. Weka ng'ombe yako maziwa, package maziwa yako, pereka sokoni. Maziwa ikizidi, bei ya maziwa itaanguka. Lakini tukienda we go after the monopoly, we go after Brookside, we go after Tuzo, we go after. All industries are going to close. And you eventually be the ones on the receiving end as wananchi. So let wisdom come into play, let sobriety prevail, and let this government organize itself to see to it that Kenya recovers. Failure to which they're going to be a great fall. In my limited understanding. Thank you, everyone, and I will leave you in charge of Julia. Make your submission, and then from you, kutakuwa na Francis, alafu Peter. Hao wengine wote wameongea at least mara moja, so unaweza wapatia at your will. In the meantime, mimi nitang'atuka, tuonane hiyo masaa ingine. Endelea kuhakikisha kwamba una support Mtembei TV either by contributing on the YouTube channel. There is how to contribute using PayPal, or the number scrolling on your screen. You send in your contribution tulipe wifi, tulipe stima, alafu tuendelee kuhakikisha kwamba unapata nafasi ya kuongea kama Mkenya ili usipitwe na mambo. Asante sana. Julia, go ahead.
Asante Bernard, thank you so much. I see you deal Kenyan. Sijui kwa nini nabadilisha majina kila saa. Siku moja tutakusahau Bernard Wekesa. Sasa maybe sijui kama that's a son of Bernard and or Wekesa or a brother. Watatuelezea. Mr. K, najua and Mr. Kamau.
It must be the angle to Eric Wekesa.
Or we'll find out. Alex, Francis, Peter, it's good to this day that we are celebrating. We have a new president. I'm a very proud Kenyan because I was very pleased with the handover. I'm more proud of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Thinking about that, he was supporting Raila Odinga and he was able to hand over soberly. I was just praying they don't shout him down. I hope they didn't do that, because I was thinking some hooligans would come and shout our retiring president down. I hope they didn't. I didn't follow that thing through Bernard, so I don't know exactly what happened, but I have a few things here and there. But I was very pleased with our retiring president, how he handed over, and that's where it's supposed to be. Whether we are disappointed or our man wins, I was thinking about it, and I was thinking that I was thinking about countries like Libya, when they had Gaddafi was like a king, and he was said to be a dictator. And maybe people thought if they hold elections and all that, they were going to be peaceful. But today, Libya has never known peace. So I'm not supporting dictators, but I'm just saying a president is a symbol of national unity. So when President Uhuru hands over in such a peaceful or leads a peaceful transition, that's a thing that we need to be proud of as Kenyans. So I was happy with that. Then I want to talk about, I had Duke. I always wonder why Duke likes disappearing when I come in. I wanted to ask him why he has to praise Gachagua. I don't understand Duke. Everybody, even David Arika, can see, even ODM, I mean, UDA people can see there's something wrong with Gachagua. He's the wrong number for a deputy president. Yani anaropokwa tu. Sijui Bernard, bibi yako akiropokwa tu ovyo ovyo. I mean, you may learn to lock her up in the kitchen kama wageni wako. Unamwambia pika chakula, unanipitishia hapa, ninapelekea wageni. Because Gachagua is an embarrassment even to the UDA. What was he trying to tell the president? I mean, he has no decorum. He lacks decorum. Gachagua is the wrong number, even to be such forums. And he's not close to presidential. What is wrong with him? Nyinyi watu, unaona, some of us have learned a lot of things. We may not have been brought up in a very civilized society. Maybe at one time we went to this school, we went to that school. But over the years, the people you interact with, you keep changing. You keep learning not to disrupt people when they are talking. Kuna maneno tulitumia Kenya, sisi na kina Alex, when we come here, we learn not to use them. Kuna words we were not using in Kenya, Bernard, and now I mean, like in the South, Alex, kama huko kwenye Alex mnasema in the South, I mean South America, South Carolina. Watu wamezoea, yes ma'am, thank you ma'am. Sasa unaweza fikiria nakuita mama, Bernard, na ni respect. Si ata nakuita asanti mama, but you see even a young girl, she's been addressed, yes ma'am, thank you ma'am, I'm sorry ma'am. I see my students saying, yes ma'am, thank you ma'am, I'm sorry ma'am. And I also, mimi jina thank you, haikuwa common sana nikiwa Kenya. Lakini here I find we say thank you for everything. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so thankful. Thank you so much. So Gachagua is not learning, amepandishwa bei. He's not learning that. That's what I'm trying to say. He's not learning, he's becoming presidential. When you become presidential, you learn the decorum. You learn what to say, what, where, to who. You know, that man can't learn. And is a total embarrassment to the nation now, because now he's going to be our deputy president. So I hope that they are going to be tutoring him here and there. Sasa wachage maneno ya kusema maneno ya mishere na nyama. I mean, that kind of language should disappear from his tongue. That's been said about Gachagua. I listened to the president. I mean, I have been following what he said, our new president now, and I found that he made some directives. I want to look at some of them and see. He talks. I don't know why the judges' appointment was a very important thing. I don't know. And the funding of the judges, I don't know why that was like an emergency. I think he also has some attitude he needs to overcome. I think he was trying to prove to the outgoing president, tit for tat, Katakwa, you refuse to employ them. I will employ them. I will show you what I'll do. I'll do what you did not do. So I think that is an emergency, and he didn't have to do that. Now, fertilizer prices, he talked about eliminating subsidies. If he got to bring down the fertilizer prices, then he got to introduce subsidies. So I don't know how he's going to do that. Now, CRBs ni watu wako na ndeni. Si ati wanaonewa. So is he going to pay hizo deni on their behalf? And CRB has been a very good way of making people pay back. If you go to apply for a loan in Kenya, wanaangalia your CRB record. It's just, ni kama tu hapa. Even in America, we have our credit points. If your credit points are low, you can't even buy a car on loan. And that makes people pay back what they owe. Now, for instance, if you come to America and with some of these visas, like za kufanya kazi, the Kenyan government requires you to clear your HELB loan. You need a clearance from Higher Education Loan Board, hata kama uchukua loan. So me, I'm asking myself, if we decide to gauge your Kali, what will happen to our banking sector and our financial institutions? Nini kitafanyika? What is the hope? I mean, how can somebody decide to say that review CRB to eliminate blacklisting? People need to pay back their loans. Now, contribution to NHIF. Contribution to NHIF will be graduation. It is already like that. It is only 500 minimum for those who do not have jobs. Otherwise, everybody else, I think, pays according to what they earn. So, hapo hakuna tofauti. Now, do away with fuel and maize subsidy. So, if it's gonna do away with fuel and maize subsidy, it means that hakuna vile ataangusha the price of flour, because the subsidy is what is helping the price of flour go down. Then subject CBC to public participation. Okay, that's a good idea, but I think these students are suffering too much. There are too many changes in the education sector. Sasa sijui kutakuaje. So I hope they're not going to disrupt our children. Now, then we have clearing of goods to revert to Mombasa. That could be a good idea. Now, CBK to review guidelines on transactions exceeding to 1 million. So in other words, I want to say that the president could also have talked about corruption, how he's going to address corruption. And when GACHAGUA was addressing, was trying to attack UHURU, GACHAGUA should have promised us that GACHAGUA, I will not steal from you again. And when they were talking about, the other day they were talking about cartels, they should have told us today, me and GACHAGUA, we will not be part of those cartels. GACHAGUA should have told us that I will not steal from you Kenyans again. He should have told us that. Because he was saying that freedom from what? That freedom has come. Where was freedom coming from to where? So these people should have addressed how they're going to deal with corruption, because I want to say that what will bring them down, somebody just spoke very well here, that I think that's the Wekesa spoke and said, what will bring the Kenya Kwanza government down is not the opposition. They will bring themselves down. Because if they do not sit and agree, sote tubadilike tuwe Paul, tubadilishe majina yetu kutoka Saul tuwe Paul, they will and decide that they will not steal from the government. They will not form other cartels. They will not stop corrupting with county governance. Then they are the ones who will bring themselves down. Because as we talk, the economy of Kenya is doing so badly, and we urgently need a rescue. Now, why I even came here is because I heard Alex talking about Simba Arati. And Alex, I'm also very pleased with Simba Arati. I'm very pleased. And I'm really thinking, Alex, you people like Simba Arati, he's trying to do the right thing. But the thing is, he's got to decide what is most important for the Kisii people. And I think all of us can agree here, the people from the Kisii County, first and foremost, need clean water. Water. Mwenye amejenga nyumba ya nyasi ama ya matope, aya manini, maji ipelekwe nje. Nyeri County, I lived in Nyeri County for a long time, and it's part of my home. And kuna wakati ulifika wakaletwa maji, Alex, maji inaletwa mpaka kwa boma. Yani mfereji iko ndani ya boma na iko na maji. The only thing you people need to do is to connect to your house or to your taps. They didn't ask for that. Water was simply brought into the homes. That is what happened. So what I'm trying to say that, please, Simba Arati, Alex, he wants to help his people. And me, I'm saying this because now, from the look of things, the popular candidate in this country may never win as president. And like Bernard said, I don't know why Njiro was trying to tell us that we need to organize ourselves how. I don't know how to win. There is no organizing ourselves how or what to win. Because as long as the Electoral Commission is not trustworthy, and our judiciary, even the Supreme Court, is not trustworthy, I will say that whether Kome likes it or not, she's not trustworthy. And I don't believe what she said. I even said here yesterday that I believe that Baba got more than 1 million votes in Mount Kenya region. Because according to the records of IBC, Baba had close to 900,000 votes in Mount Kenya region. That tells that for the first time, people from Mount Kenya region accepted vote for Baba. And I believe that Baba had more than 1 million votes. And I believe that Baba actually won this election. So the truth is, tuache kudanganyana hapa ati tujipange, kuna kujipanga. As long as the Electoral Commission is biased, and is not accurate. As long as even we can't even depend on our Supreme Court, then we can never say that we can have someone vie for presidency and he wins genuinely. That is a point. That is a fact. So we should go back to our governors and ask our governors to work for us. That's why I'm highlighting about Simba Arati. So you people, Alex, you are in close contact maybe with Alex, with Simba Arati and the governors that want to work for their people. So let Simba Arati know that the most important thing that Kisii people need, whether you have a house ya matope ama ni maji safi, apeleke maji hadi ndani ya boma. Afadhali watu waweke tap hapo nje, hata kama they cannot pipe it into their houses. Let them even just find one tap and have water. The next thing he needs to do, let the Kisii people have electricity. And if Kenya Power is not willing to do that, let him and the leaders find a way of making sure people have things like solar panels. The other thing, the feeder roads that are under the county government, Simba Arati afanyie hiyo kazi. The last thing that Simba Arati needs to do is to make sure that the school atuna shule za matope Kisii. The national government is paying teachers. The national government is supposed to pay textbooks and provide stationery. So what we need is good schools for our children in Kisii County. Hiyo pesa Simba Arati awache kulipia watu madriver. Let people drive themselves to work. People can drive themselves to work. And those cabinet ministers that I don't know there how many, he doesn't need a minister for minerals, because I don't know whether there are minerals in Kisii. Some of the positions that he doesn't need them. He can cut on that and use that fund to transform Kisii to a small London, so that after 5 years we can tell Kenyans, okay, mulikataa viongozi wetu, lakini tuko na viongozi tunataka kuwaonyesha wamefanyia na hapa. Kenyans should not even be scared. The law stipulates how much should be given to every county, so you don't have to belong to UDA to be given that funds. Those funds will be provided whether you are in UDA or Azimio. Those funds will be sent to the county. So me, I'm encouraging you, Alex. I'm very happy with Simba Arati, and I wish you could have 10 more Simba Aratis. I was thinking about Mombasa County. You people, you could connect with Mombasa County. I mean, the governor of Mombasa County. Just go for a few governors who are willing to work, and just ignore this national whatever. Let UDA do whatever they want to do with their government. We wish them well, and we don't even want people to interfere with them. So aseme ati tulisumbuliwa na watu hatukufanya kazi. Let them do what they want, but the county governments can do a great job. That's my submission. Nimeambiwa nikaribishe Francis. Karibu Francis.
Thank you. So to me today nilikuwa nafuatilia hiyo swearing in ya the president William Samoei Ruto together with his deputy Rigathi Gachagua. And actually one thing that I need to note with the president who attended, one of the things that made me happy to see the president for Burundi, Ndayishimiye. The other one is Lazarus Chakwera. And I think those two presidents, they made some hopes in Kenyans in terms of democracy. Because when you look at Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, that man has stayed for power for too long. Therefore, he does not represent in democracy there. When you look for that one for Comoros, that president, I think he overturned the government. He got through a coup. So he does not stand for democracy at all. So those two presidents gave me a hope. At least there are people who are willing in Africa to stand for democracy. Then on terms of Gachagua, actually, that man is an hardliner. An hardliner is somebody who does not think if he can take a different perspective or a different idea or ideology. When you look at that individual, he was in a mood like a campaign mood. And as a deputy president, you have to have what you call reconciliation tone, that you speak to bring people together. Once you win an election, you're no longer a UDA deputy presidential candidate, but you are Kenya's deputy president. So to me, I think that for Gachagua, he need to be tamed, and if that will not be the case, then I think it would be better for the president to give him a ministry that will not affect so many people, so that he can keep him at periphery. Because the problem comes in that if Gachagua is allowed to have more influence in that government, he might bring Ruto down in a very fast way. So he need to be tamed, and the only way to tame that man is to give him a ministry outside the government that will not be so much powerful, so that that man will be kept busy somewhere else and not involved in executive duties. So that one was not good at all to attack a president. I believe that a country is a constant work on progress. That you do some part, I do some part, you move, I come in, I do some part, we move forward. Because even Kenyatta built something. When Moi got, he did something. When Kibaki got, he did something. Uhuru did something. Ruto will do something. Somebody else will come and do something. There's no day that a country will say we have developed maximally. So attacking the president, telling him that we will recover economy from where Kibaki left, it means like that in 10 years is as if there was nothing happening, which was not good at all. Then on the side of William Ruto manifesto, actually one of the things that I got scared, actually some kind of chills were running down my spine, is when I had the transfer of port activity from Naivasha to Mombasa. Then I asked myself a very simple question. How do you solve a problem by creating another problem? There in Naivasha, some people are already established. There are people who are dependent on jobs there in Naivasha. So if you take those jobs and maybe take them to Mombasa, will you have solved anything? If you minus 2 plus 2, do you think there will be any net change? I don't think so. So to me, you would have come with a new idea. To increase job, you need to come with a different idea that not exist, so that you create more opportunity, not to take opportunity from somebody else and then you bring it to another individual. And that one is, I've been very critical of people. I've been very critics for people who believe that employment in Kenya we can only get employment through retirement or death. I believe Kenya, we need to build an economy that will have more job opportunity, and not necessarily that you need people to retire by force so that you get an opportunity. We don't need to wish people dead so that we get opportunity. So that we need to expand our economy to accommodate more people. Then on the manifesto, the directive he gave, that for judges, I think it was more of revenge, because actually I did not see any reason as to why the man could have appointed the judges on that side. The other thing also, I saw it in a very long right, it is to congratulate Wafula Chebukati, to recognize Wafula Chebukati. It was the mandate of Wafula Chebukati to do the election. So the moment he congratulated that man and recognized that man, it means there is something that we don't know. It was like a reward for what the man did. Also, you cannot congratulate a judge for making a ruling. A judge is supposed to make a ruling that is fair and does not need to be given a credit anywhere, because once you give a judge a credit, it receives that the judgment favored you in a certain way. So the other thing also I noted with great concern is that the fertilizer prices in KTDA, the prices were retailing at 3,000. The moment the president was announcing that the fertilizer was supposed to be 3,500. So it means even the KTDA, the price is set to go higher because it was retailing at 3,000. Then the president said, let it be retailing at from 6,500 to 3,500. So then the question is very simple. Does it mean that the president did not have enough information to communicate? Because to me, I can confirm to you, the fertilizer was retailing 3,000 before the announcement at KTDA. So you get there some things which are not clear. It seems that they were very in a hurry to prepare that speech or to prepare that directives. Then the other thing, I'm seeing Kenyans in jubilation. When you pull down the subsidy of petrol, it means each price of 1 liter, a price of 1 liter of petrol will shoot up by a price of 40 bob if we remove the subsidies. So it means if you touch petrol, it means the cost of living will go high, because everything in this country requires transportation. Should it be the agricultural products? Should it be movement of people from one place to another? So it tells you very clearly, it's like we did +1 -10, because once you pull subsidies of flour or maize and subsidies of petrol, it means the cost of living will go high, because the unga price will shoot even much higher than the current price. So I don't see anything that is touchable. When you come on terms of things to do with the CRB, that one was just a statement to make Kenyans happy. There's nothing you can do as long as you entered into an agreement that you are taken a loan and you did not pay or you did not honor. Even the court of law cannot help you there, because the only thing court of law can help you is unless you are charged an interest rate that is against the constitution. But as much as you take a loan and you didn't pay, you will have to pay, regardless of who you are. So I think that one for CRB is just making Kenyans happy for no reason. There's no way you can fail to pay a debt that somebody owes you. You'll have to pay it. So, and also to me, I also looked at the whole activity was good. I also commend Uhuru Kenyatta for handing over the power in a smooth way. It is very rare to see in Africa such kind of behavior, because if I can recall a few countries, if you remember the former dictator Yahya Jammeh from Gambia, I remember that man refused the power even after being defeated by Adama Barrow. So he said no until now the Senegal had to surround the country with the army, that he accepted finally to let it go. You also recall some other countries that even the president had refused completely. Look at a country like the Ivory Coast. If you can recall Ivory Coast under Laurent Gbagbo, the man refused to let power go until Alassane Ouattara had to get some help from the mutiny soldiers. So I think for Uhuru Kenyatta did a wonderful thing, even though he was not happy at all, because even I've heard that he also avoided the lynching that was supposed to be held in State House. I think he was not happy at all, but he actually be able to practice constitutionally what he was required to and overpower. So to me, I think the administration of the two men requires a good policy, a good footprint, and good advisors, because actually it seems that these people, it's like they got power off guard. They were not prepared at all, because even the moment the moment you hear Rigathi and other people talking, they are talking out of excitement. You could even see Rigathi being before even the person who was swearing him in. He was even trying to outsmart that madam. He was trying as much as possible. It's like he was competing. That one is like being anxious for no reason. It's like you are not prepared to be a deputy president. So these people required a good footprint. They required a good policy to govern the country. We say in an election, we can use even madman to win an election, because a madman will vote. But once you get power, you have to use normal people, competent people. And if I can recall back, people like Matiang'i, they never participated in forming of the Jubilee government at all. But they were taken to form the part of government because of the competence they had. And that is what the president needs to understand, that competence is very important. It's not an issue of who supported you or who did not support you. It's a matter of who can deliver. So, and also to the supporters of Raila and the Azimio fraternity, I included there because I voted for Raila. One thing I will tell you very clearly is that because of the devolved function of the county government, there's no need to worry about being in government or outside government. Because if you are an MP, you shall be paid. If you are an MP, you shall get your CDF. You shall get the 15% for counties. So I don't think if there's any reason for you to shift alliance, maybe to go to the Kenya Kwanza, unless you have some corruption cases that you need the government to have a lenient hand on you. But if you know that you have a clear record with no corruption, with no anything, I think even in Azimio will be better to work, because the opposition thinks much smarter than even the government themselves, because once people get power, it's as if they forget what they got the power to do with it. So to me, I can just give a credit of maybe a rating of 4%, 4 out of 10 rating to what I saw today, to the larger part, things were just done in very hurry, because some things were just spoken from just to make the crowd happy, and also maybe to make the citizen happy. But actualization of them, it seems to be very minimum, or it to be even negligible. So the other thing also I will need also to touch on it is to concern is about our country. When you look at the Kenyan economy right now, the Kenyan economy right now is much affected by external factors than the internal factors. And that's why I was so much furious when I saw Rigathi Gachagua attacking the president. You can recall very well that Ukraine, Russia is a producers of wheat. The wheat that we produce in Kenya is not enough. So those are external factors that we have very little to do with it. Look at even the in the side of maize sector. You can recall very well that we have been having a drought for the past almost 2 years. So the president has no capacity or power to bring rain. So when you are faulting president for such kind of things, it's as if that you are not you are not well knowledgeable with the society or with the economy, and also the factors that are affecting the economy of a country. So all we can say, we can speak a lot of things, but one of the things, Kenyans, let's be vigilant. Let's be people who will be able to scrutinize, people will be able to question, people will be able to follow up. Let us not just hear fertilizer is 3,500, then we clap hands. Let's make a follow-up to ensure that that is the price that is selling in the society level. Let's ensure that the fertilizer is of the good quality. Let's ensure that the fertilizer is the required amount of it. So that at the end of the day, when we say the man has worked, is that you can be able to verify and quantify that kind of data that the man is producing and what is happening in actual ground. Because if you can recall very well, if I will not be harsh on that, the current president, he was at some time back, he used to launch projects at a very high speed. He could launch even 5 projects within a month. You could even launch 10 within even 2 months. So you need to be very careful so that you not be carried by empty words. Let's follow up, let's do anything, let's be vigilant. So that whatever is being said, we follow up to ensure that at the end of the day, that's actually the thing that is happening in the ground. I will ensure that it is the right thing by using the right amount of money. Let us not have a class being built with 1 million. Let us follow and ensure that the class is built with the equal amount of money. Let us not be told fertilizer is 3,500. Then when you go and cross-check, you find maybe it's a counterfeit fertilizer. Let's ensure it's the right fertilizer, it's the 50 kg bag of fertilizer, and not 40 or 30. So let's follow up to ensure that whatever is said actually is what is being implemented, and that through that one we shall be able to hold our government accountable. So to me, I think that's what I observe, and to my side, let's give a benefit of doubt. Things might work for better for our country.
Thank you, Francis. Yes, things might work better because these people must just perform. They must just perform. Hawana lingine, because if they don't perform, they're the ones who bring themselves down. Sijui nani, somebody maybe on the comment section or here can tell us exactly how much people are buying fertilizer, because I remember previously it was supposed to be brought down to 2,500. Sijui kama kuna wakulima wachangie watuelezee how much is fertilizer. Somebody was saying that, I don't know, I read some, their place it's been sold at 2,500. So if we say that 500 means the price is increasing, I don't know. I'm not sure of that. I stand to be corrected. Karibu 005 Lamu.
Yeah, habari zenu. Hope nyote mko poa. So today event, I'll just start with today's event. I think Kenya, we should really respect Uhuru Kenyatta for what he did for us. I think even all the head of state, they were just coming to see that event only. That was the main event. He was the man of the show. To show up, to come, hand over the power,
and it was really smooth. I saw him smiling, which was really good after. And then there was humiliation, yes, but all in all, we still recognize him as our head of state. He is there. Nobody will remove him from that title. And then the other thing from the president speech and from the coast, I think also with regard to port, I think it will really benefit people from the ground. We should give a credit for that. Watu wamepata shida sana. Na the thing is, watu it didn't work. Like ukiuliza mtu, yani you send your container from China to Mombasa, and you are in Mombasa, but you have to go to clear it in Naivasha, which and then there's additional fee for that. Then you bring it from Naivasha, then you bring it back to Mombasa. That was really, really not making sense for me. I think it's business, or let's say maybe alikuwa anajaribu kulipa hiyo reli, but he forgot people from at the ground. Watu wengi wali lose jobs. Na I think that will help. The coastal people, they will appreciate that. For real, he did something good. Hope it will not haitakuwa na ubaguzi na nini, but so many company closed. The clearing and forwarding company zilituma watu nyumbani na nini, na kazi mingi sana zilifungika. Watu wa malori pia walikosa makazi, na lori, you know, it's one lorry can employ maybe two driver or three driver, let's say, kuna matani boy nini na nini. So it will create jobs, and that's all I can say. And the other thing regarding our deputy president, I think it's time for him to style up. I think it's time for him to address things in a good way. Yeah. As a citizen, I was not happy the way he was talking, and then the people around also. I think he could have respected people who came and show up their respect for that event, and put our, like, we can do our laundry in the laundry room, not open air place like that. There are so many people respected. There were so many head of states, prime minister, and diplomats, and it was not necessary from my side. It was not necessary at all. Yeah. We wish the best, and let's give a credit where it's supposed to be given, and let's criticize where it's supposed to be criticized. Because to be honest, nobody is perfect. So we have high expectation. It's just the step one. We have expectation. Maybe it will not say like it will not be 100%. However, we need to see improvement and see things being implemented. And kuhusu unga, I think it should look after that, but I don't think it's necessary, because say maize, watu washavuna na nini, they're drying up maize and everything will go back to normal, because we have maize already. Wakulima wengi wamevuna, hata mimi mwenyewe kwangu niko na mahindi, I can't miss like 10 bags of maize, and nimelima. So with time, unga with government, without government, it will drop down. When the supply is high, the demands inarudi chini. With the law of supply chain, with the law of like business, I don't know, supply chain, and that's all. Yeah, that's all I can say. See, tunashukuru. Yeah, tunashukuru. Uhuru have done a lot in terms of infrastructure. Hata kama kuna madeni, but still, we cannot see it now. I think with time, just the way Kibaki left, and then we saw what Kibaki did after maybe 4 years or 3 years time. Sisi tulikuwa tuna lami, nimezaliwa, nimekuwa, we didn't have lami. Uhuru brought lami for us. We have another port. I think what he should do when he comes to Mombasa, he should come to Lamu also and give a way forward for that port, because it's there.
It's not doing that. It's not 100% like doing what it's supposed to do. And it's a huge pot also as well. So that's all. Let's give him some time. He needs to maybe could plan his government, and I have high expectation. Kwa sababu you cannot, if you want to catch a thief, set a thief to catch a thief. And I think so many people, from my own view, so many ministers will be given jobs, and we'll be seeing so many resignation. Because if you cannot deliver, Ruto is, I think Uhuru was soft. We need someone who is very strict. Unasikia watu walikuwa wanataka kupigwa makofi. How about now? Watu wanapigwa ngumi. So they will work. Whoever will be given a docket, I think they will deliver. That's me. Watu walikuwa wanataka kupigwa makofi. That was then. How about now? Upatiwe kazi na ufanye. That's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, giving credit where it belongs, 005 Lamu, I think I want to agree with you. Ruto is a hands-on man, unlike Uhuru. But I'm asking myself, will he stand in his ground? You know, sometimes you only have moral authority to tell your children. 005, wezi ambia kijana wako asikunywe pombe na unakujanga nyumbani wewe kama uko mlevi. How will you do that? How will you tell them to be faithful to their wives when you are cheating on their mother and they know? I mean, it will be hard for Ruto. It will be a tough job. He got to decide that yaliyopita sindwele ni yagange yajayo, and the past is behind me, and I need to do things right. You know, unajua kuna, all of us have our starting points, have a chance to make things better. All of us always have the opportunity to do things better than we did. So maybe he can decide to, I'm looking at this like this 005. I'm an educator and I have my students. When my students come at the beginning of the semester, I set my expectations. And I tell them that you cannot do 1, 2, 3. But I cannot start in the middle of the semester and tell them, nimebadilika. Sasa nisione simu, na nisione, previously they could see me with my earpads na muziki kwa darasa. Then katikati ya semester niwaambie, unajua nini, hata mimi nimeacha kutumia simu. So I got to start somewhere and tell them, you know something, at the beginning of this semester, you cannot do 1, 2, 3 because these are my expectations. So Ruto got to do that now. And then he got to decide whom to work with, because he got to make sure people don't like Matiang. But if I had an opportunity to become president of Kenya, I would want to work with about 10 Matiangs, 10 or 10 Michukis. If God would give me the opportunity to have like 10 Michukis and Matiangs, I would avoid very much people who are double-sided. I would avoid very much people I would avoid very much people who have no moral values. You know, tunajuana, tuwakorino wanajuana kwa viremba. We know each other. We know who can nyakua pesa ya wananchi given an opportunity. We know each other. So he got to do that. I know he wants to reward his loyalties. I know he wants to reward them. I know they are all waiting. Wanagojea sana. And that challenge, even Baba was going to have that challenge. Even Raila was going to have that challenge, because I know Raila also had his loyalty that wanted to be rewarded. But I think Baba had a lesser challenge than Ruto, because once Baba had mother with him, okay? And mother is this kind of a person, we either do things right or I walk away. So mother was going to help Baba stamp his foot down. But now Ruto is the other way around. Ruto is with who? GACHAGUA, whom he has to discipline first, whom he has to teach how to talk, to speak to people, and whom he has to tell GACHAGUA, tenda zote za kaunti sasa si zako. I mean, you put yourself in his shoes. And then Ruto also has to clear his names. We are here looking at him, pointing fingers at him, saying, Ata Tuji Western Hotel is on whose land? Mr. President, you have a lot of land in Coast Province. Mr. President, there's a land in Nanyuki that we are hearing mamas. Mr. President, don't forget you are taken to court for Muteshi land. You know, We are here with our eyes open. So, Mr. President, we know all those things, but we want to give you a new chance to perform. So, Mr. President will do, if he wants to help Kenya, I want to believe that he'll do his best not to be tarnished again, not to have any scandal around him, no matter what. But now he has a challenge. He has GACHAGUA. He has the likes of Kuria. Maybe he wants to reward them. Maybe even wants to reward Sonko. You see the kind of people around him. So he got to avoid these people. Sasa hiyo ni kazi 005. I don't know whether you want to respond to me. If you are responding, also tell me, umesema wewe ni mkulima. What is the price of fertilizer on the ground? Tunaomba utueleze, karibu.
It's like 6,700 to, kuna places unaweza pata CN unapata na, we normally use CN unapata na 6-7 na kuna mahali unaweza pata na 7K, so it depends. But on regards of na kusema, see, nowadays we are very advanced. Everything is on record. Whatever you say now, it will be on record. So what I will say that I think, mimi nakwambia, from my own view, so many people will be given dockets, they will run away, they will resign on wenyewe bila kuwa forced, because you cannot be given docket. And the thing is, you see, now he's trying, what he said, like, I give you a ministry, you run it. If there's question, you go on the floor. You will appear for parliament, you'll be answerable for everything. So nobody will spare you because it's sababu ya nini ya nini. People are there. They are brains people. There are people who have brain there. Even if they belong to, I think it will come a time in this government, those members of parliament, they will be outsmarting their ministers. And
question, do you think he can, let's say, unaona 005 uko Kenya, unajua Kenyans wako na hii kitu, and that is why we have challenges when we are voting, that we are okay with people who are stealing. Wako na hii kitu, ni wakati wetu wa kukula. Unajua kuna, for example, I'm not talking, don't want to say Didi Nyoro has stolen. It is said that in the last few weeks or days that Didi Nyoro has acquired more shares in Kenya Power and Lighting Company. That's already that is already what we call that. It is a compromise, because you should not trade with the government. You know, he's already among the major shareholders. You see, conflict of interest. Yes, I want to use the word conflict of interest. Unaona hao watu, alafu kuna kitu ingine 005. These people used a lot of money in their campaign. They spend a lot of money. Now, they are given a certain docket, energy, ama umepewa treasury, unaona. Sasa, and then there is a situation where you may be in charge of the tenders going from the government. You want to double them. How will I know seriously we want to give him a benefit of doubt and really trust that we are right when we say that Ruto may have intentions to improve the quality of life for Kenyans. So how will he deal with this?
But let me tell you, Julia, there will be always challenges, but it depends with him now. There will be challenges. He might lose his friend or attract more friends. So people will see how it's going on, and then there will be, but there will be always challenges. So what I want to say, it's just a few hours already, but we've seen some few things already, though they are questionable things. However, there are things which you can see clearly. Like me, I'm from the coast. I told you about the situation, how the situation was, and maybe if you are also a business woman, it will affect you also with this thing. Leo umeleta container 10, umeleta Mombasa, and then you are told to go and clear them in Naivasha, and you bring them back in Mombasa again. Clearance is you have a dry port in Naivasha. Okay, if you are from Naivasha, and if you are on that area, willingly you can say, okay, I will clear my container in Naivasha. That's okay, but it's not mandatory. Like mtu anachukua container yeye yuko Mombasa alafu anaenda kufuatilia container yake is the other way around, which was it was pressing other people. It was not right. So with regard of Ruto, there will be challenges. There will be friends with benefit there will want to kukula na ni wakati wao, but let's see how he will handle it. He's smart also. He is smart. He knows everything. He knows everything. When he looks at people, you know this guy is this way, this guy is this way, but they will give them maybe a chance or what. We want to see first the lineup for the ministers and everything, and then from there, maybe. Yeah, that's all. I say I have no doubt because we've not tried him, but since he's there, we cannot do anything. It's only that we give him credit where he's supposed to be given credit, and if there's something wrong somewhere, we need also to raise an alarm. Thank you very much.
Asante. Wacha tuende kwa Roda, then we'll come back to questions. Roda, then Leo, then I'll come back to Francis. Roda.
Habari zenyu, huku kuna baridi sana. My apartment is very cold because we don't get, I don't know, tomorrow I go and strike. We don't get warm in my apartment. Maybe tomorrow I'll go and, nowadays politicians, they have been very tricky. They punish us even here. I'm in Europe. They don't want to give us the warm in my apartment. And it's very cold. That's why I'm sleeping. We have to strike to tell my politician we need more, because here the politician, they decide, and many people are complaining, electricity is getting high price, the cost of living. And let me tell you, whole world, people are complaining the cost of living. It's not only Kenya. It's only the God grace can help us. Okay, let's go back to the story. Thank God for, it's difficult to say former president, Uhuru Kenyatta. I can call him president or my dad. He's my dad. He's my mentor. He have made me to love other tribes. That's something I'm so proud with the president Uhuru. He makes me to love other tribes than before. I'm thank God for the grace of God. The grace of God sufficient have keep him alive, even to be alive to be a president. There's many presidents that used to die before that. So I'm really thank God for that grace. Have been so good to us that he survived, and he have never had he's in the hospital. So that grace sufficient. That even though to be alive is a grace. People they always take to be alive to take opportunity. To be alive is the grace of God. So I'm thank God for that grace have keep him to be alive, and his family and his children and the grandchildren. It's a thing as Kenya we need to be thankful. And he was a nice president. In fact, my friend, and is a white woman, was telling me today, "Oh, he looked to be kind." People from this country, they know people who are very kind, because here they focus about the culture of fear, to be kind, to be kind, to be kind. So he's a man he have been trying to be kind to other tribe. He's not a tribal. He have been, but people they have never seen him that he's a good person. People I wish people they can open their heart. They see how he was. He was a good person. He is humble. Ni mtu anajinyenyekea. Hata mkimwona jana vile aliongea kwa State House before akuwe former president, alikuwa ananyenyekea. He's just simple. He's just simple. Na leo akiwa State House, leo akaenda huko Kasarani, ni mtu anapenda mapresident wa Africa, awaputiki down, ameleta president, ameleta Africa, a whole Africa together. Actually, in fact, many presidents from Africa, they have been Kenya, many. So he has been bringing a lot of presidents from Africa together. It doesn't matter it's rich country or poor, even he have done amazing, even Gambia. So he's a president, he is really recognized with people from Africa. When I speak with people from Africa, my friends, I was speaking with one guy from Senegal some days ago. Oh, you have a nice president, Senegal, and it's in West Africa, and his president have never been Kenya. So is a man he recognized his humbleness and his kindness. People they like kind people. It's better you don't give me money, but you are kind. So I'm thank God for him. And I pray to God that the government will protect him. The new government with the president, new Ruto, we have a new president. Congratulate that they will protect the former president. They'll give him a good money pensioner and to live a good environment place, and he can live like normal he was living. And they give him peace because he's a young, and I hope he can have a job, like for example maybe United Nations. They can give, that's the way I feel, they can give a job like United Nations, like working, because he was a chairman of not chairman, he was something in the United Nations, because he have a lot of actually many people, they love him. They need to give him international job, because he can make my country famous, because he have people, they say he's kind. That kindness can make our country to be more proud to be a Kenya. So I hope other tribe, they see the president who he was very kind. I hope so, because I know many tribe, they don't like him. I hope they see that he was not evil. If you see his administration for those 10 years, he was mixing tribe. If you go to the Minister of the Foreign Affairs, he was Ababu Namoaba. So he was not tribal. I hope he's thankful for that opportunity. If it is me, Baba, I could be very humble, but I'm a woman. And many people, they were from Western Kenya. They were working in the government. Matiang'i was working CS, and one man was working. Kenneth Osaka, he was working in the Parliament of Senate. In fact, even Senator, he was a Senate, Zebre, like Speaker of Zebre of Senate. In fact, he had been this country I'm living. He came sometimes to do research for the parliament from here. And you remember, even when he came here, is the government of Kenya, they are paying for him the hotel. So, and I saw him, and the speaker of this country welcomed him in the parliament to represent of Kenya. So President Uhuru, we need to be too thankful. We need to bless him, and we thank him and to respect him. He's actually, in fact, Kenya people need to do a big occasionary to respect him, to do him a cake, because he was not a tribal. His administration, he was giving everybody a job. So so my legacy, what he can say with the President Uhuru, former President Uhuru, he have made me to love other tribe than before, and unity, and bring peace. He's a man who loves peace. He doesn't like problem. He's positive. He always see the goodness all the time. And in fact, let me talk about background of the former president. His father was Jomo Kenyatta. If I talk about the former president, Jomo Kenyatta, he was coming from the puberty family, very puberty. They were eaten by jiggers. So that's why Uhuru Kenyatta is humble, because his father was really poor. They were eaten by jiggers. Even her mother died for the Ngaraguya Mwaga. Those days, there were some people that were dying for the food. That's why he is humble background. Thank you.
Asante for that background. Nashukuru. Karibu Leo.
Unajua Roda amenichanganya kidogo. Nilikuwa nimepotea, siku anajua kama tulikuwa kwa mjadala wa leo ama tulikuwa tumchangie Uhuru. By the way, Uhuru doesn't need anything. He doesn't even need to be employed anyway. The gentleman is already rich. He's starting his new city. Why is he be employed, by the way? We shouldn't see much on the former president. He's a nice guy, we know for that. For a fact, he's a good guy. He's a humble guy, yes. But we shouldn't be going that far. We paint him a wrong image. The Kenyatta family is a formidable family. So no need for us to scout for him for anything. It's okay. And unless we move on, whatever happened to him, it's an individual. It's not a country which has done to him. And if there is somebody who has ridiculed him, let the particular individual take responsibility. So about the country, how it's been managed, been let's we talk about what has happened today because of the business of that is where we are. I could literally say that somebody tried to sabotage the entire process of our swelling in, and they tried to show the mighty that he's more powerful, is more strong, and he was trying to micromanage our incoming president. I did not like how Museveni was conducting his business, and actually he made me think that this guy is the one ruling us. I felt perturbed, and even one of you maybe managed to see what he did, it's not worthy our country. There is no way, I don't even know whether even the president allowed, the former president allowed this guy to drive all his military vehicles all from Uganda to our place. That is in infiltration of our military. It's not allowed at all. I don't know how he was given that permission. Secondly, the guy, how he was giving orders to the incoming president is silent. He has no mandate to tell, we are a sovereign country. This guy must run to respect us, as we gonna ask Mr. GACHAGUA also to run manners. He needs to go back to nursery, at least if he can be trained. If he isn't, he can go to Sunday school. People are trained their manners, and now they can speak to people in the public. Secondly, we do have a new president now. He is taking power, and those people who are just saying that he's gonna do a lot of things, no, the mishaps have already been seen. The guy has already awarded the squanderers, the people who micromanaged, who did a lot of things. He started with the judiciary, awarded them whatever they agreed. He gave maybe the police, the few of them who agreed with him, he has already paid them whatever he paid them. He has given a few. You know, when you award people based on what they gave you, you don't expect in return because it's an agreement. That is cartel. So he said, I'm going to manage the cartel. He is the leader of the cartel. Let's speak the truth, and may the truth set you free. The gentleman is the leader of the cartel, and so we are going to be led by the cartels. Nothing less than cartels. Otherwise, if we are expecting anything better than that, just you wait a few months, as the president said. The former president said that we give them 3 months. After they form the cabinet, that's when they realize the covers are empty. And remember, for any developing country, you depend on one. I think I said this one yesterday. You depend on one, Ruto borrowing. The Ruto borrowing, this guy has negated. It doesn't even recognize people like Julie who are abroad. It doesn't even recognize there are people who can fund the government from the just investment, little investment they borrow so that they through the bond. So this guy, he doesn't have that mandate, or he doesn't even have the knowledge on how he's going to go through, because he has ignored the 7 million people who didn't vote. And these 7 million, they have the mandate. Either they can go to the streets or they will shut up and keep quiet. That also will cause an impact to his government. But what we need is, hopefully, he's going to shut up the cartels. And if he does, yes, well and good. But for the time being, we are heading in a wrong direction, because the day started wrongly. You could see when GACHAGUA holding the I don't know whether it was his ceremony pamphlet upside down. He said the bottom up is the real. So we are expecting the worst to come. But on my side, I don't see anything coming soon, unless somebody promises me something good. Thank you.
Mr. Leo, I don't know what GACHAGUA meant except at freedom, wamepata freedom. What do you think he meant?
Actually, I almost said this one. Julie, it's good you have asked this question. You know, when he said freedom is here, you saw the other day the Nigerians who has been laundering the money in our country, whereby the government was strict on this one. So all of them, these cases were thrown away. So he told all the cartels, freedom is here, not for you, the Kenyans. Freedom is there for the thieves. Freedom is there. That is why you said a few minutes ago that somebody has already gone to the KPLC. He has bought almost double the shares he used to have. So freedom is there for the swindlers. Freedom is there for those guys who they are gonna take tenders everywhere. So freedom is for them, for the individual few.
Yeah, I also got because that you know, wale unaona sijui Sivula, kuna yu deputy governor wa Kakamega alisema ati he was forced to be in Azimio because the government was chasing him, and the government was chasing because of corruption scandals. Now there was the time they were saying that the governors who were supporting Azimio were supporting Azimio because they were being harassed by the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission. So the freedom Gachagua is referring to, mtu asisumbuliwe, kama you had a scandal, nobody will ask you. Because I understand as soon as the Supreme Court announced that they upheld the Ruto's election, first and foremost, Gachagua got back his money, the one that was held because of corruption. And then Sudi did not attend his case that day. I mean, a number of people got away with it. So I hope that is not the freedom that Gachagua was talking about, that we are free. We are free.
Sorry, Julie, I was commenting on your point. Actually, it's very true, absolutely very correct. Remember, these guys, they were singing a chorus that somebody has done what we call the state capture. This one was a chorus which was being sung for you guys to sing because that is what they were doing. So if you could see very clearly, even the people they just funded to run their campaigns, even I could hear that they even sponsored some people to be in Azimio on their side, so that if in any case they win or they don't win, at least they will be having the people who will be backing up. So this is let's say call it staggerly. They did some things which are not right, and that's why they're saying, you know, when you just declare freedom, how do you declare freedom? Just a few minutes ago, when we were just checking how the people were celebrating, do you know that the people in Uganda were watching this inauguration more than the people in Kenya? Do you know that when the president-elect was just, now is a president, when he was declared the president, the people who celebrated more in the streets of Uganda, not in Kenya, is he a president in Uganda or in Kenya? Secondly, if you could see the buses who are coming from all parts of the country to Nairobi, in most cases, where were the people from Nairobi? Why didn't the people from Nairobi recognize the president? Because Nairobi is the center for everything. So if you ignore the people who are going to drive or strive the economy to grow, how are you going to manage it? So to say, now corruption is number one agenda. And whoever thought that maybe things are going to change, maybe you're wrong. You're very wrong. Remember, this we call this guy the most advanced Moi. He's going to go for the little we have even in the small banks. We have whatever we have been investing back there in our country. This guy is going to go back to it, and he's going to root everything. And maybe probably those barn run somewhere, it's gone.
Asantly for reminding us that. So I think we need to be hawk-eyed as we look at this government, because unless they make an about turn, they make a 180 degrees turn and decide tulikuwa tunaenda pande hii tukipora mali na cartels, tenderpreneurs, sasa sisi ndio wenye serikali, and the people of Kenya depend on us, and people are hungry. For them to bring prices of goods down, they need to they even need to use subsidies. They need to find money to subsidize basic commodities kama unga, kama mchele. You know, they need to think how they are going to take our children to school. You know, they need to find out how they are going to finance our hospitals. Now, they cannot, you people, you are gentlemen, and I believe that you have families. Na kwako ukiangalia, sometimes we have enough money in the house. Now you afford to go out with your family to do 1, 2, 3, or even you afford to buy some little expensive clothes. Lakini kuna fikanga mahali tunaambiana hata kama ni Christmas, sio lazima tununue nguo mpya. There are times we tell our children that, you see, we tell them in January mnaingia shule. So you need to go to school. You are not naked. You do not have to buy new clothes. So these people got to do a 180-degree stand and decide that, I know, Ruto got to tell his people that, I know you backed me because you wanted cabinet secretary, you wanted this. Lakini look here, nimekupatia kazi. Hii pesa hamtakula. I don't know whether he's going to do that. Simba, I know you are here before, lakini allow me, Francis has had something to say. Alafu tutaenda kwa Simba. Karibu Francis.
So, to me, actually, what I'm seeing here is that I'm just looking at a possible scenario whereby Musalia Mudavadi might be sidelined, then Kalonzo will be picked from the opposition, because I'm very doubting Kalonzo. Actually, to me right now, I think Kalonzo has already met Ruto and they have discussion, because why did that man have to pull from the speaker race at that speed? Then the other thing on Kalonzo's side, how did it happen that with the former speaker Kenneth Marende getting 130 votes, whereas in Azimio we had 167 votes? So it tells you clearly that in Ukambani, chances of Kalonzo striking a deal with Ruto is very high. And that is why I think Musalia Mudavadi today, if you looked at the function very well, Musalia Mudavadi was not near or was not so much recognized in that function. So to me, I think for Ruto to fight corruption, he must be prepared. If you have to fight corruption, he must be willing to be a one-term president. If he'll be prepared to be a one-term president, he will be able to fight that corruption. But should he keep in memory that he want to be a 10-year, a 2-term president, therefore I think he will not be able to fight corruption. Because if I can give you a good example of people who are surrounding the president right now, majority of them are involved in very many scandals. Look at Anne Waiguru, the person the woman who have had is going to become the chair of the Council of Governors. I think chair of Council of Governors, something of sort kind. So that one tells you clearly the kind of people who are surrounding that man. When you look at Ndindi Nyoro, the moment he bought the shares from the KPLC, we had what we call a conflict in interest. Now, let me pose this question. Should these people be rewarded with tenders in government? Who will be able to hold them accountable when themselves are the people who are in government? Look at even GACHAGUA. GACHAGUA was even accused of having to supply the CT scan, the cancer scanning machine, which were counterfeit. But the man will accuse the president of arresting him, but he will never say the reason is the behind of his arrest. He will always be accusing of arrest, attacking the arrest, but he will never tell us why was he arrested. I believe there's no policeman who can arrest you for no reason at all. Even if he arrests you for no reason, when you go to a court of law, you can be able to defend yourself. So the other thing also, when you look at the new regime that has just gotten into power recently, it shows you these people actually, in terms of preparation and everything else, in terms of running a good government, they were not prepared at all. Some of them were in more of a revenge mission to punish Uhuru Kenyatta than to help Kenyans. And I will pose this question to you people. Now that these people, they were telling us within 100 days, they will be able to solve some problems. But when you saw GACHAGUA standing up and speaking, he said that the treasury is empty. What did he have to signify? Did he have to send a message that we expect less? Because if that real man, they meant that in 100 days they will solve the problems, therefore they could not have started accusing treasury of being empty. But they started accusing it so that to poke holes for whatever they said, so that you not be able to question so much. We told you that the treasury is very empty from the start. So we need you to give us some time. Then the other thing, look at this way, and that's why I have a problem in this scenario. The president got votes in 2 regions, which they voted at a larger percentage. So one thing, if Ruto wants to be a two-term president, he will have to be loyal to the two regions. Then when he becomes loyal to the two regions, look at the people surrounding him within the two regions. These are people with very questionable character. So to me, I see chances of Ruto fighting corruption is almost to zero. I don't believe if Satan can fight his fellow, if he can fight witchcraft or can fight something to do with wizard. It is not possible. You cannot fight where you belong. You'll always protect those people you feel that they are near you. I've also seen some kind of video spreading online. I don't know if it's true. If you can recall that the Turkish businessman who was deported or having links with the Islamic State today was in State House. Then I was asking myself, which country is that one? That even the Interpol warns you and tells you that this man is dangerous. Then the next minute, during swearing in, you find that man in State House. Does it mean that Kenya is a country that wants to become a sponsor of terror? If we can invest with such people with such questionable character, then do you think that this country will be okay? Then the other thing also, I think to my side, I felt it was not right is side of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Kaguta Museveni is on record. He is on record. I may not have enough intelligence, but he's on record having been a person accused of assassinating the former strongman of Sudan, the late John Garang. He's on record. He is one of the main suspects. The same Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is the person who is financing the Allied Democratic Forces in DRC Congo to cause havoc. The same Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is the person who has been attacking Migingo in Kisumu day in, day out. The same Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is the man who has been supplying Turkana with the guns together with the Karajamong to cause havoc in the part of our country. Then I really doubt if Museveni will become a close friend of Ruto. I think therefore we'll be able to combine. Kenya will become another like an external colony of Uganda. And if I can recall statistics, is that Kenya has the biggest economy in East and Central of Africa. Kenya needs to have its geopolitical space. Kenya has to service the strategic position as a country. And I can give you, look at even when the former President Barack Obama, when he was going to the burial of the late Nelson Mandela, he prioritized Kenya. Look, even the former Secretary of State, people like Cordell Rice, people like Rex Tillerson, all those people prioritized Kenya. Even in the recent time, you saw somebody called Anthony Blinken was here, showing you clearly the role that Kenya plays in the East Africa. So we should be very careful not to lose that position. And this position, we can only be able to maintain it if we can be vigilant with our government. And being vigilant with the government does not mean that we need to, every time the president speak, we say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, man. No, we need to question. Not only questioning, but questioning with the real facts. One thing you will note with Ruto, and we will note with Ruto, he has a very sweet mouth. Ruto is somebody who can convince that Kenya is heading to the right direction, whereas we know very well Kenya is collapsing. So you need to be very careful with that man, because his mouth is very convincing when actually the data in the ground might be showing a different scenario. You remember even in Kinmorera and Arol Dam, he came out and saying it's only 7 billion in question. Do you know how much 7 billion it is amount of money in Kenyan shillings? To come and say it is only 7 billion in question. You can even recall, this is a man, when Raila Odinga was protecting the Mau forest, he went ahead and he protected those people. And whereas we know very well that the Mau forest is the source of our 7 forks that produces electricity in Kenya. So it tells you very well we are dealing with a person who has a double speak, who has 2 mouths. He will speak when he feels convenient and when he's favoring him. Is he the same person who called Ali Hassan Joe that is academic dwarf because he said Joe was protesting the transfer of port? What did he recently spoke about it? What is he returning to Mombasa if initially they did not transferred? I tell you, this man, you need to be very careful with this man, because if we are to go by empty mouth without data, our country will be doomed. It will not survive at all. It will not survive. Just to be brief and to summarize, I follow politics all over the world, and I was more concerned with Tanzania under John Pombe Magufuli. What Magufuli did, what he did was to deny Tanzanian access to correct information. The man could take loan from China, then he will say these are not loans, these are Tanzanians' money. So he will build roads and do everything else. The moment the man died, it was known that the Tanzanian debt was almost beyond repair. Actually, Samia is trying to repay it back. That's why you hear in Tanzania. If you can call back some time back, you will hear somebody like the former national speaker, the Jacob Ndugai, even protested and said, why is it that we are borrowing more? Then he had to resign because he was against the government. So we need to be very careful. Then the other thing also, I'm seeing at a scenario that our country democracy, it is at a very bad corner. You know, one of the most of things with most people like Ruto is that they don't entertain criticism. Pick an example of GACHAGUA. Do you think GACHAGUA is somebody who can give an alternative idea? Do you think GACHAGUA is somebody who can tell him facts face to face? I think he is not that kind of a person. So what happens is that when these people are against information, what they do, they suppress the media, the freedom of media. So once they suppress it, they will be able to do and get unnoticed. So that one, we also need to take it in very high note that even the media are not in the safer side. Because even you recall some time back, Ruto was being interviewed and he told Hussein, why can't you ask me this question? Why are you asking me this question? How can you go in an exam room wanting to be said the question that you know? How can you set your own question to be asked? It shows you clearly this person is like, they are all like far right people, or what you call the extremists or the hardliners. So we Kenyans, we need to be very careful. We need to be very vigilant. And the other thing I will also talk about is that in the county government, let the county work, because to the national, I see a very little success. I see very little, if not none at all, or not negligible. So to me, I think I can just summarize by saying that chances of this government performance is almost 20 or around 10% because of people associated with the government. Then when you look at the tyrannical numbers, when you see the tyrannical numbers that if I can serve 2 regions, I can get elected as a president, then why should I serve the rest of the region? When you look also at this scenario of the scenario of electioneering mood in Kenya mind, I'm sure 100% there's somebody who has won this seat today and is thinking on how he'll campaign to become a higher position in 2027. So this man will not be able to work for Kenyans, but rather he will try to accumulate more wealth to be able to campaign in another 5 years. And that's why I'm saying performance of this government is very, very, very little. It will be very little. Let's just work and ensure that we just become vigilant, because there's a lot of problem that majority of Kenyan cannot see. The other thing, if I can just touch on it a little bit, it's this kind of politics whereby we involve God in everything.
Francis,
Yes?
you talk another time. Maybe we can move to somebody, then we'll give you a chance again, if you don't mind.
It's okay.
Okay, Asante, you've really done a good summary. I think you asked about the Turkish man. Show me your friend, and I tell you who you are. So don't be surprised. And another thing that you talked about, GACHAGUA got back his money, and you see today that the president decided to increase the judiciary fund, and he employed the judges that had not been employed by Kenyatta, and he really praised the Supreme Court. I'm seeing our judiciary is under capture. This he was talking about state capture. This is when the judiciary is under capture, and this is when that I think the judiciary is really going to promote impunity. So I'm also asking myself a question: whether people are going to be arrested for corruption or even taken to court, or anybody is going to pay back Kenyans money what they owe them. So that is really something that we need to deliberate. Mr. Simba, karibu.
Asante sana Julie, na nchi yetu iko na mambo mengi ya ajabu sana. Kwanza huyu Turkishman anaitwa Aaron Aidin. Biashara ya huyo jamaa hapa alikuwa deported kwa sababu alisemekana is an international money laundering guy, but essentially is the same guy mwenye rais wa sasa ambaye alikuwa deputy president alipiga simu Equity na pesa ikawa released 15 billion. Ilikuwa inaenda wapi? Ilikuwa inaenda Uganda. So wale wenye wanauliza uhusiano wa Ruto na Museveni wanafaa waelewe haya kwamba ilikuwa inaenda kuset up an industry ya kutengeneza madawa. So Ruto has an interest in Uganda. So ndio unaona hata rais wa Uganda anakuja na armored vehicle na bila kuulizwa chochote. I think hizo ni some points ambazo tunaziona kila wakati. Nilisikia mtu akiuliza kuhusu halaiki ya watu ambao masaa ya asubuhi wengine walikuwa wanaruka kutoka kwa ukuta, wengi waliumia wakapelekwa hospitali. I think wale watu hawakuwa watu wa Nairobi. Mabuses zilikuwa from all over the country, so hawa watu hawajui hata hiyo uwanja inatoshana namna gani, so walikuwa wanaruka wapate nafasi wasifungiwe nje kwa sababu walikuwa overexcited hiyo event ya leo vile walikuwa wanataka kuiona. I think NTV leo iliangazia one of the schools in Uasin Gishu jana ilikuwa fully packed na mabasi yenye yalikuwa yanasafirisha watu kuja Nairobi. So hayo ni mambo ambayo yalikuwa wazi. Freedom is here
I think Simba amepotea kidogo. I don't know. Sikuona, si kama nyinyi mliona hizo. I didn't see those buses, but I'm not surprised. I expected that. I even nilisikia kuna moja ilikuwa na accident. I was expecting that. But really, I think our concern here is that, you know, Kenyans who are celebrating this presidency, it is their right to do so, and it is their right to have voted for Ruto. And we all appreciate that because everybody has their right. But if I can recall what Baba and Mother talked about, I think Baba and Mother were the only people who had created the highway to how this country was going to be rescued from our economic problems. Because Mother and Baba were very clear that our problem number one, our problem number two, our problem was corruption. Then they had indicated what they were going to look at. They had talked about they were going to address our health issues, education, they were going to address creation of wealth, creation of, they were talking about one county, one product. I mean, they had told us, they had informed us that we have these problems and we are going to deal with these problems like this. The picture I see with our team that is now in the government is that they didn't plan for this. Ni kama nyinyi wanaume nyinyi mnapanga kufunga doa ama unaona msichana mwenyewe unamtamani, lakini you are not seeing yourself as a father. Then from nowhere you impregnate her, and from Africa she becomes your wife. Na unaambiwa na baba yako Sasa wewe kijana Francis umekomaa, huyu ni msichana ya watu umechukua, sasa wewe ni baba, wewe ni bwana. And you don't have a house, you've not even planned how you're going to feed your family. That is how I see the Kenya Kwanza government, that they wanted to be president, they wanted to lead the country, but they didn't look at where we are coming from. Mother and Baba looked at the situation. They knew we have loans. They knew Kenyans are jobless. They knew we struggle to take our children to school. They knew we struggle to take our to go to the hospitals. Walijua hizo shida zote, and they made plans for that. So I think that's a challenge this government is going to have. Simba, before your network disturbed you are saying something. Endelea.
Yes, asante Julie. Mambo ya freedom is here ni mambo yenye ilianza kuongelewa from Sunday, wakati ambapo pia 9 buses zilipromiziwa kwamba Linturi angeongezewa zingine, ndio baada ya Ruto kuwa sworn in ndio aenda anyoe ndefu, kwa sababu alikuwa amesema kwamba hiyo state capture na freedom haikuwa imepatikana kwa sababu kulikuwa na one dominancy of power in the Mount Kenya region ambayo imeshikiliwa for a very long time na one family. So that is where the issue of freedom ilikuwa inatokea, ndio Linturi aweze kunyoa ndefu na ajipange kuingia kwa serikali. Issue ya Kalonzo kuingia kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, I doubt it. I think Mudavadi will remain the senior most partner in Kenya Kwanza, kinyume na Kalonzo, kwa sababu Azimio will only be having Kalonzo in 2027 kama itafika wakati huo ndio aweze kupambana na Ruto kama ataweza, lakini Ruto hatakuwa one term president. Mr. Francis, Ruto will make his 2 terms na azimalize zote. So hayo ni mambo ambayo tutasubiri kuyaona vile yanaenda. I hope nilikuwa na hayo, lakini kuongezea tu ile kitu yenye Julie anajaribu kuelezea hapa, ndio ni ukweli. Raila's failure ni kama ilikuwa imepangwa, though sijui kama ndio hiyo alikuwa anaelezea exactly, lakini Kenya Kwanza wali invest kwa areas 3 kujaribu kudrive their narrative home. Kwanza ni kanisa. Kanisa ilitumika sana na ikasemekana mpaka kwamba Raila hana uhusiano wowote na kanisa. Ya pili is the young people that wenye walikuwa wapiga kura ambao waliahidiwa mambo mengi since walikuwa jobless, so they took the narrative ya Hustler Nation kwamba ndio itakuja kuwapatia the freedom na iwawekee pesa mfukoni, so they were ready for it. Kama kulikuwa na sababu kama hizo na kusema kwamba Raila ni mzee hataweza kuongoza nchi, kwa sababu hata walikuwa wanamkejeli kwamba hawezi chair cabinet meeting for 5 hours, atajipata kama amelala. So the young people walibuy hizo ideas ambazo zilikuwa crooked, na tukajipata tuko mahali tuko, regardless kwamba judiciary ilitumika sana ku determine the outcome. Nafikiria waliinvest sana kwa hizo areas na wakaweza outsmart vile Atwoli alisema. Now ndio wako na government, wacha tuwapatie muda ndio tuone mahali watatufikisha. Asante.
Thank you, Simba. So whatever, I think Bernard was talking about something, and he was comparing IBC and Kenya National Examination Council. I think I was in Kenya a few years ago, that is 2015. Na mimi nilishangaa sana, niliona mtihani wa math paper 1 being advertised by citizens. Sasa wanasema sisi tuko na mtihani, and they showed us the paper. I was teaching by then, and I was very frustrated to see the same paper the next day. and my students were sitting for the paper, na wanafunzi wengine Kenya walikuwa na huo mtihani, including Citizen. So there were countries like Kamsinga High School. There were schools like Kamsinga High School. Yes, Kamsinga High School, I think, is in Western Province. That in 2015 they had 300 students who had plain A's. I mean, 2015. Then Matiang came in. Matiang, as usual, is a performer. He was tired and fed up of what was going on in Kenya National Examination Council. And Matiang, because he knew what was the problem, I think he began by sacking the neck bosses. I think Wesonga akaenda na mwingine, because 2015 Wesonga was on TV saying hakuna leakage. Anasema hakuna leakage na kesho yake tunapata leakage. So Matiang began with Wesonga. Wesonga akaenda. Wesonga was the neck boss and a few other people. Then Matiang knew that walimu ndio huwa wanaiba mtihani. Mimi ni mwalimu na nilijua walimu ndio wanaiba mtihani. Matiang akasema walimu mtihani utafanywa kama walimu wako nyumbani. Matiang alijua principals are the ones who facilitate this. Matiang akasema use a thief to catch a thief. Akaambia school principals, you will be the supervisors of your center. So mtihani ukiibiwa uhafahame Kenya kwa sababu utakuwa jera. Matiang knew the policemen who were storing this exam in their safe were the ones leaking the exam. So Matiang akatoa mtihani kwa police, akaweka kwa container na akapatia kifunguo county director of education, and there was only 2 keys, one at the headquarters na ingine ya iko na county director. County director akaambiwa, even if you are sick, you must not give that key, and if you are dead, you should give that key to me before you die. So Matiang blocked, and I think he put some trackers on the exams so that once a school opened their exam, communication could go to NEC, shule fulani imefungua mtihani wao. And cheating stopped. 2016, the A's disappeared. Kamsinga High School had less than 10 A's from 300 A's. So until Matiang did this, we were having cheaters doing medicine, cheaters doing law, and we have very many cheaters. That is why we are having a problem. Those cheaters are okay with a cheating government. Because we had cheaters doing medicine. Cheaters, we be very careful. Kama daktari wako, ako na miaka 30, 35 to 25. If your doctor is a Kenyan and he is aged 35 to 25, be very careful. Because that could be a fake doctor. Because we had very many cheaters going to the university in Kenya. Now, if we don't do the same to the IBC, I don't blame Kenyans when they say that they don't want to vote again. Because it's just a show we shall put up, but the president will be decided elsewhere. That is the unfortunate thing. But now that we have a new government and we want to give them the benefit of doubt, my take is they got to do an about turn and decide the way we did things, we cannot do them. We cannot work with this kind of people. Kama wewe ni mwizi hata kama uko kwa serikali yangu, naomba utulie. But I don't know how the panelists feel, how Ruto is going to do that. Sijui kama bado tuko na maoni.
On my part, I would say, Ruto is a brilliant guy. For those people who might not be knowing Ruto, Ruto is a very smart gentleman, and he can outsmart everyone in the room. Even before they realize, he has already maneuvered and found his own way out. So, regardless, because now he's been cornered, he's the president. He's not gonna switch blame to somebody else. No matter how smart he's gonna be, he has I don't want to use a wrong name because he's been putting this name on his own mouth. He has a crook next to him. The crook is also a staff. And so dangerous also. This guy is going to give him chilters as well. So no matter how we're going to say that Ruto might change, but to be precise, when you are smart upstairs, there is a high route that you can go and rethink. He says he has a player for women. You know, a prayerful woman can change things. It can change time. The tides can change. Hopefully, if this thing's gonna work like that, but he has an obstacle. The number two he has is gonna give him the toughest time of his life. The toughest time of his life, because he has, I think he has the appetite of grabbing almost everything on his way. Secondly, is a guy who doesn't tolerate what you call peace. That guy he doesn't even know peace. What he knows is how to fight and eliminate anyone who stands in front of him. So that is the obstacle we have. Both of them, they claim to be prayerful. Both of them, they claim to have spouses who are religious. But now we have a question mark. When we have a religious people or delegation into the White House to lead us, we don't know, are they really giving a solemn prayer or they're just pretending? So this is where we are now in a quagmire. We're just, I don't know, we've just been left wondering whether we are in the right place, or are we going to ask the people, the men and the women in the clothes, to stand before God and say, can you help us change the country? Because now we do no longer, personally, I don't believe in any one of them now, unless and otherwise somebody convinces me otherwise. I need to take my, otherwise I need to be on my own now. I need to start be a man of clothes on my own, because I'm no longer believe in one of them. But let me give confidence in Ruto that may wisdom prevail on him. May he think twice. First of all, just isolate himself from the guy from Uganda if he wants to survive. Secondly, he needs to find a method on how to work with this number two. Otherwise, to appoint a very strong man, because Mudavadi will not be able to contain that gentleman. That is a fact. And if things goes well, he needs to find a very strong Karenjin to be a finance minister, a very strong one, not like the Chirigiri was there. He needs to find a strong man, a tough one. Otherwise, the country will be milked completely. The cow will remain a skeleton. As you asked, Churi, your question is very poignant, but doubtful. We don't have the answer now. There is no answer because, you know, Judy, if you remember, the half of the country did not vote. That is a question. Half of the country or the registered voters did not vote. When you looked at when the swearing in, a quite number of people are still, you know, if it were previously, once the Supreme Court has said the verdict goes this way, people just accept and moves on. But now there is a lot of people, even in this panel, you could see like 3/4 of the people are still in a somber mood. You know, those are prayers which don't read us somewhere, and it sends a wrong message. I don't think no matter what we're gonna wish these guys, they need to work their own. They need to go back to revise, put notes correctly, and they need to stop thumb chasing, because at the end of the day, the time is coming up very quick. It's coming up very quick when they will realize the mamambogas are behind them, when they will realize the schools, they need the free education money, when they will realize that the police, they promised them the uniform, when they will realize they promised the judiciary a lot of billions of money which they don't have, when they will realize that they have transferred the, there's a gentleman I wanted to encounter there, the 045 who was saying that something from Naivasha have been returned back to Mombasa. It's not that easy. And remember, there is a memorandum. There's some people already eaten money. The standards already were awarded, or otherwise, somebody from somewhere is going to sue us that we have gone against the contract, and then we will lose a lot of money as well. I don't know, maybe people understand that even if Uhuru has left the office, whatever he put a signature, nobody can turn it, unless and otherwise there is a resolution passed by the cabinet. Judy, what you said is very credible. Actually, we're just discussing in a very reasonable way. But do we have the cabinet minister who are going to think exactly what we're thinking? Do we have the people who are going to represent the common mwananchi? No. Do we have the people who have the feeling of who they're going to represent? I doubt. Because I could see like 50% of the elected members of parliament, some of them they are illiterate. Actually, they have little knowledge of what they're going to do. I was surprised that most of them, they cannot even read a word. I don't know how they're going to follow the motions in parliament. So the representation there is already dead. If we expect them to do registration, is already dead. So what we are left with is, we are going to start thinking how we can work on our own. Since we don't have the opposition, which is an unfortunate thing. We don't have the opposition, which is an unfortunate thing. What is now is that we beg God for mercy.
We don't even have, the MPs have become sycophants. Unaona vile watu walihama wakaenda Kenya Kwanza. And I think some of them were asking, who will buy me? Even the deputy governor, see the behavior of the deputy governor in Kakamega. I mean, fellow Kenyans, why hatuna msimamo? But I still believe God has his remnants. So kuna watu kama mimi hawezi kanunuliwa, and this panel is here. And I believe we are many of us. When Elijah was telling God that he wants to die, and he was telling God that I'm the only one left, Mungu alimwambia hapana, you are wrong. I have 7,000 of my prophets in Israel. So mimi naamini kuna remnants wa Kenya wenye wameamua hawezi kanunuliwa. Let those MPs be bought. Let them all go to Kenya Kwanza if they want to go. At the end of these 5 years, we'll be knowing nani yako na msimamo na nani hana msimamo. But he was talking about the deputy president. You know, he used some derogatory statements. Anazoea kusema sisi watoto wa Mau Mau. And I always ask myself, mtoto wa Mau Mau. So are you the most important person kama wewe ni mtoto wa Mau Mau? So the other Kenyans are not Kenyans because wewe ni mtoto wa Mau Mau. And he even said that the other day, he was telling Ruto that sisi watoto wa Mau Mau tumekupigia kura. So now, Leo, you are asking a good question. You are asking, how will he control Gachagua? Na jana I was in this panel and I heard Duke saying that Duke is Kenya Kwanza, the Duke who comes here, that there's no way Gachagua is going to be president after Ruto. Hebu sikia, watu wa Kenya Kwanza tayari wako na mpango ya kumuondoa Gachagua. Na you people, you are saying Gachagua is going to be a thorn on Ruto's neck. So, and Gachagua wako na scandals. Hata yeye huyu mkubwa wake watu wako na scandals. But you are saying President Ruto is intelligent. He might work very hard to avoid his scandals, and he may work very hard to clear his name, and he may decide, mimi sitaki scandal, na sitaki mtu aniletee scandal karibu na mimi. But how will he control the Gachaguas? Now, people are talking about Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't know what to say about Kalonzo Musyoka, but somebody is saying Mudavadi is very quiet. I don't know what's happening with Mudavadi. But maybe they are planning to give him a cabinet secretary, maybe a senior one. Maybe they should even give Mudavadi's treasury. Maybe Mudavadi will not steal from us, Mr. Leo, Simba, and Francis. Maybe.
So, hello.
Yes.
So, actually, if you can remember the Golden Bag scandal, Mudavadi was the center of it. So, you know, one thing that I know, the only person who cannot steal is a person like Matiang'i. Matiang'i did not have any political interest, so he knew very well he cannot steal money to do campaigns. So once you put somebody in very important function of government who does not have some interest to vie in political position, that somebody is likely not to steal. But when you put somebody who wants to vie maybe in another 5 years or has some other aspiration, the likelihood of that person stealing are very, very, very high. Because Right now, I was talking to a friend of mine who from Nakuru, and he was telling me you have used 4 million to campaign just to become a member of county assembly. So you can just imagine that amount of money, 4 million to become a member of county assembly. What about MP? What about governor? So you see, and then when you look at that one, you know, there are some things that I look at people speaking about them, and I just have to feel sorry for my fellow Kenyans. When you hear somebody saying an MP is earning 800, he has money, does it mean that this MP does not have expenses to incur? Does it mean that this MP does not have his life to move it on with it? So does it mean that this 800,000, is it gross income or is net income minus the expenses? You know, some things Kenyans, they quantify money in terms of the total you receive without looking at the expenses that somebody incurs. And that's what I can assure you very well, and something that I know. William Samoei Ruto used almost billions of money, is almost more than 2 billion, or even let's say almost 5 billion for him to win presidency. The kind of money that man was dishing in Mount Kenya and Rift Valley, it was very extreme, very, 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 very extreme. To a point that even the Equity tried to have donated such kind of money, it could have collapsed. So it means that he will try as much as possible to get tenders so that it will recover that money back. And that is why now when you get the tenders, you'll be getting tenders, you don't complete the work, you get tenders, you do substandard work, you get tenders, sometimes even you acquire tenders which are fixtures which do not exist, like the one of which involved the former cabinet secretary for sports, Echesa, the one who was involving buying of weapons from Poland. And you know, how can a minister buy weapons from Poland without involvement of the defense forces? So it tells you a lot of things. When we monetize our campaign or our election, expect a lot of drama, because people will use any means possible to get money, because wanasema sijui pesa haina pesa haina sijui haina aibu ama haina uchafu ama ni kitu gani. You use any means to get money so that you win any political seat. And then the other thing also, when you look at, I was looking at this kind of character which I want to condemn in the strongest term possible. The kind of using Christianity to demonize other people. Actually, today I was looking at another man from Meru who was praying that Mother Karua should go to hell. Then I asked myself a very simple question. Do we have an ambassador of Christ, or do we have ambassador of heaven in Kenya who represent God, who knows who are supposed to go to heaven and who are not supposed to go? When did human beings get the opportunity to judge others? Who gave them that permission? Who told them that Christianity is the best religion? Who told people that Islam is the best religion? Who told them even that heaven they are proclaiming exists? Who has ever gone there and come back? Let's live spiritual life to individual level. When we reach to the political of a country, let's deal with factual matters.
Mr. Francis, lest we be, you know, sometimes these guys, they are just joking with the spirituality. We understand we have God. God exists.
Yes.
If we are Christians, we are Christian for, we are not forced to be there. So let's we hope we are Christians, but these guys, you remember actually, Christians was captured long time ago. Even those people who faith on the Muslim, they will tell you also part of the Islamic, it was captured long time ago. So the fact is the religion stays, but we have the wrong people in the religion.
So that's why I was saying we need to condemn that one, and we need to move our politics from being religion driven to being ideological driven with factual matters. Because you see one thing, actually to me, myself, I believe religion is more of correcting people's characters and values. It's not about economy or governing of a country. Because if I can remember the last time they tried to govern with the 10 commandments, it was the Lord Resistance Army General, the Joseph Kony, who tried to govern Uganda with the 10 commandments and actually did not succeed. Kenya should be governed with factual matters. And you know the problem with one thing is that when you introduce religion in politics, what does it mean? Even a bad person can pretend to be saved, and then you elect that person. Because I can tell you, most religion does not allow questioning. When you are being told, you need to agree with the way it is. Either you feel you are not contented or contented, you have to agree with it. So to me, I think we need to reach as a country to a place whereby we let religion be on individual basis, and then the politics of a country, let's see, driven on factual matters and ideology, based on things that we can quantify or we can see or we can touch, not the things that are more of beliefs and maybe faith, something of such kind. Because even right now, I was looking at I was looking at that the coronation ceremony for the President William Ruto. And actually the songs that were being played there, they were songs to attack people who belong to Azimio. They were songs that were well calculated to attack certain individuals. Those you can even refer them back. There were songs, they were being played there to attack individuals, to show that there are people who are enemy. Then the other thing I was looking at it is this way. These people are behaving as if that a country has to agree with all of them. Anybody who opposes them will hear them saying, you know, this person opposed us, so you're not supposed to have no right to speak. Then I am asking, did they want all of us to believe that William Ruto is the best man, or what did they want? Why are they propagating democracy, whereas in the same time they want to suppress the freedom of expression? So we need to have our politics as a country. We need to have our politics. We need to have our talk. Let us talk on factual things. Let us not introduce things to do with beliefs or some things to do with rumors or fiction thing. If it's an economy, let's look at the cost of economy. Let's look at the mitigating factors. What are those driving factors of economy to be high? What are those things contributing to bad economy? Let us not just sit down and then start saying, you know, if we pray, things will change. If we pray, God has already given us, ametupa uhai wa kuishi, ametupa uzima. So the rest of things is on our side. And there is no any economic philosophy that talks about praying, or if you pray, the economy will be good. I don't believe in any, because you have to work. As long as you are alive and you are well-being, that is enough thing to ensure that you work for your country. It's not about now to sit down and start praying. That one will not help anywhere. So we need to up our game. We need to enlighten our society. We need to enlighten those people to understand more of the role of religion in society. Because if we continue in that trajectory, we shall be electing pastors instead of leaders. We shall be electing ushers as MPs instead of electing legislative people who can debate.
Asante Francis, kuna Wakristo wa Kenya watafika binguni and they will find other religions, they will faint or start questioning Jesus. Kwani Jesus kumeendaje? Hata fulani yako hapa. They will not only find Christians, but they will find other religions because they are very quick at judging. I don't know where we are heading to, but I say like Mr. Leo, I think back when I was in Kenya, I must have thought I was very religious. I must have thought so. And I must have been thinking that Kenyans will love God so much. But now when I'm coming here, I find Americans, those who love God, they love God. Hawananga jia katikati, hawananga ati katikati, ati mtu ako katikati. And the churches you see here, like the church I go, I have never heard the man of God talk about money. Yet kuna envelopes za kutoa pesa, lakini that's not his focus. And I also see they don't look at people like you sinners, but they work so hard to reach to people. They give. That is why you see like those Christmas boxes. I used to see them in my church in Kenya. And now I come here, I find that my church is one of the ones that pack those Christmas boxes for children. I mean, they try all they can to reach people, either by giving, helping them, supporting them, loving them. Yani they value what people's lives. Lakini Kenya kumebadilika. It is a very sad story. I'm not condemning all churches, but I'm just saying it's really a very sad story. Sijui Simba umepotea. Awe maneno ya kanisa na serikali na siasa unayonaje?
Yes.
Francis was commenting about the church and the hypocrisy and politics, na kwamba leo ati zile nyimbo zilikuwa zinaimbwa kwa pale Kasarani ni zile tulikuwa tunaita za kukata watu, like you are trying to slice me, like they are attacking people. And then he's saying something that someone was praying in Meru, saying that praying for mother to go to hell. I don't know how somebody can pray for somebody to go to hell. I don't know. So we are asking ourselves that what has happened to the Church of Christ in Kenya? Ni nini kimefanyika? Is it that they have been corrupted? Ama is it that Kenya tumekuwa so corrupt that our minds, our hearts, and our souls have been bought by politicians? So we dance to their tune. We can say anything and everything to please our politicians, irrespective of what the word of God says. What do you think, Bwana Simba?
Truly, mimi kuna bado nitarudi tu Meru on Sunday. Ukienda Thanksgiving, watu ambao walikupigia kura, watu ambao walikupigia kura wanapatikana kwa kanisa peke yake? Hapana. Mbona iwezi kuwa ni mkutano ambao umeita an open place kuambia watu ambao walipigia kura asante? Kwa sababu masuala mengi yalijadiliwa ndani ya kanisa hiyo on that very Sunday, including mambo ya miraa. Mimi sijui kama haya miraa iko na uhusiano gani na kanisa. So churches in Kenya zimekuwa ni kitega uchumi, yani ni kama biashara ya mtu individually, lakini kuna congregants ambao huwa wanahudhuria. Halafu ndio soft spot wanasiasa wamepata kupata watu kwa pamoja, kwa sababu kuna kiongozi wao. So unaenda through hiyo kiongozi ndio upate wale wafuasi. Nafikiria hiyo ndio njia ambayo kanisa imechukuliwa kwa sasa, na hiyo ndio imeleta shida kubwa sana, kwa sababu kanisa pastor uulizwe maswali, na hata akiulizwa maswali sio ni yale maswali ambayo ni kupeana tu direction basi, hauna ile right of to reply ama nini, kwa sababu yeye amepeana direction, huyu amekuja hapa ametusaidia hii. So wafuasi ni kupata, na nafikiria hiyo ndio ilikuwa njia moja ambayo Kenya kwanza watumia sana, vile nilikuwa nimeongelea, kupata wafuasi ambao walikuwa ni wengi, kwa sababu wademo na Israeli Odinga kwamba yeye hana kanisa.
Yes, they use that much to indoctrinate people, especially from Mount Kenya region. And it is sad, but I didn't think it's hypocrisy, because the Bible even says that they shall come in sheep's clothing, but they shall be wolves. They shall be wolves. And if you want to know who they are, angalia matendo yao. So Bwana Simba, siwezi kakuwa nikuhubiria kwamba nataka uende binguni na kwangu hakuna heshima. Si heshima, yani niwe, unajua wale wa mama wenye hawana heshima. And ukinikuta kanisani, I'm the one speaking in the spirit, breathing, fire breathing, born again, heavenly bound, devil chasing. Unajua wanasemanga mimi nimeokoka, I'm born again, devil chasing, heavenly bound, fire breathing, lakini matendo yangu hayakuambii kwamba mimi nampenda Mungu. I'm not thinking that I'm holier than thou, but I'm saying that we look, tuangalie matendo yako, basi tutajua kwamba wewe unampenda Mungu. But mimi sijui kwa nini Wakristo wale wako pale Mount Kenya wamekubali haya maneno. Hiyo ni kitu sijakubali, kwa sababu hata the rest of the country kuna Wakristo mle Nyanza, kuna Wakristo kule mkoa wa Mashariki, mkoa wa Magharibi, mkoa wa Pwani. Kuna Wakristo kule mkoa wa Mashariki Kusini, lakini sijui kwa nini Wakristo wa Mount Kenya ndio wanakaa wameshikwa sana na hii maneno. I don't understand. I have been struggling to understand that, why we can't see people through the word of God. Hiyo ni ngumu sana, and that is where Kenya we are. Francis, unasemaje? Karibu.
So you see, actually to me I've picked some novels, some materials, because when I want to know people, I always study them in deep so that I can come up with conclusion. And actually, I've been looking at the people from, particularly from Central Kenya, to a great extent, and they have been intoxicated with something that I can let me just call like the Garden of Eden syndrome. That they like they can believe that through miracles something can happen, through something through miraculous can happen, the thing can be good. And you know this, that is a sign of a country heading to depression. When a country is heading to depression, one of the signs is that people get angry for no reason. Unaweza hata kanyanga mtu mguu tu hivi usikie amekupiga, ama vita hata imekuwa kitu mbaya. That is a sign of country heading to depression. Another sign of a country heading to depression is whereby you find that anything you say, even though it is a lie, but it's like kama inatengeneza kitu inakaa inaonekana ni vizuri, people will tend to believe very easily. And those are things to show you a country is heading to depression. That is in terms of economic matters. Hata unapata hata kama ni mtu anaendesha gari, akipata umbo kwa njia haezi ondokea, anaikanyanga. That is a kind of depression economically. It always happen that way. Even in families, unapata tu mko pale as a family, because of economic hardship, mzee anaitishwa school fees, anachukua panga, anakata mtoto. You look at the connection between the two activities, they have no any interconnection. But because of that depression, people are feeling so much frustrated. It is to a point that now they believe anything that comes in a way. I can give you a very good example. When somebody is suffering from cancer, I can tell you that somebody can even be prayed, even by a person who does not believe in God. As long as you just sound Lord or God, you will just believe it, because he has reached at a point that he's seen that there's no like something like turning back. So we need to educate our people, to tell them the factual thing, to tell them that religion, it's about character and values. Religion is to instill values in society, to instill character. And religion cannot build anything of value in terms of monetary in society. So they should be aware that, and for example, I can pose this question to you because I posted in another church that I attended, and actually there's nobody who gave me an answer. Maybe you can give me an answer. Let's reflect back in 2007. We have Christians in this country, we have Muslims, and we have other religion. Then my question is very simple. If all these religions are saying that they are against violence, who killed who, and why did he have to kill if the religion that he believes is that he was against killing? If this religion, the majority religion, that is the Islam and the Christianity, always is against killing or is against violence, where did the violence come from in 2007 that claimed almost the lives of almost 1,000 people? Then it shows you very clearly that majority of the people, I'm not trying to say that I'm good, but what I'm trying to say is that majority of the people, we feel happy, or we want to hear things that make us feel happy without making us good. You want to hear things that will make you feel good without making you good. And that's why you find most of us, we are hypocrites in church. Because in 2007, I believe, you as a Christian, if somebody tells you go and fight, if somebody tells you go and do this one, because of the values that are being instilled in you, you are not supposed to do it because it will be against on what you believe. So I expected that a politician could stand and say, let's do this one. Then everybody will say, no, that's against what I believe in. But people took some crude weapons to go and harm others, clearly telling you that these people are not believing on what they are saying, they're believing on it. So we need to tell people very clear. Religion is there to deal with character and the values and to connect you to a creator, because I believe in existence of supreme being. I believe in it. I have no doubt in that. So we need to tell people, to educate people, so that somebody will not come in the name of religion to incite others. So, you know, let me tell you, time at a time, We might see it as a little problem, but I'm addressing it because I know how much it has done in society. It will take time. People start to preach and gospel that is these people are holier, these are not holier. It will reach at a point somebody will come from with a radical perspective that those people who felt that they are not believing in what you are believing should die. And that's why you'll see some radical people emerging in Kenya. It has happened all over, and Kenya is not a special ground that cannot happen. We need to tell people that we need to be moderate on whatever we do. We need to care about others. We need to live as brothers and sisters, people who believe that we are created by the same supreme being. We need to tell individuals that all of us, regardless of what we believe, all of us, we have a special place in our God. All of us, we whatever you believe, whatever I believe, all of us, we are heaven bound. And not to separate people in terms of this supported Raila, Raila is a witch, so if he's a witch, sijui nini. Those are the things that intoxicate people. We raise a generation very radical. Unapatana na mtu unamwambia actually siku hizi hata unaogopa kwenda kanisa. Ukisikia ni mtu wa Mount Kenya ama ni mtu wa huko Rift Valley anahubiri, unaogopa. Utafika hapo usikie wewe ulikuwa unisupport Raila, wewe uamini Mungu. People will be looking you as if umebeba irizi kwa kanisa. And you ask yourself, where are those things coming from? And we are all children of God. We are all meant in the likeness of God. For real, we need to educate people and to tell people the facts. That's all that I can tell you people. Let's try as much as possible. I know religion intoxicates people a lot, but we can change that one if you are willing to change that.
Asante Francis. And some of those who organize the killings in Rift Valley really are the ones who really claim to love God now, surprisingly. So mimi ya maneno nashangaa, mimi wanasema watu wangefunga virago waende, they first apologize and apologize to those and tell them we are sorry. I think that is how, Francis, we cannot be going to the same church with you na sikuongeleshi na sikupendi na siku moja pengine nilikukosea and I feel things are okay. I think I should go back to you and tell you I'm sorry. I think there's a place that the Bible says that Jesus was preaching and was saying that before you come to give your offerings na mmekosana na mtu, nenda kwanza ujulie huyo mtu hali and you repent and you tell them, you ask them to forgive you before you give your offering. So I think Kenyans, Mungu atusaidie. Naona Christine, naona bwana nyumba, karibuni Christine. Namna gani? Karibu.
Asante sana Julia, good to see you. I thought today we were to put on our blues, then I saw you are not in blue, then nikasema acha tuningie. Unajua hata kama tunapitia maumivu, we must just maintain our agreement. We must keep our agreement. Francis, good to see you. Evans, good to see you. Nyumba, ora waku. Nimekumiss Nyumba, it's been a while. Good to see you back. Okay, Julia, me to be honest, I don't want to lie to you. I think by the time I was waking up, I think the inauguration was going on, but I didn't even want to look at it. But I've been following Twitter throughout the day because in Twitter you can get summary, you can get highlights. I've been following that, and even Ruto's summary, inauguration speech summary was there. But one thing I didn't see people talking about, I didn't follow, so I don't know. I stand to be corrected. I remember one thing I didn't hear Uhuru's speech today. I only saw pictures of Uhuru exchanging the sword to Ruto, and people were just focusing on the way the guard moved to Ruto's side. But I remember, okay, there's also Ruto trying to give Uhuru a job, but it's so ironical. You are trying to give somebody a job, yet you couldn't even, I don't know, but I believe Museveni talked because Twitter they were highlighting on what Museveni was saying. But I didn't see I don't know whether Uhuru talked or Uhuru was given a chance to even say bye to Kenyans. So I don't see why you should be giving somebody a job if you can't give somebody a chance to even say bye to Kenya, because I remember even for Kibaki and Moi, it was so toxic. But Moi got to be given a chance to speak. It's only that Kenya at that time, we were tired, we couldn't listen. And we kept singing Yote Yawezekana Bila Moi. I also noticed in Ruto's speech, he talked about the police force. He's gonna grant some money to the police force, I think, to improve their standard of living. And he's gonna appoint the judges. And it's just ironical because all along throughout the campaign, Ruto has been singing about Mama Mboga and everything. And today, even when Ruto was going for the presidential debate, we even saw Mama Mboga was very consistent. But today, nothing of Mama Mboga came close to that. So, and when somebody tries to empower the judiciary and the police officer, if that is the first thing, those are the traits of dictators. Once you have the legislature by your side, he has the legislature now, he won that one. He has the judiciary and he's gonna have the police force on his side, you know? So those are telltale signs of dictators. I might be proven wrong with time, but those are things that are coming out. You're gonna be dictated, and then you can see, show me your friends and I show you your character. You've seen the friends of Ruto that came today. We saw Museveni, we saw Kagame. As much as Rigathi tried to trash Uhuru, at least Samia, the Tanzanian lady, when she stood to speak, at least she spoke some positive things about Uhuru, which is commendable. One thing I would have wished to hear from Ruto's statement, you know, even me, if I'm looking for a position at my workplace and I happen to get it through thick and thin, I'll acknowledge the people that I wasn't, like I defeated, you know. So Ruto, this was the best moment that Ruto could have captured and said, fine, it was a race. When you are in a race, you can say anything about your enemy inaeleweka. You can, unaweza tusema your enemy vile unataka, politics is a dirty game. That is expected. Even him calling Raila Mganga, names were exchanged. During political time, that is expected. Politics is a dirty game. But when you got something, as much as when we go to election, the majority have their way. In this case, whether it was fairly or unfairly, they had their way. So he should embrace everybody because Kenya is for all of us. We are all going to pay taxes regardless of whether you voted for Ruto or not. So it was high time he made something just to also make us feel, yes, we have no option, but at least we are going to be acknowledged in this government. About Rigathi talking about Uhuru, to me, I don't think Rigathi, as much as we try to blame Rigathi cannot talk without the knowledge of Ruto. They knew what they are going to talk about. And if you saw even how Rigathi came to be the deputy president of Ruto, he fought for that space. Nobody wanted him. He fought for that space. And Ruto is a very smart politician. He knows the character of Rigathi. He knows Asipoka Chonjo, it's not going to be easy with him and Rigathi, you know? So I just think Ruto, I think it's just setting a trap for Rigathi because even right now, the Kikuyus are not proud of Rigathi about the remarks he made today. So I just think Ruto is just setting a trap for Rigathi to get that rejection even from his own people. But Ruto and Rigathi, given their temperamentals, it's just going to be difficult. But I just hope all will work well because at the end of the day, when they not be in agreement, it is us as a country that will be suffering. I also want to make just two observations from Uhuru's side. Uhuru appeared sad. I know people have been bashing Uhuru to have betrayed Raila. I just think people should remove that tag. Uhuru said he will hand over power smiling, even if he acknowledges his leaders, Raila. But we can tell even throughout the campaign, Uhuru sacrificed. I can't confirm or deny, but I heard Uhuru gave some money to the Azimio Secretariat. Uhuru, how many meetings did Uhuru call in Sagana to campaign? Like, Uhuru did his best. Like, he went out. Yes, I know the resistance, he didn't walk much in Kikuyu land, but he went out. Fine, even as Luo, the ODM people, not even I'm talking about the Luo side. we lost because Raila did not win power. But how much did people that stood with Uhuru lose? Like all of them went home. Whether they'll be embraced in Raila government, in Ruto government, I just don't know. Uhuru has gone home a sad man. People might say whatever they want to say. People that stood with Uhuru have lost. People like Kanini Kega, people that really did good things to their people. It's just sad news. I really feel for them. My heart goes out to them. Finally, about Christianity and religion. I'm one person who is, yes, there are things we can see, but sometimes I really don't like to focus much on Christianity and religion because biblically we are told not to judge. And sometimes I look at the life of David. I haven't reached that place that I can preach and defend, but sometimes I read the Bible and I look at the life of David. David, to any human being, to those people that were seeing David was the worst of the worst. David killed. David stole somebody's wife. But the secret why David kept winning God's heart is that David was a man who was always on his knees. So as much as these people might be saying whatever they are saying in public, we don't know their secret life relationship with God. The only thing that God could not allow David to do was to build a temple because David was already tainted. So I don't want to judge them in terms of their Christianity, their character. Vengeance belongs to God. But at this point, all I can say for some of us that might not be seen as prayerful, we just need to go down for the sake of our country, because even if we are here, Julia, we have our families home. We have our friends home. Like, Kenya is still, like, for me, at the end of the day, I would like to go back to my country. There's no social life here, you know? So if Kenya goes down, we will be impacted. So at this point, it's already done. All I can wish is that let's wish well for our people. Our people are suffering so much that any form of help that we can do for our country right now, whether it is through prayers, whether it is through those taxes, let us pay. Life will continue. God will see us through this. When Uhuru and Ruto were taking power, the Luos, we were bitter. We cried, you know. But at the end of the day, now Uhuru is going home, and right now we are praising him. So let's give them benefit of doubt. It's their government. Let them mess with it if they want. 5 years is not long. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, Christine, 5 years is not long. Even not 5 years. I think before long we shall be saying tofauti kati ya mbivu na mbichi, and we shall tell where we are going. And like you are saying, we can't forget our country, because that's where we come from. Home is east-west, home is best, and we care about what happens to Kenya. The Azimio people, Uhuru really worked. I watched the IBC numbers that Baba got tending to 900,000 votes from Mount Kenya region. I think previously Baba did not get more than 100,000. So you can see that difference. And kama mimi naamini kura za Baba zilibiwa, I believe Baba got more than 1 million votes in Mount Kenya region. So Uhuru fought. He was going to share the votes with Ruto. He was heading there. He fought. And I'm very proud of my former president, my retired president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because he handed over the power peacefully. He made sure there was a peaceful transition. He's my hero. And he's a son of a king. He's a son of the president. He's lived in the palace. He's lived in State House since his childhood. And he's a very humble man. I think Kenyans have a lesson to learn. Karibu Bwana Nyumba.
Asante Julia, nimekusalimu. Umesalimika Julia kitambo. Alafu wacha niruke mwingine niende kwa Christine. Christine salimika. There is an Amani here. Leo Evans ever trusted Daunga. I like your name. It's a long one. Yeah, Julia, I may not have much to say. I just came over to say hi to people. You know, once you become a family, you miss each other, like Madam Andiga said. Also miss you people. I think my sabbatical leave is almost ending now. I'll be back full swing, and things have settled. So for today morning, here in, this time is very confusing. Najua huko America, I tried to translate the time. Now is here 4:28 in the morning in Kenya. Najua huko sijui kama ni mchana, so hata kuwasalimia kama mzee good morning na nawasalimia hivyo. Sasa hii mjadala iko hapa. I can't talk much, but now we have a new president and his deputy. He's going to have a new executive, and he is going to reorganize all the institutions because he needs people who are loyal to him. And quite a number are going to be victims. Wenye hata walikuwa kwa polisi, kina Matiang'i, kina Kiwicho, hao wote, there's no way they can be in position now after what happened. So has Kenya gained or lost? No, before I go to that, actually, I can assure you I didn't, I was doing other things. I didn't watch the transition. I was busy. So there's some points that I may not know. But I listened to our new president very briefly, and he had very good points. Of course, some negative. For example, now shifting the dry port from Naivasha again to Mombasa, not those operations. I think we as Nakuru County, we are going to lose. And some of these decisions it should not be personal, because that was on a personal issue to him to gain votes in Mombasa, and he did actually. But if all goes well, quite a number of issues raised by our new president were very positive. The only fear is that we are used to him speaking in double speak language. What he says doesn't mean actually. I hope this time he follows what I have said. Quite a number of items he mentioned were very positive, but the fear is that just to play with our ego, and then maybe it changes for the worse. So is the changeover from UHURU to Ruto? Is it positive? Have we gained? Let's give ourselves time. I don't take the 100 days. 100 days maybe is too few to make a judgment. Let's have 1 year, then we can analyze the direction the country is taking. And that's the time we can analyze and know exactly if it's positive or negative. For now, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. And Julia, I said earlier, I came just here to greet you people. And as Bernard says, is it? No. I've missed also Nani, Themba. Say hi to Themba when I see him, because he's the one who says this is my time to go and look after my goats. And actually, I want to go out now. It's in the morning here. And the goats are bleating.
Kwani unatoa mbuzi zako mapema aje? Saa 10 ziko nje.
Lazima utoke kwanza uangalie kama ziko sawa, kama ingine imezaa, kama lazima zinakaaje, zimekanyagana watoto. Ni asubuhi hapa, is 4:30 in the morning. So kabla zitoke na si mbuzi, hata kuku ziko hapo. Unajua sasa mzee akifika hii naangalia tu
akona mbuzi, akona kondoo
na hata kuku, hata ng'ombe moja ya maziwa.
Ng'ombe moja ya maziwa ile ya grade.
Zero grazing, ni zero grazing. So unajua mzee akiamuka, let me go off cut kidogo. Sijaanza kuamuka mapema saa hiyo kwa sababu nimezeeka. In 1998 waking up ilinisaidia sana, because nilikuwa nimenunua brand new miguu ya pickup nilikuwa nayo. Asubuhi naikuta kwa imewekelewa maji, miguu yote imeenda. Hiyo kuamka mapema ilinisaidia. Nilifuata footprint mpaka pahali fulani, na finally hiyo tulifuata na polisi na mwenye alikuwa hapo. We gained the following day in the morning, we managed to get those wheels. So back 1998. So I was still that waking up was very important, because footprints zilikuwa zimeharibiwa zenye walikuwa waizi wametumia. Nilifuata moja mpaka ikanifikisha pahali, and we managed to retrieve those wheels. So waking up is very important actually. Sijui huko ni saa ngapi Julia huko?
9:32. Sijui Christine kwake ni saa
What?
ngapi?
Morning or nani
Usiku.
tatu usiku.
Usiku. Mhm.
Onyi
Julia, I
mnaelekea
think we
kulala sasa.
share the same time. It's 9:33 for me.
Yeah, 9:33 now.
PM.
Yeah, PM.
I wish you a good night then. You know, me it's morning and I find it good evening ama good night. I find it odd. Lakini wacha niwachie hapo, leo siku na mengi ya kusema. Naingia pole pole. Sabbatical leave yangu inaisha sasa. I'll be with you most of the time. Happy to see you guys.
Asante.
Yeah. Thank you.
Asante nyumba. Sisi tuko tumeshikilia hii nyumba. Say that East West home is best. Now we are praying for our country. We are wishing the new government the best. We don't want to see a foreign country. You know something? I'm thinking that hata kama we are dissatisfied with the election, hata kama we feel that Baba should have been the president. Supposing these people make a 180 degrees about turn and decide to do the right thing, then all of us will benefit. Maybe even some of us will want to go back to Kenya. Maybe ama aje Christine. Unajua tuko hapa, unajua nyumba tuko hapa because we felt we were struggling. And I'm telling you, Nyumba, I think you'll agree with me, even Christine. I think Christine has lived in Kenya for a long time. As Mr. Leo Evans, you uko pande gani? So people struggle in Kenya. People even of middle income are struggling to take their children to school. Kwa sababu kabla mtoto aingie form 1, you have to budget over 60,000. I think Nyumba, you can agree with me that. You know that, right? Over mtoto saa hii, hiyo ni minimum. If the child has to go to a good school. And then bei ya chakula ndio hiyo. The price of good is so high, you know? And then some people are living in rental houses. Now, afadhali, where I come from, I mean, I think parts of central Kenya, people are able to grow their maize, wako na mahindi, wako na Irish potatoes. But I think I lived in Nyanza for a long time, Christine, and I think Nyanza, the land is not very good. So people cannot boast that they have harvested a lot of corn, maybe for some few months. Now, and these people have got to take their children to school. These people have got to pay a lot of fee. These people are na magonjwa. Now, I'm thinking Kenya badly needs rescue. Now, rescue in one, Kenyans need to wake up one of these fine days. Waambiwe, let your child go to school without paying anything. Wewe unafikiria ukiambiwa, you don't have to think about 60,000. That's a lot of money that can be used to buy food or even make a better house. I mean, uanze ka foundation kidogo ya kanyumba kidogo. So I'm thinking the new government should prioritize what Kenya needs. We don't even need more judges. I don't know what increasing the judiciary fund is going to help Kenyans. Hiyo sielewi kabisa kwa nini ya watu wameongezewa hiyo pesa. Okay, giving Kenyans fertilizer is a good thing. I mean, rolling the price, that's a very good thing. But we need long-lasting solutions. What do we need? We need to think about how do we stop depending on just the rainfall? Now, how do we stop having our agricultural products produced only when it is raining, so that when we have drought, we don't have food? What can we do about that? That takes us back to Kimorel and Arol Dam. Nyinyi watu mkijua maneno ya Mwea, the Mwea irrigation schemes, you know, those people are becoming independent because of the production of rice. Watu Kirinyaga, I mean, agriculture ndio inawasukuma sasa. We need to appreciate that. Supposing we did that in the rest of the country, how far do you think Kenya could go? What if we decide to work on those irrigation schemes that had been started and we make sure they are working? I mean, what if we decide that Kenya hatutanunua mahindi kamwe from outside? We will not talk about importing corn from Mexico or from wherever. I mean, we try our best to feed our people. I hope the new government comes up thinking like that. Sijui kama, sijui what the rest of the panel is thinking. Sijui mnaonaje, Mr. Leo Evans.
Julia,
Yes.
before I go out, please, my last comment is that, as I said earlier, maybe some positive things will come out of the what's happening now. For example, me as a person, I may be a beneficiary of the new system in that having stayed in Nakuru. I'm actually within the former municipal boundaries, but now Nakuru is a city. But I have been depending on rainwater for the last 20 years. There's no tap water here, okay? Of course, it's in my residence. I just made a very big underground tank. I harvest all the water, and it survives. But the new system, our new governor, Honorable Susan Kihika, and our new president, they have already confirmed they are going to revive something called Itare Dam. Itare Dam is iko huko pande za Molo Kuresoi, and that's the dam ilikuliwa, lakini sasa watafufua, itatupatia maji. So I'm saying ingawaje ilikuliwa hiyo dam na ikaisha, it was part of the Itare Kimwarel na hiyo Arole. There's some problem somewhere. I'm finishing. So that's positive. Julia, what you have talked about is very important. I've left it on about the dam. I've been a board chairman of my former secondary school, and what you're saying, I saw it, I've seen it. Things are difficult. They say free education, but things are very difficult. And the best investment or the best gift you can give to a child is to give that education. Mashamba hakuna, mashamba imekwisha, lakini akipata hiyo education na akuwe na hiyo certificate, at least there could be an opening one time or the other. So I'm confirming, or I'm also agreeing, concurring with you, Madam Julia, tuone mabadiliko. If it's free education, wacha ikuwe free proper. They say free, but the other miscellaneous costs, then saa zinasumbua wazazi, watoto wako nyumbani kila saa. So it's the best gift you can give to our kids. Let's have free education, proper free education, not with tied strings. Asanteni nyote. Collins huku wako na Mulumba na wengine wenye wako Mkungi Francis, nimewasalimia na naondoka sasa. Mimi naitwa Nyumba. Asanteni, wana wakati mwema. Thank you.
Asante Nyumba. Yes, free education, and sometimes wanaona kama it's lack of exposure, lakini I always ask myself, these people, our politicians are well traveled. Sisi ndio tulikujaga America mara ya kwanza. Me, before I came to America, I think I'd only gone to, I had a chance to go to Britain, and I think I'd gone through Cairo and maybe East African countries. Lakini singejigamba nimesafiri. Hao watu kila saa kuna mkutano sijui wapi wameenda, China sijui wapi. And they know these things. They see these things. You see, if you come to America, I have seen one of the things the Americans make sure is that the parents of this country do not have to spend a single coin on the education of their country. And Christina was telling us that even if she took her child to a private school, the government is providing transport to that private school. Can you see that? The government is providing transport that private school, so that hata Christine yeye ndiye amejipeleka huko, lakini anaambiwa Christine, usituamini mtoto wako hajafika shule, tunakupelekea shule. Ama aje Christine?
Yeah, Julia, and the reason why I took my child to, I'm in a very good school district, but the population is a bit, the reason why it's white populated, and the reason why I took my child to a private Catholic school was because my child came this year. He's 13. He has an accent, you know. So in a public school, you know, there are different characters. I'm a CPS, so you understand CPS. So I've worked with public schools, and I knew under 13, if somebody mocks him about his accent, you know, his self-esteem will go down, you know. That's why I took my child to a private school. That is what I was shielding him from. Otherwise, but the bus takes him morning and evening. I just pick him in the evening because of sports, but everything is done by the district. The food, I don't pay for food. He is in a private school, but they are fed over there. And next year he'll apply for scholarship. He came when scholarship was gone, you know. Application, yeah, that's why. Otherwise, everything here is free.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, Nyumba, hao watu, they are traveled. Sio kama sisi. we can count the number of airplanes we have used. Maybe now that we're in America, they have increased. Lakini these people have been in America, they have gone to meetings in Beijing and wherever, and they know the experiences in those countries. Now, they know America. Watoto wao, they make sure, hata kama when we had COVID and we were teaching virtually, they were delivering food, lunch and breakfast to their homes. Yani hawataki kusikia watoto wao hawakusoma, because these people know the only thing to help mwananchi ni umondelee hasara zingine kama za masomo. Now, the other thing these people do, which I don't understand why we adopted the British thing, which we should now do away with, is that they don't have boarding schools. If they have boarding schools, they are very few and they are private schools. Now, their schools are public schools. Children, the other thing they do, children go to the nearest school. Wezi kajifanya ati wewe sijui uko Nakuru unaenda peleka mtoto Molo. Hapana, kama uko Nakuru mtoto wako aende Nakuru. Na hakuna vile utaenda atakuwa admitted Molo. Once you write your address, your child will go to that place. Now, once I make sure that, so that they are able to bring their children to school. Mimi nyumba huwa najiuliza, hata kama hatuna mabasi ya kubeba watoto, ile shule yenyu iko hapo karibu, which is the biggest school that is there? Nyumba, you can help me. Which is the biggest secondary school that is near your home? Ya boarding kubwa. Inaitwa nini?
Boarding.
Yeah.
Boarding is only the former national school, Nakuru High. Now it's Nakuru Girls and Nakuru Boys.
Okay, we have Nakuru High.
School. Eh?
Yes,
Nakuru
we have
High.
Nakuru High. I can imagine it has more than 1,500 children. And Nakuru Girls, I'm sure it has more than 1,500 children. Ebu imagine, watoto wote watano wameambiwa, anybody near Nakuru High, walk to that school. Na hakuna, it doesn't matter uko na KCP marks ngapi. Nakuru High has enough laboratories. Nakuru High library yao imejaa. Ratio of textbooks, I taught in a school where the ratio of books was 2 to 1. Yani mtoto akona 2 textbooks za hesabu, 2 textbooks za English, 2 textbooks za science, physics, chemistry. And I also want to tell Kenyans that as we talk, before the government that has come begins working, the government of Kenya has been providing textbooks to each Kenyan child. The government of Kenya has been paying teachers. The government of Kenya has been providing stationery, that is exercise books. I taught in a school and the government was buying exercise books at 200 pages for every subject, for every child. Kila mwaka, mtoto anapatiwa 200 page notebook ya notes ya science ya kila subject, which means the only thing the Kenyan parent would need to think about is the school uniform na lunch. Why don't we tell our children to go to the nearest school? We start figuring out lunch tutatoa wapi. Unaona, tuache, we start now thinking watoto wamekuja shule, they need lunch. So that mzazi, one of these findings, every Kenyan parent wakes up and realizes, I don't need to make a budget for taking my child to school. Iyo pesa wazazi watatumia kwa vyakula. And I'm sure the Kenyan parents will be very happy. But now, what have we done? We have brought discrimination in the Kenyan society. Ati kuna mtoto wa Alliance High School na kuna mtoto wa ile day school ya hapo kwenye. Ati mtoto akipata 200 marks, huyo ni wa hiyo day school. That one condemned to poverty for the rest of their life with their children and the grandchildren and great-grandchildren, etc. Sasa nyumba allow me to use you. Do nyumba can take mtoto wake pale academy, mtoto wake die anaenda wapi? Alliance High School. So what do you think? That brings discrimination. So me, I'm hoping the incoming government will prioritize what we need. What tunataka maji safi, tunataka watoto wetu waende shule, tunataka kuenda kwa hospitali hata kama ni Kejabe without thinking how much I'm going to pay. And we want the road next to my house tarmac. Sitaki matope. Na ninataka stima. So that I won't care who is president after that. I think
Julia, as
yes.
you talk, nataka kutoka lakini mnaongea vizuri mpaka nakaa, lakini sasa lazima nitoke. Ningetaka kusema hivi tu. Like now, all the things you are saying, they are very nice. And this actually for the young people I'm saying here. Like me, I've been in post-graduation, how many? 39 years now. Been working for 39 years, post-graduation. And mambo ni ngumu hapa. Kuna kitu inaitwa middle class. Hakuna middle class in Kenya. Finished. And sometimes these things are by design. watu wakiwa very poor you can rule them. Sasa unafikiria tu mambo ya tumbo, so when you're hungry, you know, some of these are by design, make the people poor so that you can rule them. But as we are saying here, let's hope for the better. Middle class, I'm supposed to be middle class, but even getting food sometimes is a problem. You can't even invest or anything. Things are very bad here. And as I said earlier, it's only that age you not have allowed me to come to America or Europe or wherever. I would have shifted. It has been a struggle. Our friends, my age mates who left here, came to America and they are doing better than I'm doing. I'm a professional. So some are not even professionals. They're doing better elsewhere, you know. But now to not survive, we are just surviving here. I'm just encouraging the young people. Things are going to be better, but they have been rough. I've been working for the last 39 years. Wacha nitoka Julia, mkiongea unafanya niendelee kukaa hapa. Mkuwe na wakati mwema. Bye.
Asante Nyumba, asante. Anataka kukaribisha Bwana Mulumbu. Karibu. Good to see you.
Asante sana Julia. Thank you so much. It has been a long time hatujaongea. Baada ile majeruhi tulipata yote. But I think we Kenyans, we don't learn a lesson. Julia and Nyumba, I really appreciate you guys because you see far more than most of the central people and Rift Valley people. In Kenya, we have almost 45 tribes right now. But what's happening right now is really hurting. And if you guys don't talk about this, one day, italipuka vile Rwanda ililipuka. Because hata kama ndugu yako anakufanyanga mabaya kila siku mzaliwa moja mlinyonya titi moja, ikilipuka mnakatana mapanga. Mbaya zaidi. Because your parents hawakuweza kuwaweka mahali pamoja waeleze how they're gonna live in your life. Hii mambo ya kusema kwamba let's forget about, let's move on, it's not good. Ni kama kupaka jipu, unaipaka tu na yuko inaiva ndani. Siku italipuka, you will never know. Hakuna mtu atasaidia mwingine. Let's speak the truth. Let's not say ya kwamba ishafanyika, let's move on. Let's move on, but let's speak the truth. It's wrong, it's wrong. Ruto hakushinda. Alifanya propaganda na Uhuru pia alijua what happened, na mwisho court na Kome na Lenaola wakafanya what they did and what they did. Don't think that people are stupid and when they kept quiet are stupid. They are not stupid. Judy, you are saying the truth, but most of your people are not saying the truth. Central and the Rift Valley are saying the truth. They think once they grab it, that's all. Now we are 60 years. 60 good years. And you are 45 tribes in Kenya. Then once you grab it, mtu ameshinda, you go there, unachukua kwa nguvu, what will you do? Then you take it, and then unakanyaga, unakalia juu yako, unanyambia wengine, unasema, what to hell? What will you do? We are sisters and brothers, please. This has to stop. And mkiwa mtakuwa mnapaka na mafuta because you have power, because mko juu pale, you can do whatever you can do. Wakati italipuka, hakuna mahali mtu atajificha. Let's be like Americans. It doesn't matter where you come from. Win clearly and fairly, then lead. We don't care kama hata mtarepeat 20 times, lakini umelead squarely and fairly. Like football, like netball, like ngumi, ukishinda umeshinda. Hii mambo nyinyi kukaa hapa mnapakapakana matope, it's not good at all. It's not taking us anywhere. It's just brewing. And when time it comes, watu watakaamua afadhali akufe kuliko kukaa kwa magoti, ndio you will find it's so hard for you. Let's tell our people the truth. What Ruto is doing and Uhuru what he did, Kome and Chepkati is not right. Mtu kama ameshindwa apewe ushindi. That's the fair game. That should be the fair game. Hakuna mtu atalamika. Ameshinda. Hata kama ni your brother ameshinda. That's how it happens in America. Ameshinda. That's what it is. Lakini mambo yetu ya kujipakana pakana, ni young democracy, wacha tuendelee tu. Yeah, let's go on. But the time is coming, italipuka kama vile Rwanda ililipuka. Did you see what happened in Rwanda? It's a matter of time. Kila kitu is a time. Everything is time will come. Hamtakuwa na mahali ya kujificha. Time will come. Mungu alipokasirika na Waisraeli, time came, they scattered all the world. Wakati walikataa kusikia Mwenyezi Mungu, watu walilia, they never listened. But when God looked back of them, walijuana wale watu wanasoma, hao ndio wanaomba, wanajua Mwenyezi Mungu, they know they want to, wana kila kitu, but when God looked back at them, what happened? They scattered all the world. So please, Kenyans, let's speak the truth. It doesn't matter kama aliingia kwa kiti, let's tell him the truth. You will enter the seat, you didn't want to win it, you rigged it, you paid money, but think about it. Kenya are hurting. That's not the way you are supposed to live in Kenya. Some of us, we need to move out from Kenya because of our will. What happened 27, people are hurting till today. It's not, the wrong right election was done is 2002. Nobody complained. It's so clean. But yeni hii choreograph mnaenda Coca-Cola basi mnaingia kwa nini kwa Supreme Court basi Mark Koome na Renaola anatoka kwa na choreograph because there's nothing you can do. Watu wamenyamaza, wewe tangaza, what can they do? It's not good. It's not helping the Kenya. Ukiona watu wamenyamaza usifikiri ni wajinga. They are hurting. We people who are educated, let's tell the people, those people who think that they are educated in Kenya hao ndio wenyewe wanajua. They don't know nothing because watu wakiingia kwa power, they don't care. Guys, you are not supposed to kill to be in power. You are not supposed to rig to be in power. Let's be fair game, then live in harmony as brothers and sisters. We are all one. We are one family. It doesn't matter where Kikuyu, Ateso, Kalenjin, Mteso, Mijikenda. It doesn't matter who you are. Kama wewe ni mtu tumekuona wewe, you are good, let lead us. Sio kwa sababu you are smart, uko na power, you can, kama mtu ameshinda, you go there, grab it, do whatever you want to do. It doesn't help us. Guys, mumesoma zaidi, mimi sijasoma, but what you are doing is not right. Tell these people what they are doing is not right. Don't just tell them, imeshafanyika, let's move on. Society yafanyika. It's not helping. It's boiling up. Wakati italipuka, mtajua kama mlikuwa hamjui, and it will be late. Thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry, ni kama nimeongea vibaya, but it's really happening. 2007, I almost died with my kids in my house in Kariobangi because of the same thing, and you are still repeating it. Sasa wamesema watu wamenyamaza, cool down, wamesema watu ni wajinga. They are not stupid.
Asante Mulumbu, we feel you, and I think it will take us some time before we really accept what exactly happened. And even though some people are saying that half Kenyans are not happy, that is purity. We feel purity, that it is true. And it's not even the issue of half Kenyans, it's not even the issue of those who lost or who won, it's the issue of the right thing being done. Nilikuwa naambia watu hapa, when kulikuwa na cheating in the Kenyan Examination Council, I mean, it was not the issue of how hard you worked to teach a student or how hard and what. Because whether he worked so hard or he didn't work so hard, kuna wenye walikuwa na leak. So the same with IBC. And it does not even matter how much hard now you work or you campaign for a person or how you plan for an election. It's just that we need IBC to do the right thing. So Mulumbu, we feel you. All of us, I think, myself, I feel you. I don't know that other people feel. Wacha nikaribishe Collins. Karibu Collins.
Oh, nimekuja. Good evening and good morning to all of us. I hope nasikika. Thank you. Leo, I don't know how to say it, but nimepata kama mnaongea discussion ya mashule manini with travels and what. So I don't know where to get in. Julia, maybe you.
No, look at this. We were talking about today's, that was
Okay.
coming from today's swearing.
Okay.
We were talking about our expectations of the new government. What do we expect? What do we want? Sasa unaweza anzia pale kwa hiyo topic iko hiyo kwa mkururo hiyo ina that one that is reading.
I watched, thank you for reminding me that. I watched the thing. My observations are a few. Number one is the Museveni issue. Museveni tried to bulldoze Kenya. And Museveni is trying to show William Ruto that even if you are being sworn in as the Kenya's president, you must know that I'm the big boy here. So if any person saw Museveni in the way Museveni came to Kenya, people should know this. Nothing happens in politics by chance, and there is no accident in politics. Everything that is done in politics, whether it's international, whether it's national, whether it's local, everything that happens in politics is always by a design, and it can be read to mean a different thing. When Museveni came to Kenya with a fully armored Mercedes vehicle, a big truck containing even toilet in it, and it's a military vehicle. What Museveni wanted to show is, yes, unaapishwa kama amri jeshi mkuu, lakini mimi niko na jeshi langu ambayo ni kuu kushinda hiyo jeshi yako. He was trying to tell Ruto to, even if you lead your country, don't try me. Because Kenya is known as a superpower of East and Central Africa. So whether you're going to be the president of a superpower, just know that I'm the big boy that you must respect. He was trying to stamp his authority. So if people didn't read that, again, in most of his speech, he was referring to Ruto as president, but at the same time telling him what he needs to do. He was pretending that he is lecturing other presidents, East Africa, but he was just trying to tell him. He also used the same opportunity to remind William Ruto that he has been around for 60 years. So it's like, wewe, hata kama ndio umekuwa hapa, sisi tumekuwa hapo miaka 60. So Museveni was trying to stamp his authority in East Africa. He reminded us that even if you do your discussions in politics and in their TV stations, just know that I watch what you're saying, so don't talk bad about me. That is the trajectory that I'm taking with this discussion. Museveni was trying to bulldoze Kenya, including the media. Remember, when he started talking about KTN Kivumbi, people started telling him that hatuwataki, it's only KBC. Then he first came up and said, don't put me into your local, musiniweke kwa vita zenu za kinyumbani. What did Museveni want to show us? I know whatever you people are doing with your media. I'm not part of it. I don't want to know what your media is doing towards Ruto or against Ruto, towards Raila or against Raila. But what I want to tell you is, I know that you're discussing, but you're not discussing anything that concerns the East Africa. But even if you're discussing it, don't discuss me. The next thing that Museveni did, which, well, as I finish with the Museveni thing, is Museveni tried to show you that he is aware of the politics that you're doing, but he never read the
How did he know the manifestos? I think he read it. He read all those manifestos, but he's just trying to tell you. The next issue that I may touch on a little bit is I like the speech by William Ruto. It was good. It was kind of presidential, though it was over ambitious. But that's the character of Ruto from 2007. People who know him will know that Ruto is an over ambitious person. So that's why I give him benefit of doubt that he can perform. Caution, performing is relative. It depends on what he wants to do. We are dealing with a result-oriented person who believes that the end justifies the mean and not the mean justify the end. He's a person who believes in results. Whether the results comes from a dubious method, it doesn't matter. Ruto is like a teacher who is marking the papers and he knows the answer is 250. Whether the student does division, multiplication, subtraction, he doesn't want to care. Do you have the question that we gave? Yes. What is the answer? He is marking the answer upwards. So Ruto is a result-oriented person. So I believe that if there is something called performance, yes, he will perform. But the beneficiary, we always look at the impact, and at the same time, we look at the results. You may have the results, but what's the impact? So the speech by Rigathi Gachagua is nothing anywhere around elections. He's still campaigning and is pouring his all bile to Uhuru Kenyatta. Now look at how William Ruto came to Uhuru Kenyatta, came to Rigathi Gachagua's speech. Somebody saying about propaganda. I don't speak propaganda. I speak what this is my own opinion. When you see how Rigathi Gachagua used the whole time to soil Uhuru Kenyatta's name and his administration, then Ruto comes immediately and appoints him a job. So that one tells you something, that yes, he is bad, but we don't want to keep him far because kind of Ruto still wants to use Uhuru to get his own, he wants to get some advice. So on that, I really know that Ruto is somebody who is in a reconciliatory tone. He is already out of the campaign. If you see who Ruto is now, he is now acting as the president who has been sworn in. The election period is over. But Rigathi Gachagua is kind of still campaigning. So he has not known the difference. When you look at how Ruto was treating the other presidents, he's already integrated himself on the presidency. But that one comes because he was a deputy president, so he knows who is who in the regional bloc. On the promises that he made, I think Ruto was not bad. And on anything that he did today, he acted presidential. I'm not saying that I'm now changing my tone to support him or tuning myself to support him, but Mgala muue na haki umpe. For today, Ruto acted as somebody who is taking the country towards some path. The problem I got with how he handles things is they are trying to portray that the country failed so bad and they're dealing with a failed country that has failed for the rest of the 10 years. For example, Rigathi Gachagua says, we want to return the country to where we got it from Mwai Kibaki. If somebody talks like that and you're in the first government, why can't he say that they want to take the country to where they left it in 2017 because they were in the presidency? By those times, they were still working together. Why are they rubbishing all the 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016? That means if the country failed from where Kibaki left it, it goes without saying that he's incriminating William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta together in their 2013 to 2017 is like zero. You check on the CBC thing about Ruto talked specifically on CBC, and he says he's going to consult because we believe in consultation. CBC is expensive for parents of Kenya, and it's expensive for the teachers themselves because you can't put the teacher to be doing everything. I was a teacher for some time, but the kind of work that the CBC teachers are doing, my father is a teacher also, I sometimes feel like they are being overworked. If you need to put that kind of system, then you have to increase the employment capacity so that you have the workforce. So he says they are going to check on it, which I'm glad, but scrapping it off like on overnight may confuse the students who are transitioning from class 6 to it's called lower high school, or something like junior high school. So that one is also something that I got happy with. The fertilizer thing. Yesterday I was talking to my dad and I told him he's a farmer at the same time. And then I told him in Ruto's government, which is going to start on tomorrow, it was yesterday, and I told him that farmers may be the biggest beneficiaries in this government because Ruto believes in agriculture. He comes from the village. He's not a town boy. So he's from the village. If somebody wants to succeed and get the benefits of this government, if you are a farmer, consider yourself as somebody who is benefiting. So you must go back, work on your farm, because what I expect is farm implements and farm inputs are going to be cheaper. But there is a lot of cunningness. Already, fertilizer in Kenya was reduced, the price. They reduced it. And they said the KTDA was supposed to be giving the fertilizers to farmers at 2,500, between 25 to 3,200. DAP, SAP, and then urea. They were supposed to be selling between 2,500 and 3,200. So when Ruto comes today and tells you that next week the fertilizer will go down to 35, that means the fertilizer has already come into the country that was ordered before. So that one, people just have to know, because he's a politician, he has already schemed with it. Somebody asked here, like, how does he know? How did he know? He already knows. So he knows that the fertilizer is coming. He's just talking of a price which already is going to be there. So mkiona mfurahie kidogo. Ni kama mama amenunua viatu na anaambia mtoto, we enda ufanye hii kitu nitakuletea viatu. Na mtoto anaenda anafanya hivi, kesho anapewa viatu asubuhi na mama hajaenda sokoni, because he is already known that this is already something in the past. So if you do the right thing, I will do for you. In psychology, it's called a classical conditioning, where you do something and then the child behaves in a certain way. So the child will always know, anytime I want to do something good, I'll get something good from that. So that's another thing. On the next thing that I'm going to put very fast is a tweet by Grand Mula. If somebody read that tweet, Grand Mula said something. My work was to deliver the president William Ruto. I've escorted him to State House. My work is over. So if you understand what that means, then somebody told him, you are the same person who delivered Uhuru Kenyatta. Because when Uhuru Kenyatta came, he said, I've delivered for you the president from Jubilee. So today again, he says his work is over. So whatever they do is not part of his problem. So he has left it in the hands of Kenyans to see if they are going to work or not. I believe they're going to work. And the Serikali Ruto may be the best. Some of the decisions will be made haphazardly, but we still expect some good change because I believe they are going to do better. I'm not afraid to say that. I'm just saying because he's overambitious, he may make some mistakes, but some mistakes are always made towards the benefit of the people. For example, akisema leo kesho ni fertilizer, it's a mistake because maybe we don't have enough stock, but anything that president says is always an order. So akisema hiyo tutapata prices. I think unless somebody has a question for me.
Christine, sijui kama uko na swali.
Muliza, he seems to be so excited about the fertilizer thing, but if I heard well, he's saying that KTDA is selling fertilizer at 2,500. So why should we be excited about a fertilizer that will be selling at 3,500?
Okay. Because people don't know, because KTDA only serves the tea. Watu wa maize hawajui hii. Watu wa kupanda hizi vitu zingine hawajui hii. So when I think you can view what Munya said, because Munya said it some 2 months ago about regulation of the prices. So it is something that is going on. It's only that the supply was less. I come from the sugarcane area. Kuna wakati unapata Muhoroni Sugar Company and Chemelil Sugar Company were giving us fertilizer at a cheaper cost than they are being sold in the shops outside. Because hawa watu wanapata pale, wanaenda wanauza. Ndio Ruto said something about cartels. They may be buying those things and they sell to farmers on individual basis. But the factories ukienda pale ndani, the problem is maybe you must belong to the cooperative, the consumer, something like that, is when you get it. Like my dad could buy fertilizer from another person who was selling us fertilizer at 3,000. That was 3 years ago. Kumbe the fertilizer was 2,600. 3 years ago. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anapata pale kwa factory, anatoa mingi, alafu akikuja nayo anauza nje. So even now, I think they know that fertilizer is ready, but the supply was not bad, was not much.
I understand you, Collins, but what I don't understand you is the price. The fertilizer at KTDA is 2,500, but you are excited about a fertilizer that the supply will be there, which should be 3,500. Yet, according to the business education that I did a little bit, if the supply is high, the price should be lower. So I thought we should be excited about a fertilizer that is going to come even at 2,000. What make me understand, what is your excitement about availability of a fertilizer at 3,500, yet KTDA has a fertilizer of 2,500?
I think I would repeat the point so that we read on the same wavelength. Fertilizer ilikuwa imepotea sometime. Venye mahindi imepotea, bei ikaenda juu. The cartels that we are talking about took that advantage. Wengine walikuwa wanafanya hoarding. If you did business education, you know what hoarding is. Wengine waliweka, bei itaongezeka. So sasa hii wameuzauza. When the fertilizer went down and the maize also, the prices went, like the supply was not there. Ndio maana bei imepanda. I know you know what we call the market mechanisms of the sales mechanics. So when the price went up and the supply was not there, watu walirudi chini. I will go with what somebody said in this forum, that maize haitakuwa bei ya chini kwa saa hii, haitakuwa haraka, because fertilizer must be taken to the farm ndio irudi. Why am I excited? I'm not excited. What I'm saying is Ruto knew the program of the government, ile hata hiyo government yenye natoka, because uwezi ukatoa government yote utoe PS na utoe mpaka permanent secretaries manini what chini hapa ma directors. These directors are still there. They brief this thing longitudinally. It goes up. They will tell you tumepata fertilizer at this much, but they are coming next month. Bado ziko kwa meli. The fertilizer that is going to Kenya, niliona juzi that it's coming from Russia. There's a Russian fertilizer coming to Kenya. Hazijafika, but they know that by this week zitakuwa zimefika Kenya. So when Ruto tells farmers that mtaenda kupata fertilizer at 2,000, at 3,500, in short, what I'm trying to tell you, already ameongeza bei ya hiyo fertilizer by almost 1,000. Na watu hawaelewi that ameongeza bei, because KTDA has the fertilizer na ni kidogo, but ukiwa member they are selling those fertilizers at less price. According to Munya, they are selling them at between 2,700 and 3,200. The supply is kidogo, it's only for members. KTD is Kenya Tea Development, ni wanachai peke yao. Wakati sasa hii fertilizer inakuja, itakuja kwa all farmers mpaka wenye wanapanda mimea zingine. The excitement only comes because watu hawajui mahali hiyo fertilizer iko. Wakati imekuja mingi, sasa itakuja kwa kila mtu. So they think that in their own mind, psychologically, ni kama today, I know going to Kenya is around between $700 and $1,400, depending on ndege yenye umepanda, si ndio? If you are doing flight booking, there was a time I was doing those flight booking online. Nitakwambia, Julia, unataka kuenda Kenya lini? Mimi nataka kuenda December. Okay. Nitaenda kuangalia, because you always know that kuenda Kenya is around 1,200. Nitaangalia kwa Hopper, Flight Hopper ama Just Fly, nione offer ingine yenye iko inasema 700, alafu nakwambia, Julia, just give me 1,000, I'm going to give you a ticket at 1,000. Kumbe nakupatia hii ticket ya 700. And then you think you go tell Christine venye sasa, hey, Collins alinisaidia nikapata ticket ya 1,000. Ujui saa hiyo nishakukula kamia 300 hapo. So that's what Ruto is trying to do. The fertilizer should be 2,700 to 3,200 from KTD. Now they are bringing the fertilizer and is telling people that it's going to be 35. Kwa hivyo hata makatels wakinunua pale at 27.32 wawauzie at the same price of 35, bado utaona tumesaidiwa na serikali. Are we good now?
Yeah, we are good, but that also disapproves your point that we'll be surprised that Ruto will perform. So if he's conning us, even if it is 200, what is the excitement that Ruto might perform?
Performance is not about one price. It's not about one commodity. When somebody is overambitious, I said, he's somebody who deals with the results than the means. You understand? Nini empirically what people can see, that is what is fast. Nikikununulia nguo nikulete, hata kama nimeiba pale kwa hizi mavalu zone ama manini pale na nimeiba, how will you know that I've stolen it? Babe, kuna nguo hapa inakutosha, unapima. The problem will only start hiyo nguo ikikushinda, ama ukishinda hiyo nguo tunaenda kurudisha, ndio nakwambia, you know babe, it can't be returned. It was final sale. That's when now you'll realize that I stole it.
Collins, can you tell us the indicators of performance in a country? The indicators of a performing government.
A performing government, you will find if the prices, I would say, you'll see if they're reducing their borrowing. That is indication. Do they reduce the gap? And then you will see the tax collection. How many people have gotten into the new job market? None. If we have, like now, they're saying 6 million people, 6 million youths are unemployed. And you know, Kenya is not doing any production currently. For example, we have Uhuru Kenyatta, who people are saying has not worked, according to them. Empirically, if you look at the infrastructural development that Uhuru Kenyatta has done, tangu 1900, it was 1914, ama 1960s, this is the first 1 inch of railway line imeongezeka.
Okay, question before you go on. So how do we know people have gotten into the job market?
If they
without having to do a research. Like
everything you must do a research.
No.
Everything.
I look at a country and at a glance I can tell this country is doing well. How do I tell that?
For example, it's always infrastructural development. Always.
What about the standard of living of the people in that country?
That is fast. That's what brings also the tax. With the tax, I think when you say the income per capita, when you have the income per capita increased, that's when you will say like, okay, at least 10 people out of every 10 home akukuwa na mtu anafanya kazi.
Okay, I want
But
to
at least now
disagree
there is
with
an
you.
income.
I want you to be a layman.
Mhm.
Me, my own view, a country is doing well if the quality of life of the people in that country seems to be doing well. And when I mean quality, is when you find that people, we don't talk about people going hungry. We don't talk about people who are homeless. You see, when people can take their children to school, when people can access health facility. Hizi vitu zingine zote hizi hesabu mnafanya, I think tuache hizi hesabu mingi at 6,000 people to be employed. Hizo hesabu they are in the books of economists. We want you, Collins, when you got your home, kwenye sijui ni Ugenya mali wapi.
Mimi natoka Muhoroni.
Uende Muhoroni. Ukifika Muhoroni, upate yule jirani wako hakuwa na stima, ako na stima. Upate jirani wako mwenye alikuwa amejenga nyumba ya nyasi ametoa, ameweka angalau kama bati. Upate jirani wako ako na maji, hata kama hanya choo ya maji, kwake nje kuna maji safi. That's what we are talking about. But hizi hesabu zingine, hizi porojo mingi watu wanasema ati, in fact when we talked about tax, I don't want to talk about taxes is a big lie because coming from Ruto's government, because Kenyans are the most overtaxed people, if any case. Kwa hivyo, tax hatuna shida yake. Tax we are collecting. The problem, Collins, is how we are spending that tax and on whom are we spending that tax. So question is, when you say that you expect this government to perform, I was listening to you to hear how they are going to perform, and you said that he starts preparing himself because production in agriculture will improve because the farm inputs will be cheaper. And then you went ahead, you reminded us, Ruto said that the price of fertilizer will be 3,500, whereas it's going to be 2,000, it's supposed to be 2,000. And now I want us to remind ourselves that provision of fertilizer doesn't necessarily improve the production of agricultural commodities because you have other, when you talk about fertilizer, it's like you are talking about something my economics teacher used to say, ceteris paribus, other factors held constant. But we're talking about a country that only depends on rainfall. So whether we have, even when we have been having fertilizer callings, this fertilizer shortage is only now. But previously, tumekuwa na fertilizer mingi. Na bado tumekuwa na njaa. Unaona? So this is not addressing our problem. So when you say the government will perform, you need to ask yourself, Ruto has been in the government since 2013 to 2022.
Can I come 1 minute? I opened the door for somebody here.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe you unaweza nijibu hapo.
I'm coming.
How do you expect performance? What do you think is performance?
Julia, I just think Collins is confused. I think matters of agriculture, he doesn't understand. So, your story, agriculture, sioni kama atatujibu. The first time, fertilizers 2,500, 2,700, it's coming at 3,500. So if you start building your foundation on corruption and stealing from even the poor, the mama mboga who had really banked hope on you, is that showing growth of a country? No, I don't think so. So your issue of fertilizer is not something to excite us. And in any case, those fertilizers are messing our soil and production. So we need also to determine what quality of fertilizers are we bringing into the country. We just can't pick anything and bring to the country, So quality also has to be seen. We want good quality fertilizer. It rather be 6,000, but it's good quality. So I believe so.
Christine, no, not Christine, Julia.
Yes, go ahead, Collins.
I'm going to answer you because there are some people, if you get an overambitious person, they always pick on one side, even if the side that he has picked, they always want to, I don't know how to put it.
Okay, Collins, we are getting your point, but in this case, we want you to be specific. Now, don't use the word ambitious. Everybody's ambitious. So we want you to be specific that we expect this government to do 1, 2, 3. Me, if you ask me, okay, if I wake up one of these fine days and I find Kenyan children are going to school free of charge, I will call that an improvement. If you ask me and I find that Kenyan people have clean water, boma zote, nitakwambia iyo wamefaulu. According to me, that is how I define a government that is doing well. That is how I see it.
Yeah, if you consider how William Ruto used to campaign, there are 3 things that he used to talk about. You know, having been I take a lot of interest in politics, and you can not just rubbish somebody because he belongs to the opposition or to their government. I used to understand him. It seems that though he is an infrastructural person, but he wants to give himself as a service person, which he is not. So he has a lot of theories on other things, but physical, he gets so much on infrastructure. Hali, every time he used to talk, tumeunganisha stima, tumejenga barabara. So I think Ruto is going to get more time again on his stima connection. And that, because I still believe that the next minister for stima, bado atakuwa Keter. Something tells me that. The same Keter that messed up the power system, I think is still the same Keter that's going to be in power. Because he was not elected.
That one is a very good response, Mr. Collins. Nataka kuita Kiptum, lakini umeleta story hapa, lazima tukubaliane. Umesema kwamba the next power man is going to be Keter, and wewe umesema he messed up. Okay?
Yeah, I know he messed up, but there are people who were cronies.
Now we are doing well, Collins. We are doing well. We are going to the direction that I want you to go. He messed up. Okay?
Yes.
So how do you expect him to perform if he messed up?
Okay, what I mean by performance is this. There are things that are done there are mistakes that are done, but some people benefit from those mistakes. For example, the SGR taken through Naivasha, and then they made that, they connected the Kisumu thing. If you check it and if you look at it, it was a mistake ending in Naivasha, because according to Jimmy Wanjigi, the thing was supposed to go up to Busia. The whole program, the whole plan, it was supposed to go to Busia. It ended up in Naivasha. One of the things is that was a mistake, but how did it benefit? What is the benefit? You realize that they say there is going to be a, how do you call them? The one they are doing at the city, Concert City, an economic park. So you will find that there are some things, when I talk of ambition, kuna mtu anataka kufanya ndio ionekane. Unaona, unasemaga nani analala njaa lakini ana kununua gari ndio aonekane ako na gari. So empirically, somebody looking at it from the outside will say, okay, at least siku hizi tuko na nani ako na gari hapa, tukiwa na matanga, tukiwa na harusi tunaweza chukua gari yake. You don't know that he only did it for people to see that ako nayo. So that's why I'm saying they may perform not by like instinct, but some of them will be done kuonyesha kwamba Uhuru wakufanya, because some of these things they will be doing to show that Uhuru failed. That vengeance that I saw today, some of them will be done just to show you that tungefanya hivi na tungefanya. In the response, you know, there are some envy and competition that can also at the same time lead to a product. It was, yes, it's not so much intended, but it's something that can be seen. For example, when he talks of tutaunganisha stima, tutapea mama mboga pesa, it is not in the constitution, it's not in the program how they will do it. But now, because they are doing it, other people, other quarters will be seeing, okay, this is what we've been waiting for. Maybe I didn't answer you well.
Yes, asante umejaribu, I appreciate it. So I think that is according to the layman. Somebody may say that he has performed. But me, my point of view, and I don't want to dismiss him. I really don't want to dismiss him at all. I want to say that me, performance, this is what is called performance to me. Performance, mimi ningetamani nikirudi Kenya ama nikiongea na watu nyumbani nisikie wako na maji safi, boma zao ziko na maji safi. That's what I was telling Alex here about Simba Arati. If he wants to change Kisii County, we want to hear that people have clean water. We want to hear that Kenyans have power in their homes. I was telling Alex that I lived in Nyeri for many years, and it's actually my home. In Nyeri is also my home. And maji yaliletwa ndani ya boma. Those people piped water into their homes. People didn't have pipes to put the water into their houses. But the water, maji iko nje na tap. Unaona, even Murang'a County, my grandmother is in Murang'a County, wako na maji ndani ya boma in a pipe. I mean, maji, the pipes are inside. So when you hawana pesa ya kuweka maji ndani ya nyumba, they just have taps hapo nje. That's the basic infrastructure we are talking about. So to me, if you tell me Ruto will perform, those are the things I expect him to do. I expect him to make sure Kenyan children go to school without paying. I expect him to ensure that health is improved. That's my expectation. Sasa mimi sitaki mtu akuje kuniambia hesabu kubwa ati we had 6 million unemployed youths. Now we have employed them. Nasioni, I don't see that people's lives have improved. Mimi sitaki hizo mahesabu kubwa. That income per capita. Kenyans have few rich people and very many poor people. So if you start saying income per capita, it is still be high. I was surprised to find that the Kenyan shilling is stronger than the Nigerian naira. But the Nigerians are doing better than Kenyans. I mean, hatutaki hizo hesabu. We want to see what we can see. I want to see the feeder road into my home. I can reach there without kukwama. Those are the things I'm talking about. Now, you talked about a former minister for energy, and you said he did not perform, and you're expecting him to be the same cabinet secretary. Now, I want to wind up by saying, who are the people surrounding Ruto? Ni akina nani? Whom is he going to work with? I said this earlier that this government needs like 10 Matians or 15 of them. Even Raila himself, he was going to become president, he was going to have a challenge of who to work with, because some of the people surrounding him are psychophants and they wanted to be rewarded with cabinet secretary posts, and they were going to let him down. So it is not only Ruto having this challenge, even Raila was going to have the same challenge. So my take is, one thing, Ruto has to do an about turn, 180-degree turn. And then he has to also make sure RIGATHI makes that turn. And they have to decide decisively, make a decision decisively. Sasa wakati wa kukula umeisha, ni wakati wa kufanyia Kenya, because these things they're announcing, the roadside declaration, ati tumeongezea budget ya judiciary, ati hatutaki food subsidy, siji price ya fertilizer iende chini. Those presidential executive orders, he needs structures. He needs to decide, how am I financing maize? I need subsidy. Ninatoa hiyo pesa wapi? Na hiyo pesa nitakuwa nimetoa wapi, nikipeleka wapi? Huo mwanya nimewacha pesa nitazimba na nini? He needs to sit down with his cabinet and the right cabinet. So if you say you expect him to perform, then you don't tell us he'll perform because of his ambitions. You should tell us because you expect him to do 1, 2, 3. That is my take. And nataka kukwama hapa, naona kusimamia hapo. Kuna karibu soon, and because that is here, karibu nakuomba take yourself up. Karibu Demba, because my internet is failing.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I can see the topic of the day is about performance. I had I want to pick it from where Julia is talking on what she wants to see and what she doesn't want to see, which is a good thing for Kenya. Kenyans have expectations from all the sides, from those who voted and those who didn't vote. And definitely there are huge expectations that need to come out. That we hold because of this administration, or the new administration, which is okay. Now we need to also appreciate that this is politics, and politics is played in the public and around the perception of it all. We also need to appreciate, and the second thing, that if the term of a president as per the constitution right now is 10 years, so 2 terms, renewable after every 5 years. And we must appreciate that I believe that Ruto and his team are very much focused on doing the 10 years. And they want to start by, first of all, making the perception and creating a perception that they are working for Kenyans. Remember, they made huge promises in their campaign time. They came with very ambitious. Their manifesto was very ambitious, and it gives a lot in terms of what they need to do. So they want to give that assurance. They want to try and tell us that this is going to work. And I believe that being a political journey and a political language, they will keep saying that this is what they want to undo, the things they criticized about the president's, Uhuru's regime. What they have succeeded, and that is the critics of the handshake say that the current regime succeeded in going away with the positives of Uhuru and leaving the negatives, and Raila carrying the negatives of Uhuru. So they have succeeded in putting themselves like they were never there to preside over the failures of that government. For instance, when I read, I don't know if that is true or not, that the deputy president, rather the president right now, has said that they are reverting the port operations to Mombasa. It is the same people, and it was him who had attended a particular conference in Naivasha and said that those port operations were taken from Mombasa to Naivasha for certain reasons, to create jobs there. So he's actually reversing what he created. And you remember the problem they had with Joho around that time, when Joho was insisting that some of those port operations. So it might look like it's a law that has been done, but it is just the same thing that they did. The problem they created, he's resolving it. He's solving it, because he brought it there, he's going to take it back. So it is may criticize it, but it is going to look like he's really done a lot for the people. And being a politician and being in politics, they need to continuously create that perception that they are doing something. They are going to undo everything that, according to them, Uhuru didn't do well, or probably even if they agreed with it, they are going to do it because they have gauged the public opinion and they are thinking that is where the public is thinking. The public, according to them, was not very comfortable with the judges not having been appointed. So they are likely to appoint them and get some political mileage out of that. They are also probably thinking the things that they think the public did not agree with the government, they are going to try and see how they can gain mileage from it. So that come 5 years, when you're about to go to an election, they'll tell you, we promised this, we have delivered this. And I believe it's a good thing in politics for them to keep the hopes of the people. A political game requires that there's never a dull moment. You don't keep it dull, because if you do so, you lose the people. And unfortunately, like for example, right now, the Azimio team is losing the luster that it had. You know, keeping the people something to hope for. There has always to be something that the population is looking forward for you to solve. Now, if there is nothing they're looking forward to, you lose that place. So I think that is what they're trying to do. A lot is on the table, and I believe that we wait and see. After a certain time, definitely we'll be here. We'll be looking at are they being delivered. And of course, right now, when you lack an enemy, you know, when the only uniting thing is an enemy, if you all unite to fight Duke, once Duke is out of the way, then definitely we will start fighting each other. So we also at some point you'll see them trying to gel, and maybe internal rifts coming in, and you'll start seeing those coming, maybe showing up. I hope those will not, you know, hinder their delivery on the manifesto that they have. Other than that, for us, we are here. The country is moving on. We have a president, and we have to hold that president and that administration to account. I'm hoping that they'll have their cabinet maybe soon. I don't know, tomorrow. I don't know, this week sometime. And then, of course, that will inform some of the structural things that they want to achieve. I know they'll have a lot of legislation. That's why they're having that. They were trying to consolidate. So we'll want to see the trend that they're going to create. But we are here to keep an eye, and also to listen, criticize. Where there are good things, we point out. Where things are not going well, we also point out. That's where we are. So thank you so much. Since Julia has disappeared, then I think I will want to take over and start. Who was to speak next after me? Maybe I start from Duke, Joshua, then I come to Duke.
Yes, thank you very much, Temba, Duke, Christine, Kiptum, and Collins. I think yesterday Ruto started this government, but unfortunately he started it on a wrong note. He started on a wrong note because today he said that it's going to swear in the judges. That's political. Swearing judges, he just want to show Uhuru that you refuse. Now I'm doing it. Then at the same time, you want to be seen that is really good to judiciary, because at the same time, judiciary who upheld his his election, so you just want to reward them and tell them that now I'm also standing up with you, because from these promises he's told them that he's going to add them 3 billion shillings every year. So I think that this is just a reward to judiciary, and then just a political. But to Kenyans, I don't need my appointment of judges. How does it affect me as a common mwananchi? You know, that's where we're starting our conversation, because Ruto was there saying about the issue of hustler. I was expecting Ruto to start with the hustler. He should have started with the hustler, because that is where his campaign has been based on, hustler. But now appointing, swearing in of judges as the first thing that you want to do in an office, how does it affect a common mwananchi? How does it affect Mama Mboga? How does it affect Boda man? So he has started it, but he has started with a show off that, and I want to show you that it's me who now want to do. So it was just on a wrong foot. I think that he has a good agenda, but now problem with Ruto that he want to show off. Even the issue of taking back the operation of SGR to Mombasa. To me, that's not a priority. Priority is not taking back the port of to Mombasa. That's not a priority. Priority is a common mwananchi. I was expecting Ruto to tackle more on the issue of healthcare. issue of the price of hunger, price of sukari, education. But now the issue, whatever he was talking about, it was not there. It was just like somebody who is on a campaign mood. And then I was also expecting him issue of fertilizer. He ought to have told us that I am lowering the price of fertilizer, but I expect him to start it from tomorrow, because right now the farmers who already they've started planting their maize. So telling them that next week is far. You've got to say that the price of fertilizer is going to go down as from tomorrow, because that's what touch the common wananchi. But now telling us that it's going to swear in judges today, to me, that is not a priority. To me, that's not a priority. That you can even do it after 2 months. But people expected more in Ruto, because the same Ruto is the one who gave Kenyans promises 2013, 2017, and he failed. Now he has also given us the promises 2022. So Ruto has he has a lot to do. He has to prove Kenyans that I'm not the one who gave you promises 2013 and I failed. So to me, Ruto has a huge burden, and also this is going to depend with his cabinet. But I'm seeing also his appointing of his cabinet is going to be messy, because it's going to just reward his his followers. He's going to reward the politician. But I was expecting you saw the cabinet that was there 2013, the like of Matiang'i. That was cabinet that they're not politician. So I was expecting such kind of cabinet. But when you're going to reward the politician, after 4 years, they're going to jump. The same politician will be campaigning, and then Kenya will be back there that you are a CS and you're campaigning. So for me, Ruto appointing, rewarding the followers to be CS, it's going to be messy, and that's what I'm going to see, because he's going to want, like of Ndavadi. I saw the Keters. Those are politicians. We wanted to get technocrats who can run this government, but unfortunately, even the way Julia said, even Raila was going to have a big problem. When you want to reward a politician, expect a politician after 4 years, he started campaigning, people will be complaining, and I was expecting Ruto now to change that narrative. And after 4 years, the CS that are going to be there, they're going to sing the issue of Ruto. People are going to say that you are a CS and you're campaigning. So we are expecting much from Ruto's government, and we expect this because he promised a lot. Especially now, what people are now looking forward is the issue of hunger. That one people are looking at machumbi. Achana na mambo ingine, hata fertilizer kwanza. Unga. If Ruto can just touch unga kapeka to 70 bob, then atakuwa win the trust the public. But if the unga still remain above 100 shillings, I'm telling you, the trust will not be there. So he must, because that's what people had during his campaign. Achana hivi mambo ingine port, because port alisema port akiwa Mombasa. But now issue of hunger is touching everyone in Kenya. So we are expecting much from the Ruto government, and I think that if for him to deliver, he must detach himself from the politicians who are surrounding him. Thank you very much.
Now, Joshua, you're talking about the issue of port operation. You know, port operations wasn't something that was transferred. You remember there was a serious contestation about the port operation between Joho and the government then. So when you say that a port operation going to Mombasa is all about common management, what do you mean?
What I'm saying, you know, that issue that touch even a common municipal chain, like issue of unga. That's what I'm trying to say. That, you know, if you touch unga, achana port operation, because operation it's only touching some few people. But now what touch somebody directly, it's unga. That's unga. If we can manage to deal with unga, even mamboga ambayo iko chini pale village, they'll feel it. But now port operation, It only affect some few individuals who transport their products from Mombasa to other places. But now, whatever people want to look, even I'm now in Kenya right now. People are expecting much about hunger. That's what people are talking about.
I think Joshua, you're not port operation is about employment in the coast region. So when you're talking that it does not affect Mwananchi, don't you think that you're also not being sensitive to the economic empowerment that port operation includes so many things, clearing and forwarding, which employs people. Even if you are to be sold unga at 70 bob and you don't have the employment, the means to buy that unga at 70 bob. Port operation is key. You know, what you're talking about is, you see, the region of coast. When they took the port operations from the coast, the people who depended on that, because they were casual laborers, there were people who would go and work at the port, they lost that opportunity to work. So economically, they were disempowered. So when you're saying that port operation is not important, even if you are to be given that unga at 50 bob, and you don't have money to buy it at 50 bob, you wouldn't afford it. So increasing, in any case, by the way, reducing the price of unga is not a solution, is a temporary solution. Increasing the buying power of the individuals is a more permanent solution, such that even if the unga is sold at 120, but your buying power has been increased, it will not really affect you much. So when you give someone an opportunity to work and an opportunity to afford, rather than long-term solution is about increasing the purchasing power of Mwananchi. Because if you have a higher purchasing power, for how long will you have the subsidy? And even if you end it being brought down and you don't have the purchasing power, or your purchasing power is low, it's a problem. So port operations, basically being a cost thing, it's very important. And you see, it's a raft of things. As he's talking about port operation, that's an even Baba would have considered that. If you look at the manifesto of the cost and all, one county, one product, part of the things that we're looking at is the idea of port operations being reverted back. They had already given that consideration in Baba manifesto, if you read it through. So sometimes, even as we criticize, we might also need to be a little considerate and objective of some of the things that they could be doing and they're doing that are important. Now, the issue of the judges that you raised, you realize that was a thorn in the flesh, and one of the things that was a problem between the judiciary and UHURU. The judiciary recommended, you know, you can't wake up and say that I'm not appointing. In fact, that part I didn't agree with UHURU. You can't wake up and decide that I'm not appointing those judges. There are issues about them. Yours is to appoint, and then after they have been appointed, there's a process of removal if anyone is suspected. The Constitution provides for that. By deciding that you have information that now these people cannot be appointed, yet they're still practicing as judges. These people were judges, they're judges of the High Court, and they were now being promoted. So you say that you have issues. Where are these issues? These issues need to come to the tribunal, because those are now the processes of removal of a judge. If there are issues, you have process of removal. So those are some of the things that you need to do. We need to kind of debate as we move forward. Not in my view, just say that we criticize and say that it's a bad thing. It's a good thing for coast people who have coast people who come from coast. Issues of land and issues of the port. Let's hear from Christine, and then maybe I can come back to you.
Themba, I just want a point of information because I'm getting confused. Whatever you're saying about the port moving back to Mombasa, yes, it is a noble idea, but don't you also think like like some thoughts needed to be put into it, because some people already had a livelihood in Naivasha because of the services that were being rendered over there. So all of a sudden you are rendered jobless. What is going to happen? Secondly, another question that I have that I would just like you to clarify for me, when you said that Uhuru had no justification to appoint the judges, fine, the judges could not be vetted by parliament. And I believe the same way we say we should respect institutions that are already set there. And the NSIS had given some information about some particular judges. What if Uhuru went ahead and appointed them? I don't know the process of how Uhuru would have tried to get them out of office, the few that were tainted, without it being so much politicized, you know? So I just don't, yeah, so because once you appoint, it's gonna be too late. You can't remove them. What is gonna be the basis? And yet you give them a job knowing that they are tainted, and you know everything in this country, it's politicized. So I just want a clarification on those 2 points, Themba, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm getting you. I mean, the port operations, in fact, the port even coming to Naivasha was, if you have followed it, the story from the time it started, Joho actually crossed with Jubilee government very badly and said this was not supposed to have gone to Naivasha, right? So that is the thing, and that is part of what even was making it hard even for Uhuru to penetrate Mombasa, because they will be told you took the port operations to Naivasha. So where is it supposed to be? The livelihood of the coast people, most of them, is about what goes on in the port. So if whatever it is that they are doing and what goes on in the port, you have already taken to Naivasha, you have basically denied them what they're supposed to be doing. So taking it back, I believe is something they have always considered, and is something that they are going to work, even coming up with an he comes up with an executive order. They come up with now the CSS and the permanent secretaries now come up with the implementation plan. Naivasha, mostly there are so many other things that they do there. There are flower farms. There are many other things that they can do in Naivasha. And of course, if like they are saying, you don't deny the other people so that you can benefit these people who are this side, you see. And their livelihood in Mombasa is about what? So if you take that away, what else are they going to be surviving in? So for me, I think it's a good idea. Even Azimio was going to do that. So it is not like it was only these guys that were going to do it. It was going to be done even by Azimio, because that's something even me. I mean, we have Joho raised it, and it has been raised over and over, and we have seen many people who are from the coast having that problem. And I think for that, they are going to find a balance. The CSS and the technical team in those particular ministries now takes that over. The second question, hold on. The second question about judges. Christine, we have Judiciary Service Commission that is mandated to hire judges, right? So they did that, they made the appointment, and then they recommended those judges to be hired. If there was any information that the state had, because there's a window that was given when these people are being interviewed and all, for Kenyans and other people to forward, you know. So it is at that point that even the state can send its, I mean, the executive can send whatever issues they have about those judges, right? Now, when it has already left that particular part and gone to the next page, you don't wait until the names are on your desk. Then you now say, now I have issues with these names. You should have given that information before at the whatever interview panel and stuff. So when they have been recommended, your role is to appoint them. Because right now those judges are still judges. Yet there's no case that has been brought to the Judiciary Service Commission for their removal. So they should have actually been removed because there's no court that is lesser. Magistrate court is okay. I mean, it's still a court within the Constitution. High court is still a court within the Constitution. You can't be that you cannot work in the appeals court, but you can work in the high court. That your issues, if there are corruption issues, you can actually continue working as a judge in the high court, but you cannot continue working in the next phase. It is the same. So if there was an issue, then these issues ought to have been brought out so that we can have a tribunal to remove them. There's a way that judges are removed. If there are cases that are brought to Judiciary Service Commission, now Judiciary Service Commission writes to the president to set up a tribunal to remove those judges. So a question comes in: if you know as a state or NIS, you know that these judges are probably corrupt, why hold this information that now these judges are still continuing to work at probably the previous station, but now when they are to go up, they can't go up? Is there a place that you can be accommodated when you're corrupt within the judiciary, but another place that you cannot be accommodated? Bring them on, hire them. Then if there's something that is supposed to make them get out, then have those cases. I mean, let the procedure, the Constitution be followed in remove of them. So that part I didn't agree. I mean, personally, I didn't agree with the president. And if the damage is done, it is being done today because those judges are serving. Whoever judges that we were saying that are corrupt or whatever issues that they hold about certain judges, they are serving. So it is still affecting the judicial system. Right. So we need to need to look at it wholesomely, not just say that Christine can teach in a primary school, but she's too bad to teach in secondary school. If she can't be a teacher, then let her not be a teacher. If you can't be a judge, don't be a judge. And there's a process of removal of them. So that one, I think I didn't agree, and there are many things that Uhuru did that I didn't agree with. Not respecting court orders. There are so many court orders that he didn't respect. The CAS was declared to be unconstitutional, but they still had the CAS as a position in government being paid by taxpayers. You see. So you see, if you don't respect court orders, if a court order has been issued, I mean, whether you're executive or not, just respect the court order. So those are some of the things that, in my view, I think I didn't agree with. I didn't agree then, and I don't agree now. I mean, the criticism when you are positively criticizing a government, that is something we need to develop. I didn't agree then. I don't agree now. We might have had, Amazimio, Uhuru is our chairman until he resigns, but there are things that he did. If you can't criticize a government, then you have a problem. You don't love your government too much or your administration too much that you cannot criticize. So there are those things that they did. So if Kenya Kwanza or Ruto is going to appoint the judges, so there are administrative things that they're going to do. There are other things that they're going to do that we hope is going to yield positive results. That's why I say we are waiting, we are learning from this government. I submitted here before that I don't think Ruto represented any change based on his previous interactions with government. I don't think the corrupt people that are surrounding him. But now that he's the president, we want him to be surprised. We want to see if there's something that will happen that is different. So appointing judges, that's a good thing. Yeah. And then, of course, let's follow the Constitution. This Jubilee administration behaved badly in following. They didn't follow Constitution. Many constitutional orders were given from the court. They never followed. So some of those things were bad trends. that were set by this administration, and the previous administration, that we need to actually see a difference in the next administration. Yes, Joshua Mark, before I give to you.
Yes, Temba, I just want a point of correction. I am not disputing the appointment of judges. But what I'm trying to say is that a priority to common mwananchi. There are things that are priority to common mwananchi, things that touch me directly. Even if you ask a village woman down the village, issue of judges, he doesn't even know that there was a dispute between UHURU and judges. But now one thinks that attach a because Ruto campaigned with the hustler narrative. And then now hustler are not expecting much from him. So what I'm trying to say, I'm not disputing him appointing judges. What I'm trying to say is that it should not be a priority to him, because he could have said that the price of hunger as from tomorrow will go down. That one touch common mwananchi, because that's what Ruto has been running away with. But now saying that I'm going to appoint judges tomorrow, that doesn't touch a common mwananchi. But instead, there are six judges. At the end of the month, their salary will increase. But now what touch a common mwananchi are the prices of hunger, price of sugar, the issue of mafuta, petrol, and diesel. So I think that I was expecting Ruto yesterday to say that as from tomorrow, the prices of this commodity will go down. And then also on the issue of port, I'm not disputing the issue of employment. But even if you ask somebody in Turkana about the issue of port, it will not tell you. But the things that if Ruto could have said, by tomorrow I'm going to implement them, then that touch a common mwananchi. But instead, issue of fertilizer, he said until next week. We don't know that next week itafika. He said it next week. But you have to say that fertilizer from tomorrow will be 3.5. Thank you very much.
Maybe the definition of common mwananchi is what we are trying to struggle with here. There are people who go to courts and their cases take long because there are no judges. Your life is not just about eating. Your life revolves around so many things. You eat 3 meals a day. What do you do these other times? You are going to a court, there's something you need to be done. You're going to work, you need salary. You're going, your life is all round, So even the judiciary system touches common mwananchi. There are people who have case backlog cases have been pushed for a long time. They have never been sorted because you hear we do not have a judge. Some of them have to go to, there was that decentralization of some of those courts. All these things are social issues, conflict resolution, social issues. So we cannot just leave it at UNGA. Yes, UNGA is important. And if you heard him, he said that they're looking for a long-term solution. You want to look at mahali wanazalishia, where you are giving them fertilizers. Now, fertilizers, why do you have high UNGA prices? Part of it is because of the input in terms of growing that maize. So everybody needs to put a markup. But now, if you reduce the fertilizer, so that those who are inputting, those who are growing them, are not using lots of money, they are likely to reduce. If the cost of production goes low, then of course you're going to find it sustainable to sell it at a lower price later. So he addressed those. But of course, you are right about the idea that the UNGA thing, it's something people want to hear. But it is not the only thing you want to hear. You also want to hear other aspects of your social life. Your social life, and for a common, like you're talking a common mwananchi, it's not just about UNGA. In fact, if you consider, I think places like Central, not much ugali is taken there. Ugali is much more of a Western thing. The Western Nyanza belt, they're the ones who eat a lot of ugali. Huku kwingine wanakula labda viazi, jahe na vitu kama hizo. But yes, people want to hear about UNGA. And UNGA is a story they want to hear, but not the only thing. You don't just want someone to wake up and when they wake up tomorrow, they're only talking about UNGA. They want to talk about the whole set of life. So the judges are coming in in the issue of solving disputes at courts, delayed court cases, long winding, stuff like that. But I agree with you that there are things you wanted to hear, and it is possible that you didn't hear what you expected. But our life revolves around so many things. So I think they are addressing every aspect of our life. They talk about unga here, fertilizer here, judges there, so that at least, if possible, the promises they gave to as many people as they did, they can sustain it. Like they talked about, police. I don't know if that document was true, if there's policy coming from it. But I am hoping that as they move on, they'll have policy to accompany those executive orders, because you need a policy from the ministry, all right, to accompany those executive orders. So it's too early. It's only day one. So within a week, I'm hoping they'll have a policy to make sure that whatever has been said is going to be sustained, because now the implementation part is the ministry, the CS and the permanent secretary. The cabinet is supposed now to come up with the policy guideline on how that is going to be done. He might give an executive order, but it has to be accompanied by the policy, and that's why he has technocrats who are going now to help him. Let me bring on Duke, then Kusel.
Yes, good morning, good evening. I want to start by saying that problems does not have instantaneous solution. There is a procedure and hard work, and it takes time to solve issues. You cannot solve all issues at one instance. And the reason I'm saying that is that if, for instance, people wanted him to say, the price of unga is 70 from tomorrow, it's not practical, because you have to know how to roll out the subsidies, and those who are involved in all the processes of trading unga because we are in a free country where we have businesses making profit. So you can't command like that. There are a lot of logistics or organization which should happen. So you have to look about the practical aspect of what you are going to say. And the reason why, when you are a president, you have to read some things, because everything has been researched and there is facts and practical sense attached to what you are saying. The reason why I was talking about those judges, it was a signature way. There is no much which is needed. The same to the operations of the ports. However, from the steps which William Ruto is trying to take, remember we are in a country where all of us have agreed that the main problem we have in Kenya is corruption and cartels. And because of that, you have to sort that issue for the nation to move forward. And what has been a problem in solving corruption and cartels is because we have been having politics and infiltration of mandated institutions, whereby, for instance, if you find an institution trying to do its right work, maybe to fight corruption, people say it's politics. So by William Ruto trying to make sure that institutions are independent and they are operating on their own, is trying to distance himself from the working of institutions. So in the future, if those institutions are going to start to tackle corruption issues and to recover resources and hold individuals accountable, individuals will not just come up and say this is political witch hunt. So that's a right step to take. I also want to talk about the operation of the ports. First of all, the problem we have in Kenya or in developing countries that we find politicians investing in without cost-benefit analysis, because the transfer of the operations from the port of Mombasa to Naivasha was done so that there can be value from the SGR, because there was SGR and people were not using SGR. So they tried to transfer the clearance and forwarding to Naivasha so that people will be forced to use SGR, those who are bringing their goods to Nairobi and maybe to Uganda, so that they are at least revenue can arise from the SGI so that it can service the debts. And that was a mistake because it inconvenienced many people. And that brings us to a key issue that it's now high time for every government, when it's going to make an investment, there must be a cost-benefit analysis so that if maybe we are coming with a mega project and the grace period is over, it should be able to repay itself. So it was a mistake for that to be done. So reversing it to Mombasa is good because you cannot force the free operation or the in a free market, you cannot force the way certain trade activities are done. That's like curtailing business. Then I think another issue which I want to address is the assertiveness of William Ruto. Most of you have been complaining that the tone was not good, trying to maybe to oppose the outgoing president or to talk bad against the outgoing president. This was not good. For me, that's good because it sends a message to powerful cartels and individuals who feel that they are powerful and they cannot be contained in a way, so that they get prepared. They know if these people can just tell the president as it is and accuse the president of wrongdoing in the presence of many people, then nobody can try to curtail the processes of the government. So I think that's a good message that we have been having Uhuru Kenyatta, a very scared person who cannot fight corruption or who can try to say he is even confused what to do. To an extent, he wants to ask us again, what do you want me to do? And yes, he's the president and he has all the instruments. Therefore, I felt that that was good. And moving forward, it's going to be easier to deal with every corruption, every cartel, and every institution so that we can move forward knowing that no person is above the law. I think those are my brief submissions.
How do you think is the best way to deal with the corrupt before I bring Kusel?
The best way to deal with them is to facilitate the institutions, because if you start to deal with them as the president, they will start saying that's witch hunt because we have two factions. There's those in Kenya Kwanza and there are those in Smio. So if the president starts to do it in his own way, people can say he's targeting me because I'm on Smio side. All others will start also shifting to try to find people who are supporting or who are supporting their corrupt undertakings. So by trying to make institutions independent, even if you can push the institutions, but not indirect, you push them indirect to be fair, so that we can try to remove politics from dealing with corruption and cartels. I think that is using the institutions. That would be the best way.
Kuseo, karibu.
Hello, how are you? Do you remember? Is it too late? Is it too late? I'll just talk on one item. I think I'm going to reserve most of the other things that I wanted to talk about. I would say, remember, there's no quorum.
Put your camera nicely. so that we can see your face.
I would say that there's
You're
no
only
quorum.
seeing your head. Yes, thank you.
I would say there's no quorum.
What do you mean? You have 285 people watching you. Yeah.
No, the quorum is normally here. It's our quorum is
No,
10.
you address the world, my friend.
Let me tell you, our quorum is 10.
No.
Anyway, let me just go forward.
Black
I
is
see
here.
another Johnny come in lately here. In the name of Black. Black, you are now these days a watermelon, or what are you? I just want to talk about the port. I think I'll talk about the port and the judges. So which one do I start with? I do a pinky ponky.
You want to start with what? What do you mean?
Judges, I'm on the port. Which one?
Whichever that you had planned to start.
I'll start with the judges. You see, the judges have had a lot of histories. If most of you are around and witnessed the so-called judicial surgery, I remember President Kibaki tried to correct a few things. I would say he accomplished something, but not entirely. So there are a number of issues in the judiciary, which are not right. And I would like to say that the president, for example, was just caught up in the mix with this